The dark void of space was as unforgiving as the sea, a three-dimensional one. Many ships designed for it had been lost to the unforgiving shadows and violent clutches. One such vessel long thought lost to the void was an experimental vessel, known only as Event Horizon. The ship was long, a flat disk on one end, with a bubble-shaped area for its bridge on one side of the disk, with 4 impulse nacelles, 2 on top, 2 on the bottom, with groves beneath them to allow them to retract, as they currently were, flush against the disk as they could be. On the underside of the disk was a strange shutter ring around the edge, surrounding the 2 bottom nacelles, and 4 its automate-destroyed defense system hard points. On top was 4 more adds. The disk was 4 more hard points, all shaped like bubbles, with the barrels retracted. On either side of the bridge were fairly sizable hatches that were visibly marked, intakes of some kind or another. Connecting the disk to the rest of the long vessel was an airlock, and attachment points that overlapped onto the disk, between the nacelles, providing a secure attachment point. From there, the ship was long and thin, with several cylinders attached along the hull. They looked odd, almost slapped on after the fact, airlock visible, separating the ship into 4 quadrants, the cylinders symmetrically attached to balance weight. One of the cylinders underneath had an odd dish that appeared to be on a rotatable mount, while one at the top appeared to have some kind of hanger that was sealed. At the rear of the vessel, however, was the engine cluster. 3 splines extended out to a large ring system, and just inside the large ring, attached to where the splines attached to the ring, were impulse engines, large enough to push the ship around at a decent speed while in system. The upper impulse engine had a secondary bridge attached to it as well, darkened like the primary bridge. The ring itself had similar shutters like those on the underside of the disk, and were similarly closed. But if one floated close, even powered down as they were, one could almost feel a humming, shuddering coming from them, not through airwaves, but through one's very being. The vessel was old, mechanical in some ways, almost 70s, 80s style technology. Screens made with cathode ray tubes sat dark, industrial. 4-legged cargo robots sat dark, waiting in their charging scaffolds, while smaller, 6-legged drones sat in their own scaffolds in the ceiling and floor, twin barrels sticking out under darkened sensor bars. In the hangar at the top sat a beaten-up, old skiff that had seen better days, 2 Delta-type wings with impulse engines mounted close to the body, with a small atmospheric maneuvering fin at the top near the back. On the front were 2 small turret bubbles, and 1 more in the back. Clearly, this skiff was not the intended shuttle for the craft, being far too small, but it sufficed. The aging vessel slowly passed through a nebulous cloud of some form, lightning jumping from the charged cloud to the ship, triggering a long overdue boot-up sequence. The central computer, a large, spherical series of machines, one placed in the center section, one in the auxiliary bridge, and the last placed in the disk section of the ship, lit up, lights flickering as processes zipped through the triad of paired positronic brains, all linked as one, not needing a dish between them to be able to operate or signal one another. Even as the Event Horizon woke up. System rebooted complete. System memory intact. System RAM intact. Running ship frame diagnostic. Power generators online. Warning, dilithium stores low. Adds online. Impulse engines on primary cluster operational. Impulse engines on disk section operational. Vol ring on primary cluster operational. Vol ring on disk section operational. Navigational sensors operational. Salvage systems operating on reduced capacity. Primary bridge operational. Secondary bridge operational. Life support on low power mode. Aquaponics thawing out. Transmat offline due to low power mode. Cloning chambers online. Medical bay online. Warning, biomass stores critical. Assessing conditions for crew construction. Construction, limited. Allocating majority of biomass stores for food plant cloning and nutrient brick production. Assessment complete. Full crew cannot be constructed. Assessing possible skeleton crew. 1 member required. Allocating biomass. Warning: full biomass required exceeds remaining balance for food production. A seizing. Solution found. Commencing appropriation of required hardware. Required resources: 1 EVA life support system, 1 spare bipedal astro robot body, 2 high dexterity manipulator arms, 25% of standard biomass for 1 crewman. Beginning modification of astro robot. Beginning creation of crewman. Crewman designation: astro robot cyborg clone Captain 117. Warning: psionic uptick detected outside of norm. Reassessing. Astrogator classification added. Adding data modules for wetware upload applicable for captaincy, astronavigation, maintenance of ship mechanoids, research, preliminary combat due to abnormal body type, preparing encapsulation chamber and transference to astro robot frame. The cloning chamber lit up, one of the smaller tanks filling with a clear fluid, a glowing white ring passing up and down the tank as it was fed a green gel, slowly creating what appeared to be a human brain, attached to a small stomach, heart, lungs, kidney, liver, and pancreas. Intestines formed as well, all tightly clumped underneath the brain in a way they still operated, but was as compact as possible, held together with fleshy membranes in a spherical shape. Mechanical arms carefully dipped into the fluid, installing microscopic cables within the neural flesh, added vacuum tubes and crystals to other areas, and a neural connection port near the brain stem area. In between the lobes was nestled a positronic brain module, wired into the rest of the organic brain and straight to the neural connector. Other arms began installing a chute system to the stomach, connecting it to a food intake to be connected to a feed system or food preprocessor. Before the tube was lead to part of the capsule, the massive organs would be sealed in. The intestines were attached to an output chute, not to a waste bag, but to a bioreactor fuel tank. The lungs were attached to an oxygen rebreather system, designed and intended to minimize the already minimal oxygen needed by the cloned organs. Arteries and veins were carefully pierced and had sensors installed, ready to keep an eye on blood pressure, temperature, oxygen levels. Connectors already being wired in, ready to synchronize with life support systems. Valves installed on the heart were connected to via an umbilical tube, pumping in a silvery, nanomachine blood, suspended in plasma. Mechanical lymph nodes were installed, loaded with a combination of whiteboard cells and mechanized versions, ready to help defend and maintain the cybernetic clone's vitals. Within the lymph nodes were stores of biomass and raw materials to repair and maintain the biological and mechanical parts. Receiving docks added for the mechanical blood cells to drop off precious metals and biomass collected from the stomach intestines during the digestion process. Additional nodes were added, part organic bone marrow, part nanofabricators, in replacement of normal organics bones and bone marrow to make new blood, as well as plasma. Heat sinks were added, allowing the blood to help regulate temperature if and when needed, ready to be attached to heat transfer pipes on the capsule it would be placed in. Careful electrical shocks were administered, jump-starting the heart, starting the pulse of carefully cultivated and constructed blood through the newly minted cardiovascular system, even as the umbilical sealed up for fluids to be added in. A cable hooked into the neural port on the brain stem, and the flash learning process began. Data carefully uploaded into the freshly activated brain, the wires lighting up as the now silvery gray matter learned. Around the organs, the capsule began sealing up, valves and vents on the capsule allowing the pressure to carefully equalize, ports affixed for their respective intakes, exhausts. Even as the brain still processed the data pumped into it, the neural connector disconnected from the ship. As the top half of the capsule sealed around it, its data port jacked into the neural port. The organs, now buffered, secured inside their capsule, was kept hooked up to a life support umbilical, even as it was lifted out of the growth solution. Life support systems were attached to the outside of the capsule, such as a rebreather system for hostile environments, and an oxygen filter to pull oxygen out of the air when not. Computers ran along the back, with connector ports to hook into the new body, accompanied by emergency batteries, deep cycle ones, meant to keep the vitals alive should the primary power system fail. A bioreactor was connected at the bottom of the pod, connected to the waste chute. It wasn't meant for much more than helping deal with the waste material and reducing strain on the power system, as well as the power supply for the emergency life support system. It could not power the main body at all. Heat transfer systems were hooked into the heat sinks on the capsule, even as the umbilical began charging the emergency batteries. Slowly, carefully, the capsule was lowered into the chest cavity of a heavily modified bipedal robot. Once inside, the capsule was secured and then connected to the body. Sensor inputs hooked in, neural controls synchronized and fastened in, primary power was hooked in with an emergency bypass and a breaker switch. Slowly, the body's reactor powered on, as the umbilical detached and fell away, retracting, even as the feed line was hooked up to a food preprocessor, and the O2 lines were hooked up to a filter valve system, already softly drawing in air. Slowly, the cavity was sealed up, plates sealed up to protect against harsh environments and damage. Around the cradle, life support systems went green, even as a mechanized arm began stenciling the designation ARC CC-217 onto its pectoral, with the word Asimov underneath it. Slowly, a triad of sensors lit up, one large optic, and two smaller sensors above it on the right and left of the main central sensor lit up. A long, bending like an elephant's trunk, prehensile and segmented, mechanical limb lifted up and grabbed onto the edge of the cradle with a four-clawed hand manipulator, even as the hiss of pneumatics was heard as the scaffold opened up. "Welcome aboard, Captain." Karesh was pissed. It had been 7 standard cycles since they found the unknown vessel, and they couldn't make heads or tails of the Thal-forsaken ship. For all intents and purposes, it looked derelict. Looked until her odd impulse engines lit up and forced her away from the Seeker. Now the two vessels were staring one another down, neither wanting to make the first moves. "Science officer, what are we looking at?" Karesh said, mandibles clicking angrily. While their species could withstand most things, something about how the vessel moved unnerved them. "Looks like some kind of modular vessel, designed to expand when and where needed. Ingenious, really, able to adapt and break off whole sections as new vessels," the science officer said excitedly, their lights flickering happily. Karesh shook their head at the excitable aimboid, watching as it ran scans over the strange vessel. "Captain, the ship is hailing us," came the guttural growl of the comms officer, the shield-like frills around their reptilian head making their appearance similar to their more bestial ancestors from when they left their planet in the early days. "On my console, please," Karesh said, antenna flicking nervously. The comms officer snorted, muttering under their breath about skittish crunchies. When the Cadian screen went dark, the antenna flicked again in aggravation. "Comms." 3 lights suddenly spun into view, one large, white one and 2 smaller blue ones above them, staring forward in the darkness. "This is Captain Asimov of the A's Event Horizon. Unknown vessel, please identify," came out the voice, hissing through the console, reiterated in multiple languages before finally an understandable, though ancient, version of BASIC came through. "This is Captain Karesh of Colony Baris, of the salvage vessel Seeker, Event Horizon. We stumbled across your vessel dormant in space until we came close. Do you require assistance?" the Cadian said in the same language, if a bit butchered, mandibles clicking as it calmed. "Repairs to my ship are currently underway. However, I would not mind a trade of information. Languages would likely be the best," the creature said through the vox, the lights tilting a bit, or at least looked like they did. The lights still weren't on in the bridge the creature was speaking from, so Karesh couldn't tell. Karesh sat there for a few moments, options running through his head. "That sounds agreeable. However, we cannot transmit the information over Vox, so we will require to dock with your vessel and exchange hard drives," Karesh said after a moment, catching most of the crew's attention. They knew that was a load of slag, but didn't say anything. "Agreeable. I will set up the Horizon's adaptable docking system. Lower module on the vessel, by the large dish. I will deploy it momentarily. Lights should be beyond emergency power at that point." The captain of the archaic vessel said. Karesh wiggled his antenna in anticipation. "We will be there momentarily. Seek her out," Karesh said, cutting the Vox transmission. Before chattering with glee, "Captain, I must state for the record that I am not taking any part of this endeavor," the comms officer said with a frown, looking at the insectoid captain with a look of disappointment and disdain. Karesh waved her off. "We have done this dozens of times before. Why would it change this time? So what if the sleeper on this ship is awake? It will all end the same," the Cadian said, confident. After all, if they hadn't reported the ship had life signs because the crews were asleep, they could claim the crews died in transit and claim the wealth of historical knowledge the vessel had and sell it to the highest bidder. "Captain, think long and hard before you continue on this path. One of these cycles, we will encounter someone who has no compunction against fighting back, and I would rather remain alive," the comms officer said with a scowl. "As you wish. Drak, let the ship log record Zedara's choice," he said, making a note to wipe that part later, once they hit dock. Asimov stared at the opposing vessel silently, optics flickering uneasily. "Horizon, fabricate one handgun, one E911 Deciscon's pattern, and several rounds of standardized ammunition, along with appropriate magazines. 50 Beowulf, standard chemical load for oxygenless environments. I do not think that we will be visited by a friendly force," the cyborg said as he turned around, the lighting on the ship flickering as he made his way down to the science and medical bay. "Acknowledged, Captain. Do you expect trouble?" came the ship's feminine voice, steady and calm. "There is an old saying, hope for the best, plan for the worst. If my flash lessons are correct, I do not intend to be caught unarmed if they wish to board you," Heb said, one manipulator claw gently caressing the vessel's walls gently. "I will not lose you, mother." The ship rumbled at that statement, even as he stepped into the science bay of the module, the medical bay still lit from his creation, currently fabricating plants for the aquaponics section, as well as fish and other needed things for aquaponics. Nearby, a fabricator world, with different intent than the biofabrication chambers did. Karesh sat idly by the airlock door, foregoing an atmosphere suit, unlike the two sapients flanking him. The two were armed with plasma rifles, loaded and ready to punch through a sentient's atmospheric suit and get to the squishy organic within. Karesh thought it was a pity. He would love to sell the suit the organic wore in mint condition. A soft thump was heard, the soft hiss of air echoing as the pressures equalized between the two rooms. "Captain, ships are docked, but we can't find a data port. Seems the universal adapter they use doesn't have one," one of the salvage operators at a terminal reported over the Vox. "A pity. Would be easier to just vent the atmosphere once we hacked the other ship," Karesh said, shaking his head, before they heard the telltale sounds of the airlock opening. Almost instantly, the two flanking crewmen flicked their rifles up and fired off 2 blasts each, the smell of ozone filling the air, followed by the scent of metal. Horror mounted on the insectoid's face as the three stared at what stood on the other side of the airlock door. A domed head was tilted down, looking at the fresh carbon scoring patches that were in 4 different places on his armored hull, paint burned away to reveal silvery armor underneath. "Unfortunate," came the digitized voice from the creature before them, as his head tilted up, short antenna offset, near the back of the machine's head glinting in the light. "I had hoped that I wasn't being paranoid. Seems I was not," the creature said as one long, segmented, bending arm shot up, wielding. Was that a slug thrower? An archaic weapon, massive, like some parody of a gun, resized for the tall machine's height, and fitting in his grip properly. The wide barrel flicked up as the other bending arm snaked around and calmly racked around into the chamber, the hammer drawn back, the simple, black weapon locking on. Boom. Whatever was in that thing caused the pressure in the room to spike as the slide on the slugger shot back, spitting out a massive brass case. The crewman next to him no longer had a head, body thrown by. Boom. The slugger barked again, already sending the other crewmember back. Blue and black blood from the two spraying the walls as a scream, and a yelp was heard on the other side of the airlock behind him. Tilting his head, he let out a screech of horror. Two massive holes were in the airlock door behind him. The rounds overpenetrated and still went through a durasteel door. I would advise that you stand down, Captain. Despite ordering your men to fire on me, you have yet to attack me. The machine was cut off as Karesh followed his instincts and spat a viscous goo at the machine, who calmly stepped back, watching in fascination as the goo ate through the floor of the Seeker's airlock. Unfortunate. The machine sighed, the strange, almost upside-down egg-shaped body twisting around as it tracked Karesh's panicked movements. Boom. The slugger barked a third time, and Karesh felt blinding pain in his abdomen region, as green ichor sprayed on the wall as he fell onto his back, twitching in pain. And now he got a good look at his victim-turned-hunter. The machine was towering, lanky, his egg-shaped body elongated oddly, wider at the top and slimming down towards the bottom, split in 3 sections, the upper and lower sections able to spin on their own. The legs were large enough to support the machine's weight and a bit thicker, but like the strange arms, segmented, bending in strange ways, like an octopi limb. Feet were clawed, splayed out on the floor for stability as he moved fluidly forward. Interesting. Still alive, not unlike a cockroach, the machine said, bending down to examine Karesh. The insectoid attempted to cough up some more of the corrosive goo, only to hiss in pain as he felt a burning inside him. Blue light scanned over him as the machine hummed. Your tube from your acid gland is ruptured. You have sealed your own fate by attempting to attack me again, the machine said with all the bluntness of a Deathworlder. Straightening up, the machine sighed, before picking up Karesh's Vox unit. This is Captain Asimov. I would advise that the crew of this vessel stand down. As of now, you have not attacked me like your captain and 2 crewmates, and I will be lenient. You have time to save your captain, and I will give you that. However, I will be taking a copy of your star chart as well as your language drives in return. My quarrel is not with you, and your captain has already paid for his own folly, the machine said with a clinical detachment, optics still locked on the groaning form of the Cadian before him, massive handgun trained on the roach's head. Karesh groaned and slumped on the ground, feeling the painful burning tearing through him. Maybe he should have listened to his comms officer's warning. Your offer is appreciated, Captain. However, due to my now ex-captain's actions, I am requesting a transfer to your vessel. I have already compiled a language drive and can retrieve a star chart, came the voice of his own comms officer. With a chattering hiss, he leaned up and snarled, before trying to crawl forward, only to feel a clawed foot on his back. Movements are not advised. You will only aggravate your injuries farther, the machine said, before they heard soft clicking sounds. Glancing up, he let loose a muted shriek of terror as 2 spider-like machines skittered out of the shadows, the drones taking aim at him with their barrels, visors going from standby yellow to on-guard orange, their barrels locked on his down form. Removing his foot from the back of the Cadian, the larger machine moved to pick up the casings from his rounds, the acrid scent of the propellant still hanging heavily in the room. And before he could cough out a word, the door hissed open, revealing Zedara's form, wearing an atmospheric suit, minus the helmet, her personal storage case under one of her arms, even as she blinked, looking around at the biohazard-coveted walls and the 3 machines before her. I warned the foolish Crunchy, and he never listened. She sighed, shaking her head as she walked past and stood before the machine. Zedara stared up at the mechanoid before her. It was like staring at something out of a history novel, a human one. The machine looked like an old Mk-12 Astro robot, actually. Now that she looked, she frowned, glancing at the drones aimed at her ex-captain, laying on the floor, coughing and hissing. Those were old Mk-1 defense drones, the good stuff, easily enough that— Wait. She hissed a few muttered Saurian trike curses under her breath. Karesh, you fool. You had to cark off a Deathworlder android, she hissed at her ex-captain, staring at her new one, a sinking feeling in her gut as she watched it holster its massive slugger, likely using a chemical that could. Wait, that scent. Was it using solid rocket propellant for its bullets? Cyborg. She froze, both her and Karesh's heads turning to the cyborg. Cyborg, she said, as she felt a sinking feeling in her gut, as she realized they were looking at a Deathworlder in a body that was rated for deep space exploration in some of the harshest environments. Of course, the Event Horizon did not have enough biomass on board to fabricate the rest of my body, so to save on biomass, a spare astro-robot frame was used. He said simply, as if talking about the weather. As if he wasn't a walking death machine. Well, more so than he already was. Karesh, you pissed off an old cloner ship. This could have been much, much worse. Zedara said weakly. Her species may have originated from the same world as humans, but they were so far removed it didn't matter. Humans were a whole nother level of insane. She hadn't expected the warm welcome she got once she was brought aboard the ancient vessel. It was a stark contrast to her previous posting. Rather than sleek, if beaten-up consoles and computers, she saw archaic, mechanical machines around her. The Vox unit she sat before was a historical piece in and of itself, and a pain to learn how to use. It didn't help that she felt like she was being watched at every moment. But then again, it was a Deathworlder ship. An old one. She sighed, and laid her head on the console, careful not to push any of the buttons, even as she heard the hissing and clanking of her captain as he entered the room. Your files have been checked and cleared. Horizon is installing them now. The cyborg said, taking his seat at the captain's chair calmly, even as they watched the seeker flit away, in a panicked hurry, which, really, they were. Wouldn't help Karesh much, now that he had the stain of attempting to kill the crew of another vessel, unprovoked. Records were already sent out to the nearest relay, and would be in the nearest wharfmaster's office within the hour. Now then, you said humans managed to make it all the way out here, she heard, and pulled herself up, nervous. Now that she had a proper chance, she recognized more of the tech, if only from history books of humanity's exploration. Pictures, anyways, never could find technical documents. Yes, they settled in the Theta Quadrant. Why do you ask? She said carefully, both a sinking feeling and adrenaline coursing through her telling her what he wanted. Well, I suppose it's time for us to rejoin the galactic stage at large. I'm curious to the advancements to humanity, and to see if Horizon and I can integrate it any into her. Our directive was to explore, and that's what we intend to do, he said, looking at her full on. I'm going to regret this, but, she said, holding out a large hand to the machine, feeling like she was making a deal with a devil. I wish to stay on for the long haul. The laughter, dual-toned, spoke for itself, as she felt his claws wrap around her hands, and felt the gentle brush of cables against her tail, and the possessive, whispered hiss through the back of her head. Zedara's new captain was certified insane, but that came with the territory of being a Deathworlder human, let alone being a clone or the sheer extent of his cybernetics. Case in point, how she met him. But right now was another mark to having a methodology to his madness. Captain. She sighed as she watched him flick the controls deftly, directly plugged into the vessel as she felt impulse engines humming along as they zipped past the last of the planetary ring, headed towards a station seated above orbit of a gas giant. We do not have any local funds in a sufficient enough manner to attain any kind of components or supplies for long-term flights, she said, with a grimace. Her own finances wouldn't even cover it, not that her captain accepted. I am well aware. We are going there for information, and potentially searching for a job, Asimov said simply. She conceded to that point at the least. Freelancing, while it didn't pay glamorously, wouldn't be too bad. He had morals at least, more than her previous captain. This is A's Event Horizon to Station Akina, requesting permission to dock. Asimov calmly hailed, even as he glanced at a raised screen, showing a scan of the station. and showed the seeker also docked there. Permission granted. Event horizon. Docking Bay 4. Please keep personal armament below a Class 2 station side. The flight control crew responded, getting a confirmation from Asimov. Class 2 armament? Asimov asked, head spinning to lock onto Zedara's gaze. One-handed weapons, hand-held plasma pistols, stunners and laser cutters. Class 1R sluggers, oh Criff, she said as her head thumped against the console. Asimov only shook his head. Their foolishness, he said simply as he lined their ship up with the docking collar, extending the adaptive collar again. As the two sentients got up, two defense drones flanked them, headed towards the port, ready to remain just inside to defend the vessel. Station Master Krinks enjoyed his job, and who wouldn't? Well, probably quite a few people, but for him, he loved cataloging the ships that passed through, the stranger the better. And the current vessel took the cake. It was clearly an early-era human vessel, if his studies were correct, though the engine cluster was very, very odd-shaped. The name itself was drawing up blanks, but he could have sworn he had heard of the name before. No matter, hopefully it was just a collector or a salvager flying her, and not an actual human, or heaven forbid, a cloned human. Seriously, neither version had self-preservation instincts and could find trouble faster than a pissed-off Saurian raptor, or Carno. The hatch opened, and he nearly balked as two old Mk-1 defense drones took up positions in the adaptive airlock, their visors not needing to pan around when their sensors gave them such a large field of view. The towering Mk-12 staring down at his squatter form, triad of optics unwavering. Station Master, the RMK-12 said evenly, likely having spotted his bars and insignia, his own captain bars and the serial number under his name making the station master's stomachs drop like neutron stars through the floor. Welcome aboard the Akine. What can we interest you in today? He said, projecting joviality as much as he could, hoping to not startle the human too badly. At the moment, I would appreciate it if you could direct me to the nearest jobs board, if that's at all possible, the cyborg, if he read the serial correct, said. Of course, right this way, he said, even as he heard a ding from his datapad, showing that the docking fee was paid in full, even as a trike walked up beside the towering machine, falling into step with the longer-legged captain. Well, more than could be said for most vessels docking here at the least. He led them down the halls of the station, ignoring the whispers around them and the curious, and even sometimes hungry gazes other salvager crews raked over the machine with. The fools. He sighed and turned around once they got close to their destination, relieved to see that the two hadn't taken offense. Yet, the Jobs Guild is up ahead. Be warned, they do take a bit of a cut for services fees, but it's fairly reasonable compared to other guilds. And please, don't put too many holes in my station, the station master begged. I will try not to. However, if someone starts something, I will end it before it can threaten the station or my crew, the cyborg before him said in a flat voice, as the trike did their version of a grimace and chuffed, shaking her head. I suppose I'll take what I can get, the station master said, before scuttling off as his many little legs would carry him. Maybe he could admire the captain's ship a little more. Wouldn't hurt to try and paint the vessel on a canvas, after all. The aimboid behind the counter huffed in indignation. So many jobs, not enough time. And it didn't help that there was a distinct lack of pilots and ships that were applicable to most of them. Especially the current urgent one. That one drove it up a wall. Shaking its pseudopod, it glanced up with its ocular organs before retracting them deeper into their cytoplasm and then pushed them back to the surface, a blink of sorts. An older human machine stood before them, towering over them as its optics bore down on the smaller, much softer and weaker organic. Can I help you? The aimboid asked nervously, their voice burbling more as they tried to not secrete their water stores. I would like to sign up for a few jobs with the guild. What would I need to apply? The machine asked, voice a even tone, as if unaware of the distress the thing was causing, but also non-threatening, which helped calm down the aimboid. Well, at the least, you would need a standard galactic account. Idaho papers from any of the various factions of this galaxy to prove your identity or make one. The Aimboid said slowly, watching the metal entity. I see, I have the documents with me. However, I am unaware of where to go to set up an account. The machine said, a little ruefully, holding out an older style ID badge, and flared its if unit, allowing the amoeboid's computer to catch it and log it, calming the single-celled sentient more. I can certainly help with the account. Your 2 proofs work sufficiently. Let's see here. ARC CC 217, if code, creation sector, ship name, and if code. OK Asimov void built odd name. Species cybernetic human clone. The Aimboid nearly shrieked, but it came out more as a horrified hiss. A cloner ship was still active, and this thing was just created. At least it wasn't a rogue one, though, and was trying to at least be civil. Of course, though just clone or human clone works if you need to be specific. The cyborg before them said, as if he wasn't a walking terror. The Aimboid nodded nervously and entered the information in, before it shakily pulled out an older pad and offered it to the machine. Here's a pad unit with your account and credentials installed. The first one is free, since you are a new sentient in the system. However, a charge will be given each time it's lost, stolen, or broken. I would advise installing an internal version at your latest convenience. The Aimboid said, familiar words and actions helping calm it. The machine nodded, examining the device before its arm bent back in some strange parody of the amoeboid's own limbs and clicked it into a metal pack on its back. A series of clicks heard, meaning that pad was locked up tight. Now, down to business. The Aimboid said, calming itself and reminding itself to find a can of liquid dopamine as soon as possible, or caffeine, or cocoa. Normally, I wouldn't have many jobs available. However, I have a job that is fairly urgent and specifically requests a non-aligned vessel. As your vessel matches the bill as non-aligned, I will offer it to you. The Aimboid said as the pad in the pack beeped, and the captain retrieved it in a reverse order of how it had been put up. Courier and passenger services arrive as fast as possible. And the pay is, correct? The cyborg said, head tilting up as the Aimboid did its best to replicate a human nod. Quite. From what I understand, they do not wish for any imperial entanglements. The Aimboid said cautiously, even as the machine's optics narrowed, shutters closing over them to replicate it. Send me the contract and let me look it over. If I am to take this job, I do not want anything that will be a threat to my crew or vessel being brought on board. He said flatly, as the Aimboid nodded hurriedly. There's a clause that protects the ships contracted and their crews, as well as a part for the passenger or person placing the contract to be on their best behavior, or to not place knowingly dangerous cargo aboard without disclosing first. Payment is half upfront, half on arrival, with our 10% cut taken out in the first half, the clerk said nervously. At the least, the machine was fast, reading through it in mere moments, before he nodded. Everything is in order, I suppose. If you don't mind, can I have a physical copy of the contract, and one for yourself as well? The machine asked, and the Aimboid nodded happily, using its gravity reducer to quickly zip off. Despite the nerve-wracking situation, not a bad cycle. A new guild freelancer added on and a problematic contract with a nice sum associated with it to be fulfilled. The request for a physical copy was unexpected, but a welcome one. Physical copies were harder to ignore, alter and more, especially if properly watermarked and verified, a good, ironclad protection for the guild and their freelancers, but not done often anymore. Now, to find that caffeine and cocoa dispenser. Despite how brutal those humans could be, the Aimboid couldn't deny they made wonderful drinks that many an Aimboid enjoyed greatly. Zedara scowled at the shopkeeper, hand flat on the table, her head tilted forward as her headplate's frills became more visible, a sign of aggravation. She clacked her beak in frustration as she scowled at the Wellion before her. 300 credits, and not one iota more. I can clearly see damages on the box itself, and I'm not purchasing potentially compromised rations. she said, motioning to the beaten-up crate of what the furry, long-bodied sentient before her told her was food. 400, I will not go any lower than that. The Wellian said, folding its upper arms, though its species' version of a smirk flitted across its face. Zedara growled, her voice slowly getting thicker with her guttural growl and language tinging her tone. I swear Rothal, I will not be buying that, came a very specific, digitized voice from behind her. She spun around, cursing herself for not paying attention as the Wellian let loose a chattering yelp, staring at the towering machine. The box is more than compromised. It's half empty. The cybernetic captain said, I'm detecting a dense metal of some form and packing keeping it from moving around, and he said, knocking a metal claw balled into a fist on the box, keeping it from echoing like it's hollow. The machine stared at the shopkeeper with an almost burning glare. Zedara hissed in frustration. Of course the damn creature was trying to swindle her. Why wouldn't he? Karesh, I thought you would have had more honor than that. I see your reputation is nothing but lies and falsehoods. She hissed, making the wellman panic. No, I'll drop the price, 200, with a set of... That will not be necessary. We are leaving, he said calmly, spinning around as he walked for the door. With a feral smirk of her more fleshy parts of her mouth, she swept her credit chits off the table, and back into the box she carried on here where they belonged, even as the other sentient slumped, more than what should have been for a half-empty box of rations. Not her problem. She followed Asimov out, and fell in step with her captain. Zedara, so you know of any place that sells data on what your kind requires for food and nutrients? He asked as his head spun to her, as she hummed. There's an information broker to the north of the station that may have it, though it would be easier and cheaper to simply head to a medical store and purchase it. Why do you ask? She said, as she remembered something about the horizon. The aquaponics bay, and how empty it was. If I can attain the DNA structure of any foods you rely on, and biomass required, we may be able to replicate the foods you require. You are a herbivore, correct? He asked her, as they made their way to the medical sector of the shops. Herbivore and insectivorous, she corrected, wondering what he was playing at. She could live off standard rations easily enough, but she missed food from home, expensive as it was. Hopper caviar encased in what humans called aloe leaf jello, mixed with some ground chitin over the top, or a bowl full of stone beetles. She sighed as she shook her head. Home delicacies could wait, she supposed, looking at her captain as they got to the store, who pulled up her species files. But he grabbed everything. Their medicines, their foods, information on treatments, the works, and paid for it. He grabbed a basic universal medical kit as well, and a medical pad for the information, haggling with the shopkeeper, who, while didn't swindle them, was hard put dropping his prices, though at least enjoyed the back and forth. She hummed. Advance pay from a job? At least he didn't spend it all in one place, like her previous captain. She then saw him gathering up a tank of biomass and requested the price on it. The shopkeeper grimaced. Those old things? 500 a pop. No one short of collectors buy the things, and they don't want much for them, scuffed as they are. The biomass is still good in them, but no one has the connectors for them anymore, and if biomass is exposed to air, well, the shopkeep said. Before shutting up he watched Asimov calmly heft one under his arm, and used his pad to pay for it, not even haggling for it, given how damn cheap it was. If the others aren't sold when we return, I may buy more of them, Asimov said, even as the shopkeeper grinned a little, happy to be rid of the sizable tank taking up precious shelf space. Her captain carried most of their gear out, tied off on his arms like some strange cargo mechanoid, even with the massive tank tucked under his arm. Their next stop was, oddly enough, a livestock shop, and she soon learned why when he looked for hoppers, large insects with delectable muscles and exoskeleton, and laid good caviar by the hundreds and stone beetles, as well as a few long crawlers. He carefully haggled. Though she grimaced at the price tag, they still had to pay for the supplies. Still, cheaper than what she feared, and helped arrange for them to be delivered to the horizon, making sure to warn them not to enter the airlock but to wait inside the station for them. Finally, they began to meander their way back to their ship, their shopping done for the time, though she would have liked to have found herself replacement parts for her. Maybe she could ask her captain if she could upload a few schematics to the fabricator he has. See if she could get replacement parts made. Once they got to the ship, though, she gave a flat look at the small cluster of people huddled under cloaks near the airlock, the employees from the livestock shop on the other side, eyeing the others nervously. Hoda was worried. They had gotten to the ship just fine. The contract was finally accepted once an applicable pilot had been found. The ship was less than grandiose, old, but didn't stand out too much apart from the massive Kark-off ring on one end. It looked big enough to fit all of his guards and their food supplies at the least. But he eyed the livestock employees nervously as they stayed to one side, various insectoids in their enclosures, as well as the collapsible, large habitats nearby. He had hoped the ship would be fast, but apparently not. At least they had enough food they could ration it for a few months. He nearly balked as he felt the two consciousness enter the room. One was like a rock, or a metal shield, a trike, her expression flitting to flat look her kind often had when someone was being foolish. Would someone mind explaining why the station has bullet trenches in the deck when there wasn't any there before? He heard the mechanoid, who made Hoda balk. A human presence resided within the machine, annoyed at the damage to the station and the fact it was near his vessel, tendrils of his presence flitting out and brushing against the environment passively, unlike being bound up in a weak ball like most Psi-nulls. A human astrogator, encased in a metal shell, how had it not gone insane yet? They were there when we got here. A couple of station security was escorting a Wellian off who had wounds on him, with the station master nearby. Said something about idiots not paying attention to automated defenses, one of the employees said, nervously, as the mechanoid managed to put a flat look using his shudders and body language, despite the less than expressive head he had. Wonderful. I'll speak with the station master before we go. He sighed, before setting the tank he was carrying down, pulling out his personal pad. A ding was heard, as the employees across from them blinked and grinned a little at the tip they got. Thanks, boss, they said, moving to gather the insects, only to yelp as old cargo mechanoids skittered out like four-legged spiders, their central bodies gently placed atop the heavier items and latched on. The legs lifted the enclosures up, and they hung from the bodies, and were carried inside rapidly. Hoda shuddered a bit, but it wasn't the most unnerving thing he had seen. Yet, the rest of the employees gave groans of relief as they gathered up the lighter livestock and carried it inside, followed by the captain, who Hoda began following, only for the machine's head to spin and lock onto his gaze. "You have yet to identify yourself," he said, upper torso spinning around to face him, despite the bags and the tank. I am Representative Hodis of the Saline Hegemony," Hodis said nervously, bowing his head to the captain. "I require passage to the Human Federation. I was the one who placed the contract with the guild," he said, as the machine tilted his head. "Proof of contract," the machine said, one clawed hand held out before him, arm bending in ways that made Hodis shudder. "Here, the guild token," he said, watching as it was scanned, turned over in the light before returning it. "Authenticated. Welcome aboard. The cargo drones will get your supplies. One of the defense drones will guide you to your rooms," he said, motioning to one of the spider-like robots that scuttled over on the wall. The barrels were carefully aimed above them, not at them, its visor green, pulsing calmly. "This one will lead you to where you will stay for the time till we undock. Given that my ship has been attacked once, please stay on board, and do not pass the drones with yellow visors. You will be given only one warning per person. The warning will be a flash of red from the visor. Ignoring this without an adequate reason will result in the drone disabling you. Are we clear?" he said, head panning to the others, who nodded hurriedly. Hodis followed the drone to a rather simple living quarters. 4 beds, a table, some lockers, and a standard pair of human restrooms and showers. No soak tub, of course, but that was to be expected. This ship looked to be a no-frills type ship, though the engine cluster at the back was very, very strange. The gray-like alien pulled back his hood and sat down heavily on one of the surprisingly comfortable chairs, a beanbag-like thing that conformed to his shape as he watched his guards all nervously pull their hoods down and sat down on the beds. He sighed. They weren't cut out for running around like this. The station master waved off Asimov. "No, it's quite all right. We had been chasing after that group for a while. Should have realized they may bite off more than they can chew someday," the station master said, the strange, rock and crab-like alien fairly relaxed about it. Despite being covered in some form of paint. "Had been making a painting of your ship when the group made their move. Must say, never thought I would see the day I'd be happy to hear Class 1s over anything else. I'll get the repair costs out of the shell, less idiots," he said, jovially, waving what looked like a paint rag over his own shell, trying to scrub it off. Asimov gave an amused blad of binary before shaking his head. "We will get going then. I need to get my passengers to their destination, and I think it would be wise before." Asimov's head spun towards the muffled footstep he heard, spotting several furious sapients. Many of them appeared to be wearing a hodgepodge of weapons and guns. Curses rang out as the sentients jumped, seeing their element of surprise was lost. "Get 'em," one snarled, a rat-like creature, sprinting forward, blaster up and flashing as it unloaded wildly. Scorch marks littered the wall and the body of Asimov. Placing himself between the station master, Asimov caught the majority of the fire that came at him, giving the rat a flat look as he caught the creature, just before it could grapple him, arm bending, and flung the creature back at the amongst his friends. "Please evacuate the area, sir," the cyborg said, before launching up, arms grabbing onto the ceiling, before his eags bent back and grabbed the ceiling and skittered across it rapidly, even as the station master scuttled away, eye equivalents wide as he watched the combat. Like some strange insect or spider, Asimov shot across the ceiling, causing screeches of terror from the opposing sapients as they got up, unloading on the form of the approaching mechanoid, dodging left and right, before leaping off the ceiling at them, claws wide open, 4 claws open wide as he smashed 2 of them to the ground, heads giving loud cracks as they slammed against the ground. Not done. The cyborg's legs launched him forward again, the bending limbs allowing him to launch forward at a rapid rate, making the rat snarl as it leapt to the side, leaving his fellows to get flung to the side, the head on the mechanoid spinning around, locking on their position for a second before snapping to the next, before spinning again, keeping an eye on everyone as his arms snaking around, grabbing one of the plasma pistols off the ground, clicking it onto a magnetic strip on the side of the pack on his back, before drawing his own slugger. The size of the thing still made the plasma pistol look like a toy, with a resounding click heard as one of the claws, acting like a thumb, switched the safety out of position near the slide. With a snarl, a new sentient burst into the room, a massive, armored creature, shaped like a giant pill or lozenge, with 6 legs, tipped with 3 claws each, with 2 larger ones that unfolded from near its head area, its hands curled up within its scythe. It charged forward with a bellow, arms wide as it moved, deck plating shaking as it charged, its face seeming to be covered with a biological mask, giving it a vacant look. Asimov seemed to roll his shoulders and made to strafe to the side, the barrel of the massive pistol slamming down onto the creature's head, smashing it into the floor, other arm grabbing the scythe arm trying to slice him, before flicking himself over the arm and slid back, head locked onto the massive creature. The others took advantage of the attack, firing away endlessly, their plasma bolts splashing against the cyborg's body over and over again, splashing off, scorching off the paint. They lowered their blasters as they glanced at one another worriedly. This thing was taking the hits they had dished out at it, shrugging it off like it was nothing, even as their massive beast of a teammate slammed forward again, only for the cyborg leap and land on the ceiling, using 3 limbs before flinging himself off, spinning in the air, and boom. The hand cannon went off, causing those with more sensitive hearing who were still standing to cover their ears, or hearing organs, or fall to the floor. As the massive beast screeched, a massive hole appearing on one side of the beast, and an even bigger hole on the other side. The massive, over-penetrated round slamming into the chest of another of the hooligans, punching in and making a bloody hole in their flimsy armor and atmosuit. Boom, boom, boom. It went off, again and again, 2 more holes appearing on the living tank, 1 more towards its rear, sending it spinning as the round dug into the wall of the station, leaving a crater, the next round punching between the bulbous eye-like protrusions for the mask. A squelched sound as ichor gushed from the pre-existing holes and the back end ripped open. The round digging into the floor due to change in trajectory thanks to internal obstructions in the creature. The last of the 3-round salvo was in a whole other direction completely, severing the spine of the rat-like creature as he tried to make a break for the horizon's airlock. The round making the oxygen tank explode on the atmosuit he wore, minus the helmet for some stupid reason, helping rip the rat in 2, a chunk of metal slamming into the back of the creature's head, ending its existence swiftly, even as the others backed up. "Damn Deathworlder tin can, Boshik is fast," one of them hissed, even as another rapidly drew a pin on a canister-like object and tossed it to the floor, smirking as the device exploded with gray smoke, completely unaware of just how ineffective the move was. After all, this was an old model Astro robot frame, designed for deep space, designed for low to no light environments, ZOG to aquatic, and some level of warmer and even colder climates. Warning: vision obscured. Optical sensors impaired. Infrared impaired. LiDAR impaired /CMD_activate sonar systems operational. Sonar online. For Asimov, the world became black and white, mainly shapes and depths, his optics no longer glowing, making his opponents curse as they lost a quite viable target in the smoke. The Criff? Did it just shut its optics off? Why the... Asimov launched up onto the ceiling, his feet claws clinging to the ceiling, as his sonar systems allowed him to line up the iron sights on the one speaking. Boom. The head of the speaker evaporated, the bulkhead caving in, thanks to the thicker hull there than on, say, the Seeker. The last 2 stumbled back, horrified as the 2 who had been knocked out got up in time to see the headless form fall to the floor, and the machine to launch off the ceiling, the smoke filling the room thanks to the canister, unable to be easily filtered out by the life support thanks to the canister still pumping out smoke. "Why did you use the mill grade?" one of the others coughed, before letting out a gurk, when Asimov slammed into them, crushing their upper body to a thick paste, covering the lower segments of the legs with blood, slowly raising up, before rapid footsteps were heard, and the sound of breaking bones and screams were heard. The sick sound of popping heard as a head was ripped off, flung to the side, before the clicks were heard, and then a clank and a crunch. The room cleared up, revealing the 2 remaining goons, and the bloodied robot, slightly paint-stripped off parts of him, blood dripping from his claws, holding the canister in them, one near the port that had been gushing smoke everywhere had. It had been crushed shut, little, manageable sprays still coming out, but it no longer overloaded the atmospheric systems. "Stand down," Asimov said again, firmly, optics booting back up, the shutters managing to give the impression of a scowl, throwing the now damaged canister to the side, drawing his pistol again aimed at the floor. And at that moment, security finally showed up, behind the station master, who pointed at the remaining attackers. Delta 4 raced down the halls alongside its combat team. Station master said some vac brain tried jumping a Deathworlder ship. Again. One of the more insectoid members said, their many legs skittering as their armor clanked on their bodies. "Which ones? The Saurian rocks? Zinth," said one of the others, a many-legged, worm-like taxon. "No, human. Old human. Said it looked like an early cloner vessel, and going off the guild ID and manifests, going to have to confirm," the Cadian said with a laugh. "You're joking. They are still finding those damn things," said another, a trike, their reptilian bulk making the deck shake as they... Boom. Slugger fire detected, caliber unrecognized. Station feeds indicate from a large caliber pistol. Delta 4 stated, their tracks spinning faster. Archaic human android is currently defending Station Master and vessel designated A's Event Horizon. Hostile species includes Tarantian. Boom, boom, boom. Thal's teeth. That sounds like an artillery piece, cursed the Cadian. Antenna, already slicked back by their speed, wiggled back and forth in worry. Station feed indicates android is employing heavy slugger. Confirmed penetration and several dents in bulk heads from over-penetration of the rounds. Low Class 2, High Class 1 categorization. Assessing pattern, weapons pattern match found. Human, modified and upscaled variant of a 1911. Delta 4 stated, watching the data feed the heavy mechanoid was receiving from the station as the team neared the docks. Criff, who brought out the museo. Boom. Muffled cursing was heard as they rounded the corner and saw the station master crouched behind a bulkhead, one of his eye stalks peeking around the corner when the other locked on them as they rounded the corner. Thank the stars, the good captain has already dealt with the Tarantian. Quite impressive, really, and, the station master said, before the doors slammed shut. Military-grade smoke chaff emitter deployed. Station safety protocols online until emitter is disabled or runs out. Delta said grimly, even as the mechanoid projected a hologram. Switching between infrared, gamma, and other visible ranges ineffective. Auto-targeting sensors blocked due to M-chaff, LiDAR and OPER. The machine froze before a audiograph and the hologram showed where sound waves were coming from. Out of standard audio sounds detected, frequency matched, as is standard audio pulse. Mechanized sound detection system in use. Delta 4 said, in no small amount of surprise, even as they watched the dots that now represented the android and the others zip around the room. Odd, why is his signal so high up, on the ceiling like that? The Cadian said, before Delta 4 showed an earlier part of the fight, as the station master snorted. Crazy Cyborg's body seems to have some sort of mag lock system in his hand and foot claws. Defiantly made the fight interesting. That's a cyborg, the Taxon yelped, its multifractured eyes seeming to widen in shock. But how is he not going mad from sensory deprivation? Or overload? There's no way he can remain sane with that much of him being machine. That's because it's a human in that frame. Research variant of a old Mk-12 Astro robot body as well, while not as armored as a fully fledged combat variant. The station master said, motioning to the holo. Is fast and versatile. Often doubled as repair teams on later, manned expeditions. First I've seen of a frame used for this. Boom. Everyone jumped, even as Delta 4 flinched. More muffled, thanks to the door, it was still loud, as they watched one of the signals fall and go still. Delta 4, the Trike said slowly. Yes, Officer Kine? You said that there's M-chaff affecting targeting systems, right? Yes. The machine said, systems curious about the query. Then how in the name of Thal can that thing still aim? Accessing. 1911 pattern pistol. Upscaled and modified for larger, unknown caliber. Other changes include a wider grip. No alterations to line-of-sight iron sight targeting method, the machine said, giving its assessment, before getting interrupted. Wait, you mean to tell us there's no targeting assist on that thing? He's just eyeballing it? The Taxon said in shock. Correct. A forward sight post corresponds with the rear sight pair. Align the two properly, and they will ensure the barrel is aligned with your target. The system predates aim assist systems, visors, and implants. Due to the physical sights, sound waves bounce off the posts, allowing them to be used with sonar systems with moderate difficulty, depending on the sensitivity of the system, as opposed to a holosight system or auto-targeting system, which would have been completely useless due to requirement of light to use. The machine said simply, as the Taxon looked at it in horror. Humans, flesh and blood, cloned or mechanized, are insane, as are their creations. Another signal winked out, along with a wet sound, making everyone grimace as they realized what happened. Crushed to death, unpleasant, and likely horrifying to the others, who could not see their foe. Optical lights are off. A prudent decision, minimizing visible targets till he is on top of opposition. Demoralizing tactic as well. Fear of the unknown is making opponents sloppy. A scream and a pop before they heard the soft clicks and saw the smoke leaving, revealing the android holding the smoke chaff unit, disabling the smoke at the least, even if the M emitter still operated. Stations clearing the air. Insert action in 3, 2, 1, go! The trike growled, sprinting in after the station master to come into a war zone. Bodies all over, damage and blood smeared on the deck and bulkheads. Stand down. The cyborg showed great restraint, finger off the trigger, firearm aimed at the oar, but he did not let his remaining opponents out of his sight. Well, not till the team surrounded them. Ding ding dong. The musical tone announced throughout the station. Biohazard cleanup crews to Dock 4 please for cleanup. Mortuary and ambulance units to Dock 4 for deceased body removal. A automated system stated over the entire station. Delta 4 side. This was going to be a long cycle. No longer dripping from decon, Asimov finally got back into the vessel, humming as he stood by the kitchenette. A coffee maker, clearly fabricated using food-grade lab equipment, sockslit extractor and a flask, with a heating mantle and a water cooler, cycling away. Freshly cloned and hyper-grown coffee beans having been ground and now was brewing some coffee. The smell attracted the former comms officer, who stumbled in from her nap in her quarters. "Mempiachef, is that coffee I smell?" the herbivore reptile said, opening cabinets as she searched for her specially made mug. She set it down next to the ceramic cup of her captain's, giving an odd look to the old fluid vessel, white, with a handle, and a circular blue insignia with what looked like the silhouette of the ship itself on said blue circle, with a red ring around it at an angle. She shrugged. Not her business if that was all he had. She perked up as she saw him pull the flask carafe off the mantle and extractor, setting another cup beneath the extractor to let the last few dregs of coffee fall out of the extractor, before carefully pouring them each an even amount of coffee, giving a twist as he finished to prevent any droplets of coffee from being wasted, before setting the flask on a swirling heating mantle, keeping the coffee warm and kept it stirred, placing a stopper at the top to prevent additional water from leaving it. "Honey?" he offered, pulling out a very fresh bottle of honey that had been brought in by one of the drones from the aquaponics flow hives that had been successfully cloned. Zedara nodded, curious as to the taste of human honey compared to the version her own kind cultivated from their honey beetles, as the humans called them. She reminded herself to be careful in that section. Tough skin or not, humans didn't bother removing the stingers from their bees when they cloned them. And those little suckers could leave a sting that hurt worse than what most expected from a small insect. The golden syrup was carefully poured in from the metallic honey dipper, some in each cup before Asimov poured some synthetic milk into his cup, swirling it a little to mix it, before holding it up to a hatch where the collarbones would meet on a completely flesh and blood human, and poured it down into it slowly, giving a satisfied hum. "Is that coffee I smell?" came a light, feminine voice. Asimov's head turned to look behind him at one of the saline, or as humans called them, gray guards, the alien's large head no longer covered by her hood, even when her slim body still was, the cloak moving oddly as it entered and exited the gravity reducer field her kind employed when in ships of multiple species or on planets with higher gravity than they were used to. "It is. Need a cup?" Asimov offered, getting a nod as the thin alien produced a shot glass from her bag and poured herself a shot. Waiting for it to cool, she sat at the table connected to a wrap-around sofa setup recessed into the wall, groaning as she sat back, looking up and noticing a small hub of CRT screens hanging from the ceiling, and idly noticed before her a series of ports of some kind, and a smaller screen, possibly an entertainment system of some kind, or a briefing table. Either way, it was off and had no visible way of interfacing with it. Not that she had, anyways. The trike groaned as she sat down nearby, even as Asimov remained standing, still drinking his own coffee as he read the medical pad, scrolling through it as he read up on medical necessities of some kind. The moment the shot was cool enough, the Grey picked the glass and knocked it back, before pouring herself another. "Still waiting for the paperwork to clear?" Zedara asked as she sipped on her coffee, the cup she used hooking onto the side of her beak, and allowed her to tip it in and slowly trickle the liquid in. Unfortunately, apparently, a few of them had a sizable bounty on them and were known for trying to break into people's ships on the docks. The Tarantian was their muscle when it came to dealing with some of the more stubborn ones, and had quite the history with Morg. They didn't expect him to be joining his victims quite as violently as he had. Asimov said, head tilting up to look at her. That had gotten a sputter and a cough out of the Grey when he had said that. Still coughing, she sat her drink down on the table hard. Excuse me, a Tarantian?" she said, her pitch black, almond-shaped eyes widening as she stared at him in shock. "Large, biologically armored, lozenge or pill-shaped creature with 6 legs and scythe for arms," Asimov said, before he walked up to the table, an arm segments allowing it to bend over the table as his palm ejected a data connector, and he plugged it into the terminal before her. Above the Grey, the screen lit up, revealing the image of the sentient he had fought. There was a dent in its carapace above its head, a large one, though its mass kept hidden if it was dazed or not. A Tarantian warrior caste. "What in the moons of Vega was that thing doing on board the station?" she sputtered, staring at the image, even as Zedara snorted. "Being muscle for the raiders. Apparently, sluggers work quite well against them, though the caliber in question. I don't think many but a Trask, the captain, maybe a Glinch, some fool augmented out of their minds, no offense, Captain, or someone in heavy armor could use that monstrosity," Zedara said, getting a nod from her captain. "Understandable, Zedara. Which reminds me," he said, reaching behind him, in his pack, and pulled 4 things out. One was a black case with latches, a small, plastic box that rattled a little, a holster with a belt, and a pack of some sort. "Until a new part is fabricated for your blaster, you may use this. Standard Browning 1935, 3 magazines, along with 1 box of 9mm. The last bag contains a cleaning kit, oil and a data chip with lessons on how to clean, maintain, load, and operate the firearm. Modifications were made to accommodate your hands," the cyborg explained, as Zedara carefully opened the case first and examined the pistol, before opening the pack, and plugged the chip into the console before her. The 2 non-human were silent as they watched the video, the sound of the translated words coming through, drinking their coffee. The Grey continually knocking back shot after shot of coffee, odd, darker patches appearing where her cheeks would have been. "Wait, that's how you aim it," slurred the Grey, as she watched the video. "What about aim assist? What about targeting optics? Why a set of metal posts? And where's the gas and charger ports?" she said, swaying. "The pistol is a small slugger. Well, smaller than the captain's," Zedara said as she examined the pistol, slowly following the video on how to use it, wisely following the safety video shown at the beginning, checking the slide, watching how each part worked. Fascinating. Many similarities between the 2 weapons. They were designed, initially, by the same man. The 1935 was finished by his friend when the man in question passed. "My pistol is just a modified, upscaled variant of the original 1911 design," Asimov said, even as the Grey pouted. "Slugger? But they have so little ammo and are so loud," she whined, as Asimov seemed to frown. Moments later, the door opens, as Hoda wandered in. "Have you seen O?" the Grey diplomat said, spotting his guard, who giggled. "Hey," her next words were in a garbled mess of another language, consisting of squeaks, clicks and squelches. The diplomat stared at the other's cheeks, at the flask in one hand, the shot glass, and then the mugs the other 2 had. "Eaton, I would normally reprimand you for drinking on the job, but we are about to fly anyways." The male Grey sighed, taking the flask from her hand, and poured himself a glass. "Drinking caffeine gets you drunk," Asimov said, head tilted, even as Zedara leaned away from Eaton, who made grabby motions towards the pistol, forcing her to quickly lock it back up, away from drunken hands. It wasn't loaded, but she was going to use caution anyways. It does. Normally, we drink it in lesser amounts. What we consider a beer is what most humans call a tea, while an espresso is a hard liquor. Coffee is closer to moonshine, or wine, depending on it, he said, knocking back his shot and slowly swallowed, savoring the taste. Or a vodka. This is a very good vodka to us, he said, humming as he swirled the drink in the flask, holding it up to his gaze. Perfect per-flight drink, especially since this time we can't just sleep through the trip, he said as he seemed thoughtful. If I may? I suppose, though since it's a booze to you, why drink before a flight? Asimov asked, curious as he watched the alien pour 2 more shots, smacking Eaton's hands away, and gathered the shots up. Zedara grabbed the flask before Eaton could get more. We don't handle spaceflight well. Normally, we would use sleeper capsules and an autopilot or hired pilot of another species to fly us to where we need to go. Unfortunately, there wasn't any way we could use our ship, so we placed a contract with the guild. Caffeine calms us in some ways, lets us handle spaceflight a little better. Doesn't mean we can take the helm, of course, for the same reason why a human or another species can't fly when they are inebriated, he said, calmly. Well, calmly as he could, while he felt the caffeine hit him. He was buzzed at best, his metabolism rapidly introducing it to his body. Zedara and Asimov looked at one another. Horizon, please lock all caffeine and coffee or tea-related cupboards. Crew permissions only, Asimov said, as they heard a series of clicks, and if anyone looked at the cabinets, they would see a yellow light on the locks. Spoil sports. Eaton giggled before laying down on the sofa and fell asleep, giggling as she slept her caffeine off. Hours later, the saline diplomatic team was comfortably tucked into their flight seats. The chairs reclined, harness crash webbing extended over them, as was for Asimov and Zedara. Each of the diplomatic team members had a flask of tea, sitting in the cup holders of their chairs. Eaton was still asleep. A's Event Horizon, this is Station Akina. You're cleared to undock. May the stars guide your flight, the control deck said, as the cyborg captain nodded. May the solar winds be in your favor, Asimov responded, getting silence on the other end of the line, before they heard a barking laugh of amusement in the background. We read you Horizon. First time we've seen our co-controller look like someone slapped them with a nebula diver. Came a deeper voice crackled through, full of mirth. Not often we get the human call back here. There was more laughter in the background, and a yelp of indignation. Ease off, drinks are on me tonight. Someone finally cleared out some of the dock raiders, so hopefully we won't get as many complaints about missing detritus anymore, the growling voice said jovially, followed by a panicked yell. Ship decloaking, void side, it's in front of the A's Event Horizon. That got Asimov's attention, watching as a ship dropped its optical disguise, revealing a heavily armed, patched-together hulk of a ship. 3 massive engines glowed behind it, a crumpled, scorched, brick-like body, and maw-like front, 4 large barrels sticking out of the maw. Above the maw was the bridge, visible due to the lights from the windows, while running along sides of the larger vessel were cannons of all shapes and sizes, a mismatch of various weapons. Hailing frequencies opened, revealing a raggedy-looking creature, not unlike a fish with a large scar running across where the eyes should have been, replaced with an optical visor. Oi, chumps! Me and me boys are gonna be taking that ship of your hands. Got someone who paid a pretty credit for it, and who am I to deny business? The fish-like sentient smirked. So if I was yous, I'd leave that ship, quick-like. Asimov stared at the fishman, before chuckling, despite the situation. Interesting, slight problem, the cyborg said, tilting his head in amusement. You have to catch us first, he said, before the Vox channel shut down, and then the impulse engines blazed, sending a shudder through the vessel as it shot forward like a missile towards the larger ship. Adjusting its path, it zipped past underneath the pirate vessel, who wheeled around slowly, its reaction control thrusters underpowered for trying to catch the smaller, more nimble event horizon. By the time it had swung around, the smaller ship was already diving into the asteroid belt with a hefty head start. Captain Brogan stared at the screen before him, before letting out a dark laugh. "Got a shiny fin, dat one. Still, it's a Humi. Ain't much o' a surprise, I suppose," said the amphibious sentient, before turning to his command crew. "After HFY Karesh offered up a good chunk o' credits for dat ship and captain's head on a pike," the amphibious captain said as the crew roared, both in anger and in adrenaline. It had been a while since someone in the sector had pulled a stunt like this. Their reputation was on the line, on top of those credits. No one got away from the Black Star pirates and lived. "Zedara, what are the scans of the asteroids around us? Horizon, open salvage scoop doors, and bring all turrets online," Asimov said, even as the vessel nimbly danced out of the way of a set of asteroids. "Composition looks to be standard nickel-magnesium composites, Captain," Zedara said, before her console had a loading screen flash up, before a cheery chime was heard. A stylized circle, with a corona, like a black hole around it, flashed on the screen's new HUD before it raised up. /add scanners online. Stress points marked / flashed across a small CMD window at the bottom, like some strange text box. Asimov instantly swung the turrets around, taking aim at a different asteroid each, as it clicked. Right? Insane. Human captain. Most saw them as using rocks still. They were right, but not the way they would expect. Zedara gave a feral grin as watched as her captain placed the targeting systems on those markers, setting them to maximum power. Bright lasers shot out from the now unfolded turrets around them, shooting at asteroids around them, hitting stress fractures. The fractures heated up, glowing brightly as the minerals inside expanded, pushing the rock apart, even as the bonds tried to keep them together. She then saw an image flick onto her screen, showing a stylization of Asimov's head, a black hole again, and then a representation of her head, though hers had a cable with a line through it. She grabbed a data connector and breathed in slowly and jacked it into the adapter Asimov had fabricated for her personal link. She hissed as she felt her systems linked to the ship. This wasn't how most ships operated. It was like she was the ship. Well, part of it. She could feel her captain, mind spinning as he now was able to toss tactics to her, while she felt another presence snarling at the chasing vessel. She was unaware of her beak clacking in anger in reality as she began feeling the anger of the vessel at her crew being threatened. Asimov wasn't sitting idle, either, and he wasn't going to leave the now critical asteroids floating in space to do no damage. Tethers lit up on the underbarrels of the mining lasers, gravity beams latching onto the now dangerously glowing asteroids, and he yanked. The beams bowed like whips, and 8 different asteroids were flung behind them, right as the enemy vessel shot out from behind a larger asteroid, not expecting to have near-detonating lumps of rock and a now destabilized metal chucked at them. Upon impact with the hull of the larger vessel, it became the last straw for the asteroids, making them detonate, knocking the enemy vessel off course, leaving dents in the armor at best, punctures at worst, one rock detonating between all 4 of the main cannons, striking the charging capacitors, causing a larger explosion as they discharged violently into the Tabana gas tanks used to help form the plasma. For a moment, the enemy vessel looked like it was breathing fire. But it wasn't out for the count. Its main cannons were offline, its systems were damaged, but its massive engines still burned, forcing it forward, still giving chase, faster than the smaller vessel, but nowhere near as nimble. "Zedara, keep a scanner out for dilithium asteroids," Asimov said as he banked the ship hard and wove through several tight asteroids, the larger vessel tailing them, barely having time to pull to broadside the asteroids, unable to stop, unable to take them head-on due to the ship's damaged primary cannons, but it could give chase, its maw still venting gas and fire like some monstrous entity belching fire. Zedara nodded with her physical body. using the sensors like an extension of her body, which was weird to feel. Was this why her captain was so calm in that body of his? Because human tech, even outdated as this, could feel like a natural body, even with it being shared like this. She swept the sensors through the asteroids, watching the readings as they flicked through her skull. Thankful the ship and the adapter helped her mind process the data without overloading. Dilithium deposits, starboard side. Captain, she called out, using her real eyes to glance around. The Greys looked more than a little ill. Two were emptying their flasks, while Hoda gripped his chair in a death grip. She felt the vessel twist, the ship turning hard, before accelerating again, going the opposite direction. And then she felt the ship swing around, hard, turning a full 180 degrees, bringing them about to stare at the chasing vessel. She could feel the amusement burning through the vessel itself as they accelerated hard, zipping past again, the mining lasers burning hard, tethers firing away, striking the shields of the enemy vessel, burning away at them, wearing the shields down a bit, part of the captain's plan. She could feel it, burbling under his mind, even as she finally felt him reaching out, dipping the ship into ethereal currents to help sling them just that little bit faster. Insanity, but one with methodology. She loved the plan, but she wasn't sure that their passengers would, even as the ship swung about again, sitting in the middle of the dilithium asteroid field. Brogan ground his sharp teeth against one another, feeling a few pop loose. They would grow back, even as he watched his crew scurry around, running damage control throughout the ship. Decks 3 and 4 are venting atmosphere, multiple hull breaches. Decks 5 and 2 have managed to isolate the breached rooms, but the remainder of the crew on Deck 2 are cut off from the rest of the ship. Main cannons are offline, Tabana gas tanks are ruptured, can't hold a mole of gas. Primary capacitors for them are completely fried and discharged into primary munitions control systems, switching to backups. Shields taken a beating. The short from the primary capacitors fried half the shield capacitors, down to 40%, and dropping. Medicals running out of supplies and are overrun, requesting to convert galley to overflow room. Engineering is saying the generators are overtaxed and overheating. Engines are running too hot. If we aren't careful, they're gonna blow. Reaction control is completely shot on the starboard side from the detonation on that side. Punched a hole on the RCS relay on that side. The helmsmen yelped as they saw the horizon, such a small, frail ship, spin around and race right past them, making Brogan snarl. After dat ship, I want dat captain's eed for a grog bowl, he roared, spittle flying from his mouth as everyone was thrown to the side, the ship groaning as they spun around, unable to spin on a dime like the little vessel due to the loss of half the RCS control. Captain, the engines can't take much more Odis. Engineering reports primary ignition coils are getting ready to melt down on us. In a second, only one melting down is gonna be used if you don't stop your yammering and get dat carking ship. Brogan roared again, face shifting color as he got up. Captain, the ship, she's ahead, just sittin' dera. The navigations officer said, frowning as the Wellian glanced up, the creature's many furry arms rapidly dancing across the controls. Boss, they are ailing us, the comms officer said as the image of Asimov, his domed head glinting in the of the gas giant behind Brogan's vessel. Captain of the Black Star, we will give you one chance. Stand down, or we will ensure your ship won't be leaving here under your own power. The cyborg said, his voice echoing oddly, like two other voices echoed underneath his own. When I get me hands on your skull, I'm gonna enjoy scooping out your brain and crushing it in me fist, Brogan snarled, before the navigations officer yelled out in terror. Captain, the asteroids, dare? I don't care, give them a full broadside, Brogan roared, as the Black Star groaned, creaking as it swung around, cannons on its side bristling as crewmen unloaded on the smaller vessel. Only for the event horizon to engage her impulse engines, blazing as it raced up. Captain, multiple detonations detected, dilithium cascade, screeched out the horrified navigations officer, making the entire crew pale. "Get us out of here, ya Criffin Idiots," Brogan yelled. As the ship's frame groaned again, Pops heard as her Arceus engines wheeled her around to try and follow the horizon. "Multiple structural frame failures. SAS and Arceus systems are attempting to keep us steady. Engines on emergency speed," called out one of the command crew as the ship's engines burned, blazing as the ship burned brightly, rapidly catching up to the horizon. Or would have? Behind the black star, the asteroids they had struck and exploded detonated the others near them, the cycle building up, getting more and more powerful, the explosion and violent ball of plasma and destruction flinging molten, burning rocks forward, striking the black star as the event horizon nimbly strafed left, right, up, prospectively, and down. Engine 1 has been hit, reducing output to keep damages from increasing. Electromagnetic wave detected. It's right behind the debris wave. Brogan snarled. "Get the ads to shoot down the carking asteroids. Get da shields back to 60%, or someone's hide is gonna be me new rug." The fishman snarled, even as ice filled his veins. "Ads firing on all sides, but we can barely keep up. Computer core can't process fast enough without additional power diverted to." The ship shuddered again. Consoles sparked as the crew was thrown around. "Navigation, what in Thal's fury was that?" Brogan said, afraid of the answer. "Multiple dilithium fragments thrown out from the edges of the explosion, destabilized and detonating around us, Captain. Multiple impacts in engineering, venting atmosphere, generators hit. Engines are failing, ignition coils melting down on engines 2 and 3. Reducing power to attempt to try and keep going. Shields failing. Multiple M strikes from the dilithium detonations are using up the remaining capacity." The lights flickered. The ship shuddered as the screens went to show what had happened. On the screen showed the debris field, flying at them at an absolutely insane speed, unable to be outrun, even as they tried to burn fuel to increase their speed. They were now barely keeping pace with the event horizon, due to the damage to the engines and failure to the generators. The ship shook, shuddering from the impacts, screams and cries of alarm ringing out, along with worsening damage reports from multiple decks, even as Brogan snarled. "Sir, unusual readings from the event horizon," one of the navigators said, not the main one, who was arguing with the engine crew, trying to get more speed, ignoring the reasons they couldn't. "On screen, now," Brogan snarled, and watched as the horizon appeared on the screen, and then they saw why they were getting the readings. The event horizon's ring had opened the shutters, extending an engine ring of some kind, while white lights spun around the ring, speeding up rapidly with each lap, energy crackling off the vessel. A sphere began forming around the vessel, warping reality around it, a whirling corona of energy forming around it, like the ship's namesake, the ship itself still visible in the field, despite the appearance and presence of the field. The new ring-shaped engine began glowing, as the nozzle, more or less 2 rings, one inner and one outer ring, contracted, the white exhaust of the new, unknown engine being compressed into a finer and finer stream of energy, while the ship seemed to glow brighter and brighter with each passing moment, the lights that had been racing around the ring a solid ring of light now. And then the shutters opened, a white flash of light, burning the cornea of the poor fools who stared at the vessel when the ship dove out of reality, the flash gone, even as the ship shook in the wake of the effects, an invisible wave causing reality to warp, expanding out from where the horizon had once been, and they were headed right for it. "Heavy gravitational waves, incoming," the helmsman cried, even as the entire crew realized what had happened. The horizon had escaped, and now? Now they were stuck between an M wave and a gravitational wave. Moments later, the M wave struck the black star as it tried to turn and alter its course, shield capacitors frying, exploding throughout the vessel, fire exploding out from the sides of the ship, systems burning, overloading with electromagnetics, consoles sparking, melting, belching smoke. And then the gravitational wave struck them, sending the already tumbling, groaning ship spinning end over end uncontrollably, her frame twisting and screaming inside the still atmospherically sealed sections of the ship, bending and groaning under the strain. The last thing Brogan saw was the burning, atomizing wave of plasma racing at their vessel, just behind the M-wave, set off by their own cannons. And then knew nothing, forevermore. The event horizon stared down the black star, amusement burning through her positronic brains. The irony of the name wasn't lost on the smaller vessel, but she craved to show the name-stealer why she had earned her name. She listened to her captain's Hild's attempt at letting the sentience live, a wonderful gesture, one that made her sigh initially. Sentimental weight. She snarled as the enemy vessel unleashed a barrage of firepower, before she felt the vicious, victorious feeling from her captain, before she felt his plan. She gave an amused rumble and burned at maximum power, racing up out of the field before the thief could realize what its crew had just done, laughter filling her mind space, even as she felt her crew work together with her. She enjoyed the sensation of adrenaline racing through the two organics' bodies, loving the rush it sent through her circuits as they raced from certain doom, their opponent hot on their tails. She laughed again in a tinkling, beeping laugh in her inhabited sections as they danced around speeding rocks, listening to her astrogator's mind as he reached out, flicked them around asteroids before them, even as the black star rammed them without abandon behind them, not caring for hull damage, just trying to escape its fate. And then she felt it, with growing fear as she saw the M-wave racing out, a byproduct of so many dilithium and radioactive detonations at once. She didn't want to go back to sleep. She didn't want to lose her crew, her captain's Hild, her passengers. And then she felt the trike shielded in their connection as Asimov drove his mind into the fabric of reality, stretching out and out, initializing chronodon stabilizer fields. She heard, as she felt her Vol drive beginning to charge up, as Zedara's mind flooded with confusion and shock. Horizon could feel the fear, horror and confusion of the Greys as her ring began glowing, Vanir collectors spinning up, pulling at the fabric of reality around them. She could feel her primary drive extending out from the ring's shroud for it. Charging Vol drive, Vanir collectors spooling up. Chronodon stabilizer fields online. She heard inside her bridge, as she felt reality warping around them, bending to her drive's very will, her intent. She would not fall here. She would show them why she earned her name. Drive charged. Diving in 3, 2, 1. Vol drive on full, Asimov said as he shut her impulse engines off, and Horizon felt reality send out a ripple, her laughter gaining a dark edge as they slipped into the sea between seas. No longer could she detect the enemy vessel, but they no longer existed on the same reality plane. Translating coordinates for Human Federation to Vol space coordinates, engaging drive motivators, Asimov said, his voice tinged with her own as they worked in tandem, his mind feeling out for safe eddies as the ring glowed, burning with energy expelled from it, pushing her forward. She strafed around many of the glowing spheres, a set of one or more lights with a spinning, expanding disk coming from them, despite yearning to go to them, to explore their stars they represented. But no, her passengers needed one star, and she would get them there, safely, unharmed. Destination ahead. Prepare for real space transition in 3, Horizon and Asimov said in unison, as they burned towards one of the glowing, spinning stars, getting closer and closer. 2, she could hear the protests and questions from her passengers, requesting what was going on. What kind of drive was this? 1, surfacing. Horizon dove into the star's gravitational disk, sending a ripple across it, and erupted out, staring down a massive gray vessel, bearing down on them with massive cannons panning through the stars, its impulse thrusters glowing, frames shrugging off the gravitational waves of their return to real space. Welcome back, little sister. Admiral Serrano stood on the bridge of his battle cruiser, the gray ghost herself, the HFS Enterprise. He rubbed a hand on one of the consoles, getting a gentle trum from turning reincarnated vessel, as they patrolled the fringe of New Terra. Even this body of hers was on the older, smaller side. That didn't mean the old ship's soul that inhabited her was any less vicious. If anything, it made her more dangerous to get into a fight, aiding her crew, screeching obscenities at those who threatened her charges and those she existed to protect. Running a little over a kilometer long, she was still a respectable size, her design similar to that of an old Iowa-class battleship, but with several modifications. For one, she was upscaled dramatically, her foredeck flattened out rather than curved up, with a rail gun-based launch system for fighter craft, aimed directly forward. Sitting above said launch bay were two monstrous MAC turrets, with 6 barrels apiece, one slightly forward and closer to the deck, the other just behind her, slightly raised up above it. Each of the barrels on the turrets had its own very limited gimbal, allowing them to aim all at the same target, or all at different targets that were in the same field of view. On either side of the launch ramp sat smaller mini-Macs, small, 4-barrel turrets that could fire 30mm rounds at a blistering pace, making for excellent point defense and anti-fighter turrets. On the side of the vessel, because she wasn't sitting in water, but swam in the void of space, another series of massive MAC cannons, each armed with 2 barrels apiece, hung off her side, symmetrical on each side, a pair forward and a pair towards the back, with smaller broadside mini-Macs between the two, shorter range, but larger than the 30mm mini-Mac turrets that dotted her deck. The 4 larger, side-mounted turrets were also able to aim underneath her should her opponent try and get out of the firing arc of her main armament, preventing her from being unable to reach her foe. Across her deck, nestled close to the bridge, and the main turrets were more 30mm mini-Macs, out of the way of the cannons, panning back and forth in random movements, searching the stars hungrily to gift some unfortunate enemy vessel their wide variety of munitions. Her bridge was of course modernized, sleeker, and had a shorter sensor tower, set a bit lower than the old Iowa class, her bridge sitting comfortably next to a quartet of larger mini-Macs, each with a set of 4 barrels, 2 on each side, to defend the command center, should the need arise, while the back of her had a trio of the massive cannons, staggered in height like the front 2, bearing 5 cannons apiece rather than 6, but given there was an extra turret, it really didn't matter. Below the triad of turrets was a fighter dock and intake, allowing for fighters to return to the vessel, small as they were. Her engines were a quartet of large impulse engines, set in a diamond pattern, with a set of smaller impulse engines in between them to aid in maneuvering and for that little extra kick of speed. Around the engine cluster sat a ring system, similar to the one that was on the event horizon, but larger, bulkier. It was set just around the engine cluster, not poking beyond, allowing the cannons of the Enterprise to be able to cover the engine clusters without worrying about shooting their own FTL method. "Sir, gravitational disturbance off the bow," one of the sensor techs called out. "Signature matches a early vol drive. Looking for match in registry now," the tech said, as the ship turned hard, her RCS impulse engines burning. Across his console, Captain Serrano saw a CMD terminal open up, even as the ship sang with anticipation. He frowned. He knew the Enterprise had considered many vessels her sisters, and many had been lost. So, which vessel? Wait, vol drive. Early vol drive, a technology they had to rebuild due to losing it in a cataclysmic event that had destroyed the company that had made it, and resulted in the Horizon going missing when she misused her vol drive, but had kept Earth itself safe from an external threat of incredible technological power. While they managed to remake the tech, it was nowhere near as small as what the Horizon had. Early post-cataclysm human vessels relied on massive ring-shaped vol carriers, or, later on, conventional FTL engines purchased from their allies for smaller vessels. At the current moment, the Enterprise had the smallest vol drive of the modern variation. "All hands, lock down the hatches and equipment. Full chronoton shields, hard forward," Serrano barked out, the elderly human standing at the command seat, overlooking the rest of the bridge. "Sir?" one of the command crew asked, nervously. "If it's the ship I'm thinking of, she has a bit of flair for dramatics." Serrano deadpanned, even as they saw a bright light before them, their view screens darkening to ensure the crew wouldn't be blinded as a small vessel launched out of the hole in reality. The gravitational wave washed over the Enterprise's bow. the larger vessel shrugging it off, having expected it. "Sir, if match, it's the A's Event Horizon," one of the scanner officers said. Jaw dropped as they saw the little vessel push its way out of the Etherium and floated. The two ships aimed at one another. "Admiral, the Horizon is hailing us," the comms officer said, hand on their headset. "On screen, please." Serrano as they saw old MK Astro robot appear on the screen. "This is ARC CC-217, Captain Asimov of the Event Horizon to the HFS Enterprise. Apologies for dropping in unannounced," came the digital voice, making several people snort. "Understandable, Asimov. We hadn't expected to find the Horizon still operational. We had thought she was lost," Serrano said, before nodding to one of the helmsmen. "You're welcome to ride in our wake to the station. If you don't mind me asking, where did you find her?" Serrano asked, curious as to where the captain had found her. "She made me," was Asimov's response, getting a hiss of surprise from the crew. "An active cloner module. Joy. I see. Well then, easy enough to sort out. Be that as it may," the Admiral said, catching the motions of his sensor officer. "Asimov, we are picking up 4 saline life signals and 1 trike on board. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that's the saline congregation who said that they were on their way here," the human admiral asked, getting a nod. "Correct. All but the trike, who is a part of my crew," the cyborg said, even as the Horizon's engines glowed, pushing her above the Enterprise's bridge. The Horizon closed the distance to where she sat inside the Enterprise's own gravitational field, her impulse motors glowing softly, floating above the bridge, even as the massive warship's engines glowed brightly, wheeling her about before her primary engines lit up, accelerating rapidly towards Narish 7, the closest station with diplomatic capabilities and a functional transmat unit. Serrano could feel the Enterprise as she rumbled, burning brightly against the stars as they made their way to the station, the dusty planet already aware that the Enterprise was on its way, but not aware of the vessel she was escorting. The warship's admiral and captain could already feel the two vessels discussing recent events together. He shuddered to think of how much trouble the Horizon had already dug herself into. The Enterprise was bad enough, and she was built for trouble. The scrappy little science-cloner ship she had adopted as her sister was worse in some ways. And now she had a captain that she had literally created. Serrano managed to stifle a chuckle. He wanted to keep an eye out for reports of that little craft. He wanted to see what the unmanaged Hellion would do compared to her big sister, preferably for another admiral before him. A beep came through his console, and he saw an after-action report. From the Event Horizon. Dated very, very recently. Slowly, the admiral rubbed his face as he sat at his chair, reading the report, reminding himself that he was reading a report from a science vessel with minimal weapon systems, and apparently no ammo, despite opening the salvage scoops to try and collect enough raw metals to manufacture some. She was going to be competing with the Enterprise at turning his hair white, wasn't she? Station Master Jason was waiting by the airlock, watching as the old Enterprise drifted closer and closer, the saline representative standing next to him. "They are earlier than expected," Kisa said softly, their simple, brand-new, gold-accented body suit covering their body, compared to the station master's well-used, rugged atmosphere suit. "If they were picked up by the Enterprise, I'm not surprised. Has one of the smallest of the current Vol jump drives at the current moment. Odd though, would have thought there would have been a mass panic if she had popped into neutral space unannounced," he said, watching the gray warship drift closer, her hull still bearing faint marks from asteroids or weapons fire she had shrugged off, or patches in the hull from her repairs. The saline shuddered. "Do not joke about that. As much as your other warships and even merchant vessels are terrifying, that ship has a mind of her own with a possessiveness that rivals that of the Saurian Roxas. The age of her clabberment, shipsoul, you called it, only makes it all the worse," they said. It was true. Probably one other the things that terrified most of the galaxy and fascinated the Glinch were their ship's sentience. Honestly, it was an accident, but they took it. For most, it meant that humans could rely on their ships more, treated them as family, and the ships the same. Many pirates discovered you didn't mess with an angry vessel, even if her crew wasn't in a position to fight. You also didn't disrespect a human ship, or a human ship's crew. And the older they got, or the more they experienced, the more and more sentient they got. Some crews actively promoted this growth. Sir?" one of the deckhands said, looking at his Vox unit with confusion. "The Enterprise isn't docking. Something about her sister ship needing repairs and a once-over after her passengers disembark," they said, before Jason spotted a smaller vessel within the Enterprise's wake. Now that the ships were closer. Wonder which of her sisters it is," Jason said, mentally trying to figure out where most were. He wasn't a clone or mentally augmented, short of his dataport, so he couldn't just check mental files. He frowned as the vessels got closer. "Control, this is Station Master Jason. Did the Enterprise say which vessel is docking?" he called in, using his suit's Vox. Silence hung for a moment in the air, making him antsy before a voice replied. "The Event Horizon, sir." Jason balked when the reply came. "Repeat, Control. I could have sworn you said Event Horizon. That's not possible. History books said we lost her centuries ago," Jason said, as the saline next to him loomed at him in confusion. "That's what we said, sir. Credentials all check out. Not to mention we picked up a gravitational wave front a few days ago." A wave front the Enterprise went to check. Jason never got to respond as they felt the deck shudder and heard a thump reverberating as the ship successfully docked, hissing of atmosphere slowly increasing in volume as the pressure equalized, and then the doors opened. The saline congregation stumbled out, looking a little ill. Representative Kisa Hoda said, managing their version of a bow. "Diplomat Hoda, how have you fared?" Kisa asked, Jason stifling a chuckle as Hoda closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. "In truth, better than we could have. Our eventful, if short, trip notwithstanding," he said, glancing nervously back at the horizon. "Our flight plan had to be altered. Pirates as soon as we undocked. The captain of the ship dealt with the threat. If what he said on the trip from where we popped out to here is to be believed, there's nothing but a fried, melted husk of a pirate vessel, courtesy of a dilithium cascade and a gravitational wavefront generated by the vessel leaving real space more aggressively than needed," Hoda said, as Jason snorted. "Sounds like the ship. Madam Kisa, if I may, I need to speak with the ship's captain," Jason said, as the saline representative nodded, as she took the delegation with her to their temporary quarters to discuss what was so important they made their dangerous trek from where they had been stationed to here. Jason relaxed a bit, until he heard the telltale clicking of mechanical foot claws. The ancient Mk-12 frame was completely unexpected, especially bearing the captain's rank, its head panning about, scanning its surroundings. "Captain Asimov," Jason said, stepping forward, the cyborg's head locking onto his gaze in a moment. "Station Master," the cybernetic clone said, holding a claw out to shake, which the smaller station master shook with a grin. "Mind if I ask for a tour of the ship? She's got quite a place in our history books." "Order, order," the centauric chancellor cried, manipulator banging their gavel hard down on their podium. "The emergency meeting is now in session. Representatives Kisa, Hendricks, and Naya have the floor." The representatives in question appeared above the chancellor in holographic, the human in a military uniform, standing beside an aging saurian trike, their 3 horns long, carved with gentle swirls and layer with a metal within them. Between them stood Kisa, looking worried, while Trike looked troubled. "Honored sentients, we come bearing worrying news. As most know, the Everwatch station went dark at the farthest galactic north arm. As of a few hours ago, the saline delegation who had been passing by has finally arrived with their findings," Kisa said, her gaze grim as the image of the trio blinked out, replaced with the image of the station, heavily altered. Originally, it had looked like a simple disc in shape, like a great frisbee, with 2 dishes, one at the top and one below, one aimed deep into the void, the other aimed at the galactic center. Turrets, plasma and laser turrets to be precise, being a non-human station, were set up in concentric rings, expanding out from the dishes that acted as piles for the station, on the upper and underside of the station's shape, a simple design, not meant for much other than deep void sensor systems, and relaying information from the vessels that braved the uncharted void, searching for new life, new planets in the starless skies. Now, it looked corrupted. Fleshy pustules dotted the station at complete random intervals, pulsing and throbbing. Several looked to have ocular organs on them, locked onto the thing that had taken the holo. Glowing crimson lines pulsed on its hull, forming brutal-looking runes, geometric shapes, jagged lines and more, like a transmutation circle of some form. Below the station, long fleshy tentacles hung, like some strange jellyfish, armored at random intervals, clearly armored with parts from large vessels, ripped off and plastered, fused with its manipulators. Below it, it was slowly ramming a few of the manipulating limbs into a large combat vessel that had belonged to the Carey, a warlike race that had contested the space the station occupied, tearing the vessel apart, small, fast-moving objects below, it flitting in little blinks, flashes seen as the crew of the vessel fought desperately to fight off the corrupt-looking station, failing miserably. Suddenly, part of the station's disk opened, splitting open like some sort of mouth, and crimson shapes launched out. The hologram changed to a still optical photo of what was launched. A biological warship, fused with technology, impulse engines glowing, some brighter than others, its front a long, jagged muzzle, dotted with eyes of various races, larger than they should have been. Jutting out of its skin hull were cannons, again, ripped off various vessels like the engines, while around it, coiled tentacles were bound up, ready to be deployed to grapple with another vessel. These were the last images that could be gathered before the ship was set upon by the shown ship. The crew was barely able to jettison their vessel's escape pod through the webway gate before the gate was sealed. Kisa said grimly. Still images began appearing above the Chancellor, grainy, old, of massive creatures, mid-roar or attack, swinging a club, or armed with crude-looking energy weapons, punching a hole in an armored human soldier. Other images flickered into view, showing horrific creatures, amalgamation of multiple different species, combined together, some having multiple heads, some in the wrong place, warped, twisted, but always terrifying. These, the human representative said grimly, are old, but show some of what our attackers, or at least their troops are. The first images we called demons due to their similarity to the creatures from our religions. Extremely strong, augmented heavily by both biological modifications as well as technological, both what looks like their own and stolen. The second are poor beasts we call amalgamation. The human slowly took a breath and let it out. I'd rather have old Forlam here to explain, but he's needed to prepare our fleets for this. What you're looking at is a combination of a psychological weapon as well as the demon's ability to use dead or captured troops or civilians to create cannon fodder. We suspect some of the other races seen are others who fell to them. However, another image flicked up, showing a demon's horned head on one of the amalgamation, its jaw open in the facsimile of a roar, though its eyes were like the rest, dull, lifeless, the body clearly shambling forward. It could also be another caste or subspecies we haven't encountered yet. Silence hung through the silent auditorium, horrified expressions plastered on some of the more peaceful races' faces, while some of the more warlike ones looked excited. The biological mass that has control of Everwatch Station is also likewise made up of the crew's former biomass, amongst other things. The markings are either to taunt or are a part of the process, we aren't certain. We have encountered several vessels like it in the past, however we haven't seen them since the cataclysm nearly millennia ago. Until now, it's suspected that Everwatch is a foothold for a larger invasion force, or the starting point of an infection meant to soften us up for a larger force. The human finished, before nodding to his trike friend. Unfortunately, I too bear dire news. The aging trike said, as another station of similar make and design appeared, and like the other, it sent chills through the representative's spines, or spine equivalent. Before them, the new station appeared to be converted to a completely different technology, a different metal. Gone was the gentle white, gleaming in the stars, and in its place, a deep blue color. The turrets were all gone, replaced with strange rings, deep ones that seemed to glow a deep crimson. The running lights were all red as well, portholes, everything. The hangar was open, and a still of what looked like several objects, deep blue, speckled at random with red circles, hexagons and the like, spherical with long pseudopods extended out, clutching a saline vessel, dragging it in. Around the station, everyone could see more of these spheres, larger, moving with no visible form of propulsion, blinking out of existence and back in another place, racing at insane speeds, taking sharp turns without slowing, ignoring the G-forces involved that would wreck even a glitch inside them. The station next to Everwatch, DeepSight, had also been lost. This time, we do not know what we are looking at. Humans have a few theories, some being ironic, considering their history, but nonetheless concerning. Scouting teams managed to leave without being spotted as far as we could tell, but at the humans' rightful paranoia, we left the scouts' ships behind and sealed off the webway gate. As of now, we are placing interdiction fields around both stations, in hopes to prevent the spread WND to buy time to figure out what one is, and prepare for war with the other. The aging Trike explained, his deep, growling voice heard in the silent chamber, grim as his expression that flickered into view. For a few moments, the auditorium was silent, and then exploded into a symphony of chaos. Forlom rolled up to the holodable, the aging shipbuilder looking over the various fleet and division commanders. Forlom was an old Mk-1 astro-robot. His main body was a sphere, with 4 mechanical arms extending from his body, 2 large and bulky, and the other 2 smaller, more nimble and accurate, more dexterous, with a cylindrical lower body leading down to his treads, which were angular, tank-like in shape, designed for heavy lifting. His head was flat, with a duo of square optics, a set of welding shields flipped up, ready to flip down when and where needed. His backpack was open, with tools sticking out, ready to be grabbed and used. Looking around, he noted that the Saurians had their admiral, a middle-aged Rox, their massive, tyrannosauric form still managing to tower over most of the others, even in holo, while Serrano stood next to him. Nearby, Hoda sat, nursing a coffee, rubbing his head, while one of the chief science officer's hologram glanced at him nervously. Another door entered, and a Mk-12 frame entered, standing at the table. At first glance, the frame looked pristine, but Forlom wasn't fooled. He wasn't a shipwright for nothing, and he could see the pitting under the paint where plasma weaponry had uselessly splashed off, taking with it little layers of metal with it. Despite how new the frame looked, it was clear it had seen some action, recently as well, judging by the fresh coat of paint. More holograms of fleet officials, and the bridges, or representations of their ships, flickered in above their shoulders. Serrano looked like he had an old sailing ship floated there idly, a representation of the Enterprise. Some had wasps, while one captain had a cartoonish barbous fish, with an old-style white sailor's cap and a belt of dynamite. And then a small black hole flickered into view in front of his faceplate, making him roll back with a start. Getting a good look at the now pulsing black hole, he seemed to frown, one of his welding shields rising higher to simulate an eyebrow raise. "Horizon, is that you, little lass?" he said, with a thick, Scottish accent as his other shield rose up to join the other in shock. The holographic black hole bobbed up and down in the air, 2 arms extending out from its corona and spun, as if to represent it, no, her, spinning in happiness. For a moment, Forlom was silent, before he began laughing, reaching up, even as his servo passed through the holo. "Och, what I wouldn't give Tabby in the link with ye, lassie, I'm glad ye survived," he said, as the little ever-hungry representation of the ship spun around him, before it shot off, floating near the Mk-12, who looked at it. The 12's head tilted more, as it listening to what the ship was saying, while Forlom felt a bit of possessiveness flare. Horizon was one of his creations, his and his wife's. Their ships were like children for them. Rolling over, he mentally began preparing a bit of what his wife would call the shovel talk, something they used to do with captains that took on their vessels. "Did you need something, grandfather?" the machine said, domed head snapping to his, taking the wind out of his sails, and stare blankly at the taller, thinner machine. Behind him, he heard Serrano chuckle behind him, even as the rocks raised in irage, while the saline sat his mug down and placed his head in his hands. "Grandfather, oh, I see," he said, gaze turning flat as he gave a glare at horizon. "I see the little gremlin is still able to make me short a fuse or two." Void knows Maria's hair turned white before she had to move bodies due to someone's antics. The little black hole pulsed sharply, as if squawking. Would have appreciated a warning, she made herself a captain. "Lassie, ye best be teaching him self-preservation instincts." Catching the snort from the rocks and the sigh from Serrano. Slowly, his head turned around to face the two, one shield twitching, and finally saw Hoda looking up with a flat look. "Too late on that one. I'll pass you the after-action report later, after the meeting," Serrano said, hiding a smile. "If you want a first-hand account, ask Hoda. From what I understand, he had a front-row seat for the chaos the two caused. She wasn't a little ship anymore, she wasn't a criff at all. She was still his little lass. He'll talk with her later, preferably with Maria there." After he grabbed his wrench and had a talk with whoever was their crew. All the admirals and fleet commanders were soon in place, Asimov standing to the side, near the Admiral Serrano, Horizon's representation floating next to his head as his own panned about, looking at the assembled species. Several robotic ones, not Astro-Robot series, called Glinch, looked at him curiously, while he picked out several different Saurians, a few Roxas, several Trikes. Several were pale, white-skinned humans, bald, be they male or female. Clones, like himself, but with organic bodies, accompanied by Nat-born humans, and several more advanced Astro-Robot series units. These ones looking everything from near-human to large and bulky, armed with cannons, inbuilt missile launchers on their upper arms, and massive treads, or slimmer, almost skeletal ones with modules that could be swapped out at a moment's notice. "I appreciate ye all for coming on such short notice," Forlom's voice said, cutting over the gentle hubbub of the side conversations. "I had hoped that we wouldn't be facing them again, but here we are," the robot said as one of his smaller limbs tapes a command into the console, pulling up images of Everwatch Station's current condition. Those of ye from Federation space are more familiar of the old stories, battle videos and the like. The demons, as the Human Federation calls them, have been returned. It's only thanks to the work of Representative Hoda that we have this information, and had stumbled across an old ace that had woken back up in time for this chaos. Forlom said, nodding to the saline, getting the attention of his compatriots, who he shook his head to. "Our opponents are equipped with biotech vessels, and are known for appropriating technology to forcibly integrate it with their own. Which means keep an eye out for a worse hodgepodge of weapons than a pirate vessel after its crew hits a pound of spice and then gets drunk at a starport," Forlom said dryly, as various, old, images of the vessels and a few of the newer ones. "That being said, expect the sheer firepower jammed onto each of these ships to be on the higher side. However, they need long recharge periods, likely due to whatever power source used overloading, or the capacitor banks running dry and needing to recharge. Don't be fooled, they do have some form of biological armament, acid spitters, spike launchers, the works," he said, as images flicked up organic turrets, tentacles, and what looked like maws. "As of right now, several of our larger vessels are being inspected and repaired, resupplied, and upgraded as needed. Several older vessels are being pulled out of mothball for the same reason. All civilian vessels are being drafted for emergency roles, receiving refit with hardware that will allow them to fight in a pinch, though their primary objective will be escorting transport ships and acting as emergency evacuation ships. We won't be expecting them to fight, but we need every ship we can get." An image flickered into view of what amounted to the humans' old museum of warships and deep space vessels, revealing it to be a hive of activity. Many other races had laughed at humanity for keeping their old vessels, rather than scrapping them, but now there was a reason why humanity had. Patrol fleets are to be at least 1 saline sensor ship, 2 to 3 Buckler-class trike shield bearers, 1 Rox artillery ship, 1 Vol-capable human vessel, 2 human PT ships, and 3 Raptor swift claws. 4 Lom said, "These things aren't to be taken lightly. Sensors pick them up, call it in and engage. Stall for time if needed for reinforcements to arrive. Intercept fleets are to consist of 5 Trike Aegis-class shield bearers, 6 Swift Claws, 1 Rox supercarrier, 3 Rox artillery ships, 2 Saline auxiliary ships, 1 Saline medical cruiser, 1 human Vol supercarrier, 8 human PT ships, 2 human Iowa-class destroyers." The elderly bot belted out, making several captains and admirals wince. Those weren't lightweight ships. The patrol fleet could have been considered a planetary invasion force. Before anyone could make any arguments or questions as to why the fleets were set to the human classic of maximum overkill, and before any more ridiculous fleet deployments could be called out, a slightly panicking human sprinted into the room. "Sir, confirmed hostile assault on Tizen 4, the human said, breathing heavily. "The demons made planet fall. Looks like a small invasion force that had left before the incursion field went up." 4 Lom stared, and then sighed. Well, Caliburn had been itching for a fight. He sighed and placed a servo over his optics. "Warning, hostiles detected. Match confirmed. Species D65. Threat level Apollyon. Combat systems unlocked." That was what appeared on the colony manager's terminal as alarms screamed across the colony, alerts screaming on pads, sirens spinning as bunkers opened up. An aging Wargen bared his teeth as he rapidly tapped at his terminal, as the younger human clone stood grimly at her manager's terminal. Civilians are filling out the bunkers, tunneling charges are set and ready to clear escape routes. The elderly, wolf-like Wargen said, his muzzle splitting into 4 as he spoke, one part vertical, the other horizontally. "Colonial militia are manning hard points and connecting to systems now." "Understood," the colony manager said and let out a long breath before opening the PA system. "All hands, brace for activation procedure. I repeat, all hands, brace for activation procedure," she said, before securing herself in on one of the chairs, even as the commander buckled himself in across from her. Even as terminals all around them flickered and the building shuddered and shook, new lights came online all over. "And the other races call our alliance insane for building the bunkers," the Wargen muttered under his breath as the command room became a flurry of activity, sensor teams working together in an attempt to get data on their opponents. "Our people are safe. That's what matters, Commander," the clone said softly, looking at her longtime friend, even as the hidden defense system of the colony woke up. Outside, the demonic army approached, on a slow, steady march, disgruntled at the lack of organics they had found to use. They needed biomass to fuel their war machine, to create their bases, their armies, their ships. And while they didn't care much about the sheer number of ships they lost during planet fall thanks to the orbital defenses, they needed to deal with the local defense computers. There had to be a way to broadcast an all-clear signal and allow their other ships past. Before them sat a large, fortified structure. Looked like a massive cathedral, really. The irony was not lost on them as ports on the castle-like structure opened up and began spitting metallic shells at them, exploding after punching through their infantry, leaving craters behind, destroying more of their forces. The ground shook as their massive siege beast began forming from the splattered biomass, like some strange, oozing horror slowly forming into a quadrupodic creature. The beast was mostly just a giant mouth and legs, with a long, worm-like body lined with eyes, teeth, spikes, and tendrils, flinging said teeth at the structure. Warlord Gissel ground his teeth as he stared at the cathedral as it held its own, his forces decimated by the attempted rain of metal. Said rain changed to one of scalding plasma as the castle changed tactics to try and burn the bodies to prevent them from forming additional, stronger units. "Battle Lord," hissed one of the smaller battle chiefs said, as they stepped up next to Giselle. "The Seekers have not located where the miserable frails have hidden themselves. Our efforts would be best put to entering the fortress ahead," the chief said, pointing at the massive fortress as the siege beast brushed off the weapon's fire. "No need, we will be inside soon," came the guttural voice of the warlord, before it was interrupted by a computerized voice, echoing out. "Threat assessed. Assuming combat mode." There was a rumble, everyone grabbing onto the stables thing around them as the ground tore apart, the siege beast stumbling back, as the building tore up its own foundations as steam hissed out, and part of the building lifted up, and then slammed into the ground, and then the other side, slowly pulling itself up, and up and up. The structure wasn't a structure. Not anymore. Towering over them, looking like a massive hunchback, stood the cathedral, its towers opening, revealing to be cowling around massive artillery cannons. Its arms, once covered with flat pillars, opened up to reveal a set rotating barrels, slowly spinning up, and a bulky duo of Mac batteries on the other arm. Sticking off the side of its upper arms were smaller hardpoints, each turret armed with 4 barrels, small and accurate, sniping ground units with horrifying accuracy, the soft metal shells ripping away to reveal their incendiary cargo held within steel mesh, allowing the coil guns to spit them out rapidly. The head section looked like a sphere with 3 optics in a triangular formation, around a cannon that locked onto the siege beast and whined, arcing brightly before it fired, a bright flash seen as the cannon went off, its round leaving behind a trail of fire as it raced through the air, punching through the beast, making it howl, and began trying to heal the injury that pierced it, ripping open a hole below it. Its bipedal legs were thick, armored, and just as equally armed, its lower legs armed with rotary cannons that spun, the lower pair pouring a heavy stream of plasma, one barrel firing, and then cooling as it spun, the others keeping the pace up, while above them, physical artillery was spat out, helping pierce armor for the plasma to scorch and burn to uselessness. More cannons sat on the sides and back of its legs taking aim at the surrounding armies, making sure to add on their screeches of rage. Hanging off the underside of the platform that held the cathedral sat more turrets, each swiveling around and adding to the chaos, their mini-Mac armament chattering as they fired, picked a new target and fired again. On the top of the platform were cannons, taking aim and firing into the air, altering the timing of their rounds so that they acted as impromptu artillery, while more cannons, on 4 turrets, covered the monstrosity's back, preventing them from sneaking up behind it, as if the cannons on the back of its legs weren't enough to cover it. Target acquired. Warlord Giselle hissed in shock. The Frails had been living in a siege beast of their own, hidden partially underground, deceiving them to make it seem as if it was nothing more than a fortification. Have all expendable units merge with our siege beast now. If the Frails continue to pick our forces off one by one, they will never be able to reinforce our beast after they fall, Giselle roared, even as around him the battle chiefs barked out the orders. The massive machine stared down at the hostile forces as they turned into a thick, biological slurry, short of the demons themselves, and oozed towards the horror before it. The monster seemed to absorb the substance on contact, growing larger and larger with each passing moment, howling and hissing. He could feel his crew cursing in their heads, humans and otherwise, lighting the slurry up with plasma fire, burning some of it, but not enough. Caliburn agreed with them, as his plasma getting cannon spun up, the 5 barrels glowing brightly, the heat sinks by the ends of the barrel glowing as the machine poured plasma fire from the barrels, searing into the beast's body, burning it up as it grew, stunting its growth heavily, and forcing it to consume more biomass to make heavy, chitinous armor, layers burning away under the assault. Caliburn could feel the dust coming off as his gears spun, and he stepped forward, swinging the glowing arm as it cooled down, making the horror screech as he spun his upper body to add to the force of the blow, digging the glowing heating into the beast's face and knocking it back, buying time for his crew to deal with the horrific slurry around them, which still tried to fuse with the horror, chasing after it with a single-minded determination. As his upper body slowed down and he was facing forward again, he saw the beast setting up, snarling. His other arm came up, and he could feel his capacitors burning as he began firing his Mac arm at it. The massive, vehicle-sized slugs punching into the beast, knocking it back farther, punching holes in the chitin. It tried to grow as armor, making it hiss and move rapidly, trying to put distance between itself and the machine. Unfortunately, the beast had the advantage in land speed, as it had 4 legs, while Caliburn only had 2 and lumbered slowly forward, his aging systems relishing the taste of combat after so long. And now he had far better weapons than a simple crane arm, like he had last time he fought a creature like this. Because the beast had put distance between itself and him, it managed to absorb the last of the biomass and began bounding forward, its maw open, teeth spinning like some sort of Cuisinart. A target he couldn't miss. His head cannon barked again, not as powerful as last time, but this time he wasn't trying to rip it apart from the inside. The shell detonated on contact with the teeth, shredding them, tearing into the soft flesh within, making the beast howl and close its maw, its chitin armor weathering the plasma splashing off, hardened to withstand the smaller weapon's fire. His crew spat at the creature. His arms pulled their shrouding back around them, as he drew back and swung, hard, again using his body spinning to his advantage, striking the beast, the heavy weight of the heatsink and the weapon itself burying the shroud-covered arm inside, the end opening up. Unfortunately, thanks to the partial shrouding, he wouldn't be able to spin his cannon, but all he needed was one shot inside it, and let it fly, ripping his arm out as it howled, smoke billowing from its new hole it tried rapidly to heal. The tendrils it had tried to dig into his arm burned away as he kicked it up from below and began unloading both arms, fully unshrouded, the heat coming off both of them making steam hiss up into the air, as the beast took a heavy slug and then a plasma bolt, one after the other, deep into its stomach, sending it onto its back. Loud popping sounds were heard as its limbs reoriented, allowing its former belly to become its back, the holes sealing slowly as it circled the walking cathedral, even as Caliburn scanned it, his upper body following its every movement. His command crew were breaking down every schematic and scan he gave them, working hard to figure out a way to kill the horror. In the meantime, Caliburn and his crews would do their damnedest to stall the beast and continue on their current plan. Burn it down, slowly. He could feel his crews tracking the retreating demon forces, listening to the mental chatter within him as the artillery crews happily worked together to figure out their path, searching for the enemy command position, even as sensor crews watched as the rapidly approaching flood of biomass and machinery charged for them. Some of the artillery crews already letting loose N4 shells, the super napalm, as the crews nicknamed them, impacting and exploding, burning into the biomass, unquenchable, even as the biomass attempted and failed to smother the burning substance, only serving to make it worse, melting the weaponry it carried with it. The only reason why the crews could get away with it was because the biomass wasn't near the bunker's exits or near infrastructure, or burnable items. Command soon had a viable target, a sort of brain mass it had separated throughout its body in a vain attempt to make sure it could still operate when a few of them were destroyed. Several had been burned away by the plasma bolt going off inside of it, but many more remained, and it was attempting to make more replace the burned-away ones. They needed to eliminate the command signal. Jubilation and grim satisfaction bloomed in his sensor and artillery crews, as he felt the mad scramble for bunker-busting shells before they were let loose into the air, even as he blocked a tail strike from the beast and managed to crush its head under one foot, letting his landing engines ignite for the first time in decades to burn the creature more. His crews targeted the command bunker, shelling it with deadly accuracy, smoke rising from the hill they were tucked away behind in the distance, making Caliburn burn with satisfaction and praise for his crew. Gissel ran as fast as his hooves could move him, teeth bared as he snarled. Around him, their command temples shook and shuddered, veins bursting, cables arcing wildly as the biomass contracted involuntarily or simply sagged, turning to biomass. "Warlord, they are heavily shelling our position. We won't be able to retreat at this rate," hissed one of the battle chiefs at his side, hissing in fear, even as he snarled at the pitiful, compared to him, creature. "We won't be taking everyone, only the essentials. The everlasting king must be notified of this development." King be damned, the Frails took the time to prepare for our arrival again. He growled as he came out to a hangar area and ran into a small, fast ship, even as the others ran into larger, bulkier, slower ships. Soon, the chitin that served as the door opened, and they shot out, erratically flying, trying to avoid the artillery shells, and now off-fire joining the fray. He kept close to his compatriots, using them as a living shield as he twisted the small vessel around, smirking as he dodged the fire while they took it. They were almost to space. Soon, they could tear a gate and get the fleet. Reality tore open above him as a massive ring-shaped vessel pushed itself into real space, disgorging hundreds of smaller vessels, bearing down on their positions, others engaging the floating fleet around them with aggressive assault runs. The sudden appearance in the system, allowing them to have the element of surprise. Weapons fire began filling the space around them, tearing at their vessels faster than they could repair them. As little, frail vessels zipped in and out of line of fire faster than they could shoot, track, or react, unloading slugs, plasma, torpedoes in a flurry of activity before diving away, allowing their munitions to wreak havoc amongst them. Already, the larger vessels were disabled before Gissel managed to sacrifice one, smirking as it warped, its biomass fueling the gate as he flew through, hoping he was in friendlier territories, unaware of a sensor torpedo flying in behind him. Down below, on the surface, Caliburn flung back his opponent again, arms blazing as he shelled it. It was bigger than it had been, managing to absorb the biomass from the surviving landing ships and the remains of the command center they shelled out. Its armor was thicker and was flinging out dozens, hundreds of calcium spikes, spitting its unknown energy weapons, only to splash off his shields for the energy weapons, and his R or foe the calcium spikes, even as his weapons screeched. The beast had holes all over its chitinous armor, from his shells punching in, or his artillery crews shelling the beast, his plasma following close behind as he sought to burn the creature out from the inside, going so far as to ram his plasma cannon inside and unload it, the rotating barrels helping tear it up from the inside as the heat sinks burned it. Ships began dropping down from above, doing strafing runs, dropping smaller caliber explosives, distracting the beast as he tore another hole in it by spinning his upper body, one shrouded cannon arm striking the beast and ripping in, just as a gunship fired a cleaner into it, just before it healed. A burning flash of light, a horrific scream from the beast as it howled, body jerking as the explosive did its job. Before it swung down, still alive, though just barely, its armor shattering rather than buckling on the next strike from Caliburn, a facsimile of an uppercut, before the barrels let loose again, even as the plasma cannon dumped bolt after bolt into its lower body, searching for, burning the neural clusters as he found them. The beast wrenched itself away from his grasp, snarling as it looked at him, the beast snarling as it tried to heal from the most recent injuries. Caliburn felt his crew snarling back, his cannons swiveling around as they gave their response in munitions as he lumbered forward, the ground shaking from his steps and the escape ships erupting out of the ground around them, his rotary cannon screaming as it fired, the Mac on the other arm barking as he hit it again and again as it charged forward. The beast no longer cared for its injuries, all it cared was to take the metal monster before it down, spitting acid out of it as it tried, and failed, to blind the machine, even as said machine swung its smoldering plasma cannon up and brought down the burning barrels down on its head, smashing it into the ground, pinning it there as its crew continued shelling it out ruthlessly. Caliburn refused to let the beast survive. He refused to let the thing get to the civilians. His crew snarled their agreement as the beast tore the pinned head off its body, even as it burned away to nothing, and tried to charge again, blindly, only to smash against the Mac arm and receive a pair of heavy slugs to the neck stump for its troubles, sending it somersaulting back, trying to reform its head. It was much, much smaller now matching Caliburn's size due to all the biomass loss, its head reforming as it snarled. Caliburn seemed to roll his pauldrons and twitched his mac, as if saying, "Come at me." The beast howled and charged forward, razor-sharp tentacles erupting from its sides, whipping about wildly, only for turret crews to blast the tentacles off at the base, and for his artillery crews to shell it down from above, flattening it into the ground again with explosive shells. Again, the beast began pulling itself out of the ground, only for another strafing run from aircraft, this time dropping standard napalm canisters onto the beast, making it howl as it heeled around the canisters and began burning from within. It thrashed and writhed, tail and body whipping about, even as Caliburn kept firing, not letting up. Shells puncturing the chitin bubble, it was trying to form around the napalm to contain it, keeping it burning into the beast's body. At last, the beast tried to fling itself at Caliburn, thinking that it could at least burn out the mechanical monster with it, only for Caliburn to swing and strike it, flinging it away again, the beast's body unable to get back up, and laid there, slowly burning away at last. Space warped as the event horizon tore its way into real space, dropping out near Akina Station again, the vessel pushing forward as it received docking permissions, once more docking at Dock 4, which was now pristine and clean. Well, cleaner than it had been. Several dents still were in the bulkheads, yet to be repaired due to their negligible impact to the station integrity. Zedara walked down to the bazaar as her captain chattered with the station master, likely discussing the recent upgrades to the ship. She snorted a little before she saw the medical shop she had been to earlier. The shopkeeper lit up as she walked in. "Ah, how can I help you today?" he asked happily, the saline pulling out a few data chips with medical data on them. "Captain will be by later, once he's found some more crew. He did ask me to pick up the rest of the biomass canisters," Zedara said, grinning a little, before getting down to the haggling, working to hash out a deal that would benefit them both. A little while later, the saline was counting the credit chits out, happy with the price, while his employees were happy to see the backs of the canisters, getting them onto hover carts, and getting them out, making sure to listen to the trike's instructions. "The ship's over at Dock 4, but don't take them inside. The defense systems are quite aggressive. There should be a loading area marked near the airlock." "Dock 4. Ain't that the one that crazy cyborg plugged some of the dock bandits?" one of them asked. "Yeah, old cloner ship, from what I eared," another said. "Crazy day, that one." Control Tower picked up a dilithium cascade and found the remains of the Black Star after it tried to chase down a Deathworlder vessel. Didn't find the Deathworlder ship, so best guess is they escaped. Hell of a vessel, that one. Zedara bit back a snort as the employees gossiped, pulling the carts behind them, and made her way down to the bar and inn, a common place to find crew who were waiting to be hired on. She opened the door, and ducked as Acadian was thrown out, smashing against the bulkhead behind her, joining a pile of other sentients, each bearing various injuries. "And stay out, carking roach," grumbled the towering innkeeper, a mollusk-like alien said. His purple skin flickered red in aggravation as the Acadian scuttled off. "Sorry about that. Welcome to Starpoint Inn. Looking for a room, or here for a drink?" the creature said, calming back to his normal purple coloration, looking at her. "Here for my captain, actually. I believe he's inside, looking for additional crew," Zedara said, straightening back up as she dusted herself off. The mollusk eyed the slugger hanging off her hip, but let her in. Within, she found several tables upended, and her captain calmly aiding a medic near one of the tables. The saline crouched near his towering form as she worked on what looked like a Wellian, who hissed as they clutched a burned stump, a severed arm laying nearby. "I leave you for not even an hour, and you've already found trouble, Captain," Zedara said as she shook her head. It was unintentional. Seemed the Cadian had been tormenting several of the patrons here for a while, and attempted to kill the Wellian due to a perceived slight. Asimov said, head locking onto her gaze, tilting his head. "At the proprietor's request, I refrained from using my sidearm." Zedara covered her eyes with a hand. "You threw a table across the you-know-what? I'll shut up. You stopped the killbot, and no one else got hurt." The mollusk grumbled, getting behind the bar. "Through a?" Zedara turned to ask what the barkeeper meant, and saw the warbot that was impeded in the wall, bisected in two vertically with a disc-shaped granite table. The bot in question was designed to fight organics, not other machines, and that single-mindedness in the design resulted in them being scrapped by an older, tougher frame. "Carking," she said, turning slowly to look at her now standing captain, who was doing his best to right the notably scorched tables, picking up crushed plasma pistols and putting them all in a pile as the vents filtered out escaping Tabana gas. There was the sound of heavy tracks outside, and the door opened, revealing the bulky form of Delta 4. Scanning. Threat neutralized. Weapon unorthodox. The towering machine said, before its optics landed on Asimov as the cyborg finished writing most of the in, before he began examining the table embedded in the wall. Bounty detected. 091, cause of death. Bisection. Transferring bounty money to Captain Asimov Voidbuilt. Apologies for my late arrival. The machine rumbled, and as it rolled into the light, it was shown as to why. Scorch marks littered its hull, several holes punching through, and his rocket pod was half empty. Zedara sighed and pulled herself onto one of the stools, placing some credits on the counter. "Long hauler special, please," she said, as the barkeeper mixed the drink together with practiced ease and slid it across the counter. "Delta, can you split off the part of the bounty to cover the damages from the fight, and send it to the barkeep?" Asimov asked, setting down next to Zedara, nodding to the towering bot as it began to pull the granite table from the wall to collect the body. "Acknowledged. Splitting, funds allocated." A beep was heard from the barkeeper's terminal, getting a nod from the mollusk. "Much appreciated, Captain." The bar quieted down as the two settled in, quietly discussing their options as they went over a pad that they had been handed, looking for crew members that would be willing to fly with them and their likely insane encounters. The Aimboid, adequate medical training, has had histories in firefights. The cyborg said, pointing to one of the listings. "Ishim, I'll tag them to look up their records." "What about the Glinch?" she asked, pointing at the short, cheerful-looking mechanoid. "I'm fairly new. Decent scores. Tagging him for an interview." "The Wargen?" he bounced back, motioning to the very elderly-looking wolf-like alien, former captain, noted for marksmanship. "A little pricey for the hiring fee and salary, but a good investment. Decent medical skills, enough to hold us over till we can afford a proper medic." Asimov nodded and sent the notifications out to the little Glinch and the Wargen, setting the pad back in a dock, before accepting a drink, paying for it, while mentally allocating a large chunk of the credits he had been given for the bounty to create pay, as he had with the majority of the money they received from the second half of the job payment. Zedara, on the other hand, calmly sipped her drink, thankful that they didn't have too many issues. The door opened as Delta 4 carried out the remains of the killbot out, and the aging Wargen they had been discussing walked in, raising a graying eyebrow at the remains of the killbot and the condition of the bar. With a sigh, the aging wolf-like alien sat at the bar, as the octopus-like barkeeper slid a drink across to him. Zedara kept quiet as she and her captain kept to their drinks. The old Wargen was there to have a drink, best not to interrupt. The door opened again, this time a thin, wiry alien stalked, tall, with a single visible eye on its head, which moved around like a eye stalk, before focusing on the Wargen with a scowl. The alien sat down heavily next to the old wolf, and calmly drew a plasma pistol and aimed it at the Wargen's head. "Dersh of the Clan Tino." The creature bubbles, its gaze that of unfiltered hatred. "You've caused me humiliation and the banishment for my failures." The creature snarled, leaning in as the wolf stared back impassively. "Those failures are squarely on your shoulders. I gave you plenty of chances to recall your forces, and you took none," he said, slowly moving a hand to one of his coat pockets, about to draw a pocket pistol hidden within. The mollusk barkeeper coughed a little, getting their attention, only for the alien to level his plasma pistol at the barkeep's face. "Remain out of this. I will regain my status," he said, before flinching, the sound of crushing metal and hissing gas heard. Zedara glanced up inside. On the ceiling was her captain, his claws clinging to the ceiling while one clawed arm was reaching down, digging into the gas chamber on the carry plasma pistol, effectively forcing it to vent its precious ammunition into the atmosphere around them. Her captain straightened down, seeming to stand on the ceiling, head in front of the carry, optics staring into the now seething single eye of the alien. "It would be advisable to refrain from threatening other patrons," Asimov said calmly, like he wasn't hanging from the ceiling like some sort of horrific specter. The carry hissed and flicked the barrel up and pulled the trigger, getting the single plasma bolt he had in the firing chamber to fly, splashing off Asimov's armor. Quietly, while the carry had been distracted, Zedara had gotten up and held the slugger she had been handed at center mass of the alien's back. As if sensing her, the eye stalk bent back, focusing on her after glancing down at the small caliber slugger, aimed at where his primary neural node sat. A louder click was heard, and the carry twisted back around and hissed in shock, staring down the bore of her captain's much larger slugger, aimed straight down from above, rather than in front of him, safety off and the hammer back. "Stand down," Asimov said in a flat voice, even as they all heard a whining sound, and a simple glance over the Karesh shoulder told Zedara that the barkeep had drawn a short-barreled plasma spreader, and it was powering up, aimed at the Karesh eye. The carry swirled his eye between the three before snarling, spinning, and stalked out the door. Zedara sighed, shaking her head as she clicked her safety back on, sliding her sidearm back into its holster, comforted by the slugger's weight. "Sorry about that. Past opponents seem to enjoy hunting me down for a rematch," the elderly wolf said, rubbing his face. The mollusk, on the other hand, snorted. "Don't think you'll be worrying about that for much longer. This is Asimov and Zedara. The two were looking into you to hire you, I believe, for weapons control," the mollusk said, amused. "Ship class and armament?" the Wargen said, leaning back, getting down to business. "Cephalon class, the A's Event Horizon," Asimov said, making several regulars who were close enough to hear freeze and slowly turn towards them. A few who weren't regulars, but were very familiar with ships, or had heard of the Cephalon class in general, also began listening in. "It's less of what's the armament and more of what can be used as a weapon with that ship," Zedara said dryly. At the look she got, she elaborated. "Mining lasers set to maximum, and then tractor beams to chuck said exploding asteroids at a pursuing vessel." Several miners in the room nodded, knowing exactly what she meant. Others simply winced at the thought of an exploding asteroid against a ship's shields. "Course it's a Deathworlder ship that comes up with using that as a weapon," another muttered. "Correct. And in that vein, I will remain with conventional armament. 830 adds coil guns, with the recent addition of 4 turret clusters, each armed with 3 turrets, each turret armed with 2 100 max, fed via the fabrication bay and salvage scoops. In addition, the new turrets are additionally armed with 1 STS-STG missile cluster, Hellfire pattern." Asimov listed off, refraining from mentioning ammo, simply mentioning how they made it. The bar was silent before another spoke, with a groan. "Thal damned Deathworlders and their overkill policy." "Interesting. PT configuration?" the Wargen asked, curiosity piqued, turning as Zedara thumped her head on the table. "Exploration and test platform," Asimov admitted with a shrug. "Then why is it getting PT cruiser armament? It's a science vessel," the Wargen said slowly before it clicked. "She's helping in the fight with these demons, isn't she?" he said, not a question, as ice seemed to fill the bar. Dersh quietly sat at the counter, looking at the prospective captain and the trike, the navigations officer. A carking Deathworlder sealed inside a mechanized shell. Well, there were worse crews he could join up with. They promised excitement at least. The aging wolf rubbed the eye patch he had, feeling it ache dully, even as he glanced up. Most of the bar was quiet, most more worried about the fact that the rumors that had been going around for the last week were true. "Well, most certainly not the worst way to go. I'll accept the post, but I have a few rules," the old wolf said as the cyborg nodded, and the trike pulled out a pad. pulling up the contract for him to look over. "No hiding missions or mission information from me, and allowances for choosing my own armament," he said, getting a nod. "Acknowledged. Munitions required?" Tibanna gas, Class 3 power cells, and Type H-40 railgun spikes. The captain nodded, accepting his choices, as the trike accepted the food they ordered during his time thinking. Karesh nodded to the mollusk as he sat the steak before him, his jaws opening as he began eating, twisting and grinding the meat within his flexible maw. The trike was eating her fill of fried grasshoppers, even as he saw the cyborg carefully cutting up his food and placing it inside a food chute. As they ate, he went over the contract, and it was actually an agreeable one, making sure to protect both parties from foul play and a guarantee of physical copies to be filed with the guild. Something he noticed was a note about on-board medical containing pre-first contact human cloning facilities, making him grin. A proper medic worth half their salt would give their leg to work with such tech if it was in good condition, especially when they could just clone it again and reattach it. Signing it and sending a copy off to the guild, he heard his personal pad chime as he received his copy and his sign on payment as requested. "Anyone else we will be picking up?" he asked, as he heard a second chime, and frowned, before nodding, pulling out his personal, handing the other pad to the mollusk with a nod, and saw it was a request for medical history from the Horizon ship computer. With a grimace, he sent it off, wondering who was on board, possibly a nurse. A pilot. Greenhand Glench, by the looks of it, but given that it's an older ship and skiff, probably a good idea to go for a new hire for that. "No habits with newer hardware we need to help train around," Zedara said, as the old wolf nodded to himself. "I see. Agreeable? We will be parade hunting once you two are acclimated to Horizon systems. Simulations are sufficient, but real combat is best for training. Whether he will be flying the skiff or the Horizon remains to be seen." Asimov elaborated. "Skiff?" Karesh asked, as an image flickered onto his pad. "Old combat shuttle with refit weapons, impulse drives, and armor. Fairly maneuverable, decent speed, and capable of atmospheric landing," the cyborg said, leaning back. Karesh hummed, intrigued. Sounded like he had decent air cover for ground missions if they could find a decent pilot for it. "Ah, hello. I was told I was here for an interview?" A high, very young-sounding Glinch voice piped up from almost underneath the table. Asimov's arm reached under the table, and a startled yelp was heard as a small Glinch was pulled up from the other side of the table. The little Glinch was about 3 feet tall, bipedal, with stocky, boot-like legs, thin, nimble arms, a pill-like body, with a large backpack-like power core, and a round head, the face section taken up by a massive screen that seemed to replicate a carry eye, which promptly flickered into a sheepish eye smile. Heh, probably should have been in plain view when I said that, should I? Rookie. Zedara sighed and placed her head in her hands, as Asimov sat the little robot in a chair before them. No longer under the table, the little Glinch now had the opportunity to look at all of them, or more specifically, the captain. Needless to say, the rookie, ironically named Blink, was as green as they had expected. Fresh out of the local flight academy, the little living machine was seeking to go exploring, and didn't mind signing on with a Deathworlder as long as they weren't going to do anything immoral. He seemed excited about the prospect of pirate hunting at the least, and was willing to show them what he knew, and admitted he was more of a small crafts pilot than a large one. He signed on, with a provisionary period, as well as let him know if they felt he wasn't yet ready, they would at least drop him off in human space on one of the ships being equipped for evacuations so he could still get experience. Packing everything up was a quick affair. Karesh didn't have much beyond a few spare changes of clothes, a go bag, and his weapons, and being a Glinch, Blink didn't have much he needed either. The two easily situated themselves in their rooms, but they weren't used to how old all of the ship's systems were. Even Karesh, who knew it was a Cephalon class, hadn't expected that. Though he did appreciate the coffee maker percolating in the kitchen, Both were having to learn how to operate a ship that was, to them, outmoded. Gone were touchscreens, remote connections, and holograms. In their place were dials, keys, physical controls, and physically connecting with the system. Blink was still getting used to the lurking sensation of horizon, just on the edge of his perception when he was connected to the large vessel. Karesh, on the other hand, had an easier time, as the old weapons system setup was easier to use, closer to man-portable weapon systems, but some of the controls he still needed to learn. Often, however, during training sims, he would rub his head as he went up against Horizon herself and/or Asimov, who both pull out old tactics, or use something that was not intended as a weapon and use it as one anyways. He had been keeping an eye out for the asteroid trick and wasn't disappointed. What he hadn't expected was a new twist added to it, where the rocks slammed together just before contact, making the detonations larger, masking Asimov's avatar chucking recently fabricated, self-propelled missiles out the shuttle bay, letting them ignite their rather simple chemical motors, burning towards his opposing vessel, detonating against his hull. Adding to the distraction and allowing them to close in, they would pass their forward turrets past his shields and allowing them to fire them at point-blank range. Another issue they ran into was pirates. Their first batch came looking for them specifically, the sister ship to the Black Star, who wanted revenge, having learned of its destruction, and hadn't that been a shocker? "What do you mean? You took down the Black Star using only mining lasers, rocks, and a dilithium?" Awelian cut himself off and placed his muzzle in his hands, as Zedara sighed. "You learn not to question it," the Trike said, with a wry grin gracing her beak. On the same screen, in other windows, the captains of several of the escort vessels they were flying with were dead silent, as were the cargo ships, looking at them in horror and begrudging respect. Before the ragtag cargo fleet floated the Indomitable, and unlike its sister ship, it looked pristine, new weapons, new armor that wasn't cobbled together. A stolen carry battle, shaped like a giant crescent, with most of its primary weapons on the inside of its crescent, including tractor beams to hold vessels in place while they shot it mercilessly. "We will handle this fight. The rest of the fleet, keep moving. We will rejoin when we finish up," Asimov said calmly, before cutting the connection. "Blink, are you in position in the secondary bridge?" A screen flickered on, showing a nervous Blink, hands on the controls, his personal connection jacked into the console. "Yes, sir," he said nervously. "Good, Karesh. Do you recall the divide-and-conquer tactic we used in the simulations?" he asked as the Wargen grinned at his own console, on the secondary bridge with Blink. "I do. I'm itching to see what we can throw at them with the armaments we have fabricated." The old warwolf rumbled with a grin. His muzzle split slightly into four almost hungrily at the prospect of the fight. "Good. Zedara, how comfortable are you with the disc section's weapons?" Asimov asked, spinning his head to her as nodded. "Good enough to hold my own," she said firmly as her captain nodded. "Good. All hands, brace for combat," Asimov said, as the combat link engaged. They felt their minds link with Horizon, the quantum entanglement of Horizon's three positronic neural cores allowing for them to remain connected, without wires, without a signal, even as the vessel itself shuddered, her weapons powering up as the crew took a breath as one. Section disconnect in 3, 2, 1. The Indomitable had no clue what happened. One moment, they were threatening a small merchant fleet with a vessel that had downed their sister ship. The next, said ship's impulse engines burned with a fury, racing towards them as ancient-looking cannons wheeled about, taking aim at them. The Indomitable's captain barked orders as the crew scrambled to their stations. They were used to their opponents shutting their weapons off, surrendering or running. They weren't used to a ship gleefully charging at them, a ship far larger than it was. Then again, they avoided human vessels normally for that reason. Frail and squishy as humans were, they were insane. They readied their tether systems, tractor beams charging up, aimed at the disc section. When the ship split in two, the disc section extending its four recessed nacelles, and burned forward faster, no longer weighed down by the rest of the ship, even as the back section slowed down, and the forward max barked, barrels blazing as they unloaded a volley of accelerated rounds, skimming past the disc section by a hair's width, and slammed into the Indomitable's shields, making them flare as the shields fought to shrug off the inertia of the physical rounds. As if to add insult to injury, the back section was no longer accelerating but twisting to allow the broadside of the event horizon to continue to shell them from a distance, even as the disc section nimbly spun, avoiding laser fire like some kind of nimble gunship, turrets popping out. The disc section dove within the main shield bubble and opened fire, the turrets closest to the Indomitable firing rapid rounds of coil gun ammo, detonating against the Indomitable's hull, while the ones closer to the shield fired lasers. The shields flickered and flared as they were struck from both sides, inside and out, draining the batteries rapidly as it tried to shrug off two different armaments types from two different sides. Normally, a ship class of the Indomitable's type would shrug off the weapon's fire. However, it was getting slammed with rounds going at near on light speed from the outside, and lasers were sapping the energy from the inside as the computers fought to modulate the shields to shrug off both types. This was causing a severe strain on the shield emitters, and already, several were burning out, causing weak points to open up. That wasn't to say the Indomitable was just taking the fire, no. Missiles launched from pods around the ship, racing out of the shield, aimed at the Horizon's MAC turrets, as tractor beams landed out, attempting to snag the disc section as it dipped about, just too slow to snag the faster, smaller vessel as it wove in and out of the firing arcs of the ring of weapons. One of the major downsides to the Indomitable was that it wasn't designed for this kind of combat. It was a support ship, designed to snag a vessel, hold in place as it shelled it to pieces, while other ships protected it. It wasn't designed to fight fast-moving vessels. As such, its turrets swung about in vain attempts to keep up. Only the point defense cannons able to do so, belching plasma blasts and laser fire. These splashed off the older shop's hull, making the event Horizon laugh in amusement, letting herself be flicked around nimbly, adjusting her own course as she took aim at the massive ship's engines, releasing a barrage of heat into it. Meanwhile, those missiles the Indomitable had launched were in for a rude awakening. The massive MAC cannons had long been equipped with AD systems, and was the basis of the combat computers. The cannons clocked onto the mass of the missiles and released a barrage of shells, the inert, speeding masses of metals slamming into the missiles before they could make contact with the barrage section of the Horizon, forcing them to detonate early as their payloads were destabilized. Horizon laughed darkly as she swung the recently repaired transporter dish around, static hissing through the Indomitable's comms as the dish flashed. And then one of the crescent arms exploded, drifting away. The ship smirked to herself as she readied another surprise package, aiming at the other wing, right as the shields of the enemy vessel failed, unable to maintain the power needed, not when it needed to divert power to life support. Its remaining weapons that began wheeling about, taking aim at the barrage segment, and hastily throwing up a transmat scrambler, not to prevent escape, but to prevent an additional payload from being express delivered to them. The moment the shields failed, the MAX unloaded another barrage, impacting the Indomitable's hull, leaving holes where they went in, atmosphere venting rapidly, before missile pods opened up on the small ship, releasing its Hellfire pattern missiles, nimbly zipping out and arching towards the larger vessel. The larger vessel unloaded its own ADS armament, striking several in kind, but again, it was a distraction. The disc section strafed around the corner, firing its mining lasers into the enemy hull just behind a barrage of coil gun rounds, causing the laser to bounce around within the vessel. The laser didn't do much to the vessel. What they were trying to get at was the crew, and so chaos within the vessel. Unfortunately for the disc section, this stunt got them within range of the tractor beams, grabbing them, automatically pulling them into where the center of the half-moon would have been. All it did was accentuate the sheer amount of damage one small vessel did, and made the crew of the ship snarl as the disc section raked its coil guns across the remaining arm, set with penetrator rounds, punching in and scrambling internal machinery, knocking several tractor beam sets out, freeing itself just as it shrugged off several plasma blasts, leaving deep pitting but not much else. "Thal's teeth," screeched the avian Galcon, hands holding on to the retrofit captain's nest, as more alerts streamed in and the ship shook again. "Severe depressurization in remaining arm. Engines are destabilizing. Ignition coils are shot on number 5 and 6 engines. Severe casualties in the broken-off arm, ranging from blast damage, asphyxiation, to blunt force trauma. Remaining wing is reporting severe burns, blunt force trauma, and perforation." Grinding her beak, the Galcon stared out at the tiny vessel as its two parts docked to one another, staring them down as if the battle had only begun. The Horizon's weapons trained on them like some starving wargen. "Captain, the event Horizon is hailing us," the comms officer said shakily. The Galcon nodded, with a clack of her beak, grimacing. Before her on the Vox screen was the form of the Deathworlder machine, sitting there calmly. "Stand down. This is your final warning," came the multitude of voices which set her feathers on end. Her computer read out a mix of Glinch, Wargen, Saurian Trike, possibly human, and one unknown voice in the mass, making her shudder. This was why she never messed with humans. You try and strike them, and then they pull this kind of guano. This had to be some kind of new trap vessel, designed to make them think it was a small, outmoded vessel, but in reality, armed to the gills and packed with highly trained soldiers. However, her pride and her anger got the better of her as she sneered, narrowing her eyes. "Not in 1,000 solar cycles, plucked ones. We shall see you burn for crossing our fleet." She snarled, and flicked a switch. Almost immediately, the entire ship shuddered as the engines were burned beyond their normal capacity, dumping fuel into the main chambers, accelerating the ship forward towards the smaller vessel, even as an interdiction field went up. "We will see you join the Void Fleet with us." The event Horizon stared down the accelerating Indomitable in sheer amusement. Ramming speed. The ship laughed, burbling in the connection as she felt her captain give the order she had practically made herself so very long ago. Vol engine charging. Half-submersion protocol engaged. Her Vol drive extended from her ring section as she felt the Glinch's confusion, along with a Wargen's shock. The Trike had long ago threw her sanity to the solar winds, and was helping with the calculations, the triad of their minds working together as energy crackled off her hull as her impulse motors blazed, accelerating them to attack speeds. Chrononon field adjusted and active. Gravitron field stabilizing. Around the horizon, reality warped, bending as she pulled at it, laughing as she metaphorically bared her teeth, as her namesake formed around her, spinning as her impulse motors shut off, no longer usable in this state, even though she remained in real space. The white lights of the Vanreer collectors spinning faster and faster, becoming a solid white line on her shroud ring, throwing more energy off, fueling the gravity-bending bubble around her, throwing off gravitational wave fronts. Engaging Vol drive, all hands brace for turbulence. Her Vol ring glowed as the shutters tightened, a tight ring of white energy blazing behind her as she accelerated faster, the coronal energy of her namesake whipping about as she charged forward, much to the sheer panic of the Indomitable's crew. The Indomitable's crew opened fire in blind panic, hoping that what they were seeing was just an illusion, plasma and lasers blazing. And then bending around the space-time distortion, flung back at them, faster than it was launched at the horizon, some barely missing, others smashing against their hull and leaving holes in their armor. The helmsman yanked at the controls, trying vainly to pull them out of the path, only for the horizon to alter her flight path with minimal effort, screaming at them, glancing the remaining arm on purpose, and ripped it off in its gravitational well, the faint sound of screaming, tearing metal heard as faintly, the expanding cloud of gas from the atmosphere and weapons system of the arm, carrying the sound waves to the Indomitable's remaining systems. The pull of the littler vessel's black hole spun the remains of the larger ship around it, slinging it off in a random direction, overpowering the inertia-dampening computers and artificial gravity units, forcing G-forces on the pirate vessel's remaining crew. As the Indomitable spun and tumbled, engines still blazing, adding to the chaos and to the mess the helmsman was trying to fix. Even as the sensor crew screeched out in horror as they picked up the horizon, charging at them again. "We can't regain control, engines aren't responding, and we are spinning too fast. Engineering reports gravitational systems are overloading. If we can't get out of this spin, we won't be standing much longer. Remaining arms ripped off and atomized. She's coming around again." That last panicked yell sent ice up the Galkin's spine as her beak went slack in horror. The carking, insane Deathworlders were racing towards them at speeds that made their own engine crews green with envy and white with horror when they realized that the smaller vessel was shrouded in a black hole. "Communications, re-establish connection with that vessel, or any human military vessel nearby, and get them to call off their Thal-damned ship," she screeched as she felt the ship shudder again, hit with a gravitational wave front as the horizon approached them. The Indomitable's remaining main section spun and tumbled through space at insane speeds, near light speed, but the horizon kept up, slowly approaching them as if this was an afternoon stroll in a forest or a meadow, not like it was some parody of the Black Fleet made real, toying with them as it closed in for its meal. "Captain, we managed to hail a human patrol, putting them through to your Vox," the comms officer said, as an aging human appeared on screen, next to an older droid who seemed to have been just talking with the human. "This is Admiral Serrano, Captain Harsha." The aging human growled, his face morphing to a scowl as his teeth bared. The Galkin shuddered. She dearly hoped the human would have a soft heart and call off their insane vessel. "You have 10 seconds to gloat before we drop in and tear you and whatever fleet you scrounge together apart," he snarled, even as the bot straightened up, its optics trained on hers as she bit back a sneer. "Much as I'd love to gloat about the Council's ineffective rules and restrictions on what you can and cannot do in interplanetary ether, it would be best for you to call off your ship before we make a call to the Council to report a warship in interplanetary space," she said, smirking as a plan formed in her mind. Yes, that would do nicely to knock the plucked humans down a few pegs. "Which one?" the Admiral snarled, as the Galkin clacked her beak. "The event horizon," she said as she felt a bit of triumph, which was dampened by sheer anger at the damage to her vessel and fear as she kept an eye on the scanner, showing how close the horizon was getting. She frowned as she was met with silence, and opened her beak to speak before she was met with laughter. "Really now? And what were you doing to anger that old girl?" the human said, scowl gone, replaced with pure amusement, while the bot next to him seemed to have gone near apoplectic with fury. "If you marred a single deck plate on me, lassie, I'm gonna—" The machine started before the Galkin was thrown from her captain's nest as the ship was slung around again, overloading the gravity generators once more. Metal screamed and reverberated through the hull, alarms screaming out as the wake of the black hole ripped the remaining section in two once more. "Engineering's gone, sheared off, reserve powers online." A voice came out as the lights flickered to red, as everything went to reserve power and emergency lighting. She was silent before pulling herself up, grunting as she fought against the G-forces shoving her against the floor of the spinning vessel, and stared at her Vox screen at the now greatly amused duo. She snarled, "Call off your damn vessel, or I will report it to the Council that you have a warship in inter—" "She's not a warship. She's a science vessel, and furthermore, she was contracted to protect the merchant fleet you attacked," Serrano said flatly, as the bot next to him seemed amused. "And for another thing, I think you'll find that the Council has no jurisdiction over the Alliance fleet during times of war. And as of now, the galaxy is in a time of war," Serrano said, as he smirked. "Captain, gravitational wave front," the sensor operator said, before everyone went flying, slamming against bulkheads, consoles, and the deck. A glance up told them why. Before them floated the Enterprise, her main cannons bearing down on the remains of the Indomitable, trapped inside of a tractor beam, the horizon no longer shrouded in her namesake, floating just above the Enterprise's bridge. "Captain Harsha, time's up. Surrender, or we will come in there by force. I'm certain you wouldn't mind seeing how a few Marines fare against your troops after being shaken and stirred, courtesy of the event horizon," Serrano said, even as the Galkin snarled, before glancing up at the smaller vessel. "Never," she snarled, and slammed the button on the Vox to cut the call, mind whirling as she floated above her console. "All hands, prepare to boa." She was cut off when several bright flashes was seen, from the back of the bridge as well as from the horizon's dish. The flashes dimmed, revealing to be two detachment of Marines, armed to the teeth. The towering form of the horizon's captain, a trike, crouched with her shield set for barricade, and a aging warden, racking an old flechette slugger in his paws. Safely behind the barricade the trike had up. Snarling, the Galactic captain screeched and drew her last pistol. "Kill them all," she howled as she opened fire, even as the rest of her crew drew their weapons, vaulting out of their control pits. Karesh grinned as he fired the M1912 shotgun his captain had handed him, watching the buckshot slammed into several of the charging pirates, punching through their Atmos suits. Before crouching behind the shield the trike had brought, he racked the handle, clambering a fresh shell as he heard the quick pops through his helmet as Zedara popped up and snapped off with her pistol, dropping a few pirates as he popped back up, twisting his head to the side as his shot went wide, barely avoiding the last pistol shot as his shot tore through the arm of a carry. He and Zedara had been given mag clamp boots and gloves before the mission had started, before they used the transmat dish, joining the Marines who had been sent aboard, using the horizon as a staging area while they caught the remains of the Indomitable. Nearby, he heard the chattering of bullets as the human Marines opened up, their sluggers spitting rapidly flying pieces of steel and lead through their coil guns, taking cover behind expanding metal barricades they set down, or advancing as they moved up to the busted consoles, shoving the bodies aside to make room for them. His captain, on the other hand, flung himself through the air, claws open as he grabbed one of the pirates, quickly snapping their neck, and then used them as a projectile, spinning around in the air and chucked the body at one of the others to buy the Marines some breathing space, twisting about as he drew his massive slugger. Grinning, Karesh popped up and fired 3 shells in quick succession, tearing through consoles and sending debris flying, distracting from his boom. He flinched, even with the protection of the helmet. The sound was so damn loud in a confined space, as his captain's hand cannon barked, punching a hole through one of the larger, silicone-based sentients that opened the bridge door, sending the massive creature flying back, curses flitting up from the door. Cursing, the old warden began loading fresh shells into his shotgun, baring his teeth, but wouldn't change anything. His blood sang as the edges of his snarl twisted into a grin, even as he aimed the barrel down the hall as another sentient popped its head out and found its skull turned to paste inside its helmet. Racking it again, he heard the carnage behind him as the pirates fired their energy-based weapons, able to fire without bracing themselves midair. But their weapons only splashed off the heavy armor the Marines wore, blasting off the paint and the composites layer by microscopic layer. Boom, boom. And then there was his captain, mag clamped to the ceiling still, firing his artillery piece as a few of the pirates tried cutting through the bulkheads, punching holes through the walls, getting grunts and horrified shouts before he leapt off the ceiling. And the next shot he carefully fired from his center mass, propelling him backwards as the bullet slammed into a Tarantian warrior cast between the eyes, while he himself spun around midair. Several of the Marines got the door and set up a 2-sided barricade, holding both sides, while Asimov sailed through THR air and slammed into the Galactic captain, the avian screeching as she swung her claws at him, leaving light gouges on his hull. With a smirk, the warden vaulted over the shield wall, charging forward as he let off several shotgun blasts before launching himself into the air, reloading as he moved, while Zedara gave him cover fire, letting the aging wolf slam down on a group, yank them up in line with the laser fire. His claws gouged the squishing pirates' bodies as he flung them from him at their compatriots, his shotgun on his back on a mag-locked rail, allowing him to hunt more efficiently, watching as his crewmates still firing from her cover. Zedara grimaced as she covered the old warwolf, the Browning high power barking in her hands and jerking, making her thankful that her captain had given them the mag-lock boots before they boarded. It was nothing like her plasma pistol, jerking in her claws with each shot, She wasn't a fighter, she was comms. She forgot humans tended to train all of their roles for combat. Forgot that smaller crews often all saw frontline combat. Still, she wasn't complaining. Supply point is clear. Blink. Captain's a bit busy. However, she said as she loaded a new magazine. The next issue she had with the ammo capacity. Only 15-round magazines. The one upside was compared to her plasma pistol, it didn't have much issue punching through Atmo suits. Copy. Sending in field medics and a plasma splitter. Blink's voice filtered through, as a bright light filled up her shield zone, revealing human combat medics, one tossing her in plasma splitter. Nodding, she flicks the safety off and flicked it up, taking solace in the aim assist in her implant, helping her aim and fire. Though it was less satisfying than seeing her target go spinning back after managing to land a hit with her slugger. There was a screech, and she watched as her captain and a Galcan go toe-to-toe with one another, the Galcan throwing her last pistol in her holster, slashing wildly with her claws at Asimov. The cyborg swinging his bending arms and knocked her claws out of the way before swinging for her head, only for the Galcan to launch off the floor, backwards, leap off the wall and twist through the flying ammunition, her claws opening up. Using the fact she just leapt off the Duraglass bulkhead to her advantage, she smirked, knowing he couldn't use his hand cannon on her or risk flinging everyone into space, and promptly got smashed across the face with it, the metal frame holding firm as she was sent spinning through the air, slamming into another bulkhead, sending blood droplets glinting through the air. Zedara smirked before jerking back. A pirate leapt out from the other side of her shield, too close to use her plasma splitter, forcing her to draw the pistol and fired. She nailed the pirate dead center, sending them flying back, away from her as she cursed, and shouldered her splitter, firing down range, mercilessly, grinding her beak. Less rubbernecking, more firing. She remembered what the old Warden said once, during a combat simulation. She scowled and unloaded downrange, her splitter heating up as she fired each time a pirate popped up, and watched as it only made them duck down, letting the plasma splash off the console. Drawing her pistol again, she unloaded it, watching with satisfaction as the shots punched through the console, forcing the pirates huddled behind them to jump up, upon which a shot from the Marines punched through them. With a rueful grin, she shouldered her splitter, making a note to acquire a slugger variant soon, like the Warden was using. Maybe not in the same caliber though, something more manageable. Hunkering down, she rolled her shoulders, taking aim when and where she could, gritting her beak as the fighting before her petered out to just the captain's fighting. Turning, she grimaces as she saw the Marines holding back additional troops. Flicking the controls, she folded up her shield and vaulted into the Marines' emplacement, slamming her shield generator down on the wall and activated it, projecting a shield barrier before the multimaterial protections, granting additional protection as more Marines dropped in. Dersh joining her as he loaded up fresh shells that Blink sent in with the latest batch of Marines. 9M, the Warden offered, holding up a fresh box, which Zedara gratefully accepted, hunkering down as she reloaded her magazines, listening to the screaming plasma and metal slugs hiss through the air. Harsha hissed as she propelled herself off the wall again, claws outstretched at the machine. Her face and beak hurt badly from the other captain using his firearm as a club. Her claws stung from every impact she had made on his armor, the material not yielding easily with each of her strikes, wearing her claws out. Her last pistol was useless on the armor it used, either just blasting off the paint or reflecting off the now exposed metal and nearly striking her. Captain Harsha, stand down. This is your final warning. The machine rumbled, no longer bearing the odd multifaceted voice it had before, which struck her as odd. Never, machine. I will see you dragged before the Admiral of the Black Fleet for your mockery of them. The Galcan snarled, muscles burning as she leapt off another wall. Despite being in Z-gravity, her muscles stung from the unexpected exertion she endured. A glance to the side showed her that the other forces didn't even see her as a threat, that the machine had her well and truly handled. There missed. Pain blossomed as she felt her arm grabbed as she spun in the air to take aim. Yanked out of socket with a swift yank before she was flung across the bridge, smashing her face into a bulkhead and disorienting her as she pried herself off the wall. One arm was now useless, and she was missing her last pistol, knocked free when her arm was yanked out of its socket. Clutching her more than likely broken beak, she twisted around, turning to look for the opposing captain, and bit back a horrified squawk when she saw him right behind her, claw grabbing her face, pinning her hand painfully against it. Pain blossomed as she felt another injury on her back aggravated where his claws had raked across her spine as he slammed her against the bulkhead, making spots flash in her vision. Dimly, she registered her arm being yanked down. The other one popped back into socket in blinding pain, before she was cuffed, hog-tied, really, and swiftly patted down for weapons. Conclusion: you are disgusting, the machine said, with a tone that managed to get across his displeasure. Lieutenant, the mechanical monster said, domed head spinning to face a human who kicked off the deck and floated up to them. Be advised, several metallic and non-metallic objects detected internally. I will not publicly disclose precise locations. Harsha stalked indignantly at the stab at her dignity, while the human floated there, looking at her, helmet hiding their expression. Their body language said it all. However, we'll deal with that when we get her on board, the human said, and calmly loaded up a syringe into an injector and jabbed it into her neck. Moments later, she knew no more. Grex snarled as he watched one of his cast brothers being drifted past, a hole clean through their body, through their face. The entire mission had gone into the recyclers the moment they took it. Humans couldn't just accept their fate as worker castes. No, tenacious little vermin would use anything they got their digits on to fight, to learn. And now he was dealing with a human encased in a combat shell. Already, he could see the barricade, the humans, a Worgen, and a trike behind it. The Worgen grinning madly as he racked his human slugger he had acquired. Next to him, the trike was picking off the weaker crewmates with the handheld slugger, with startling accuracy. With a bellow, Grex launched off a wall, smirking widely as his scythe opened up, smirking as he got ready to carve. Boom. Blinding pain seared through him as he felt a heavy slug, larger than what the Worgen carried, carved through him, sending him spinning back, and slammed against a wall. Using his legs, he reoriented himself and turned to face the humans again, and snarled. Standing on the arch above the humans was a gouge machine, holding a massive slugger in its claws, aimed at him, the massive cartridge from it pinging off the bulkhead nearby as the machine pulled the trigger again. Grex barely had time to move before. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rounds punched into his lower body. Each time, he felt his neural nodes rupturing, clouding his mind with loss of brain power and pain. Snarling, he launched off the wall, aimed at the machine, letting the smaller caliber rounds strike him, piercing his chitin, but not going deep enough to harm him, remaining scythe open wide. As he lunged, the machine launched itself forward, its trio of optics locked onto his own compound eyes, hidden behind his mask, its one claw open wide, and grabbed his scythe arm, spinning rapidly, making him squeal like a stuck pink beast humans sometimes used for food. Dimly, he could hear orders being barked out, but ignored them for twisting his body around to try and attack the machine. To twist and fling him off, they tumbled through the gravitaless area. Bang! Pain blinded him again, as he felt something burning against his back, light flickering through the area as he twisted, trying to find. His back was on fire. They had shot him with the incendiary of some kind. Run! 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 Escape the blaze! Escape the bane of the Tarantians! Asimov watched, slightly bemused as the Tarantian shot off into the depths of the ship's remains, and his head spun to face Derelict, who was calmly ejecting a very specific round out of his shotgun. Tarantians don't like fire, the Worgen said, calmly loading a slug round in the chamber, with a wry smirk before reloading the tube of his shotgun. The cyborg nodded, and loaded a fresh magazine into his resized 1911, holstering it to reload the magazine he had just ejected, head slowly spinning as he began to check for life signs. Additional hostiles detected, huddled on the lower decks. Be prepared for them to be dug in. Karesh, Zedara, you two are on point. Bust down the door and buy the Marines time to build the encampment, Asimov said as he floated to a nearby airlock. And what of you, sir? One of the Marines asked, as the cyborg spun his head towards them. Nothing wrong with making sure they can't get out from the back, now is it? Blink? Mind sending me a MTS-225, resized for 2-bore brass-cased flechette rounds, please? Mind adding in a smaller caliber flechette slugger? Plasma's not cutting it in here. Zedara added wryly while she had a moment. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am, just a sec, came the peppy sound of the little glinch, before blinding light of the transmat glowed. And a massive revolver shotgun sat on a large resupply box of ammo. It didn't have a stock, and had a 2-foot barrel on it. The hammer was clear as day to see, and flicking the massive cylinder open revealed only 3 chambers to hold the absolutely massive brass shells. Clambering 3 into it, he clicked the rest into a bandolier that had come with it, slinging it across his chest plate as everyone descended on the ammo boxes, grabbing fresh ammunition. Zedara hefted a small-bore, 410 shotgun, simple in design and actuation, built like a Liberator break-action shotgun, with 4 1-foot-long barrels. Simple and easy to use, she quickly loaded it and dumped a spare box of ammo into her dump pouch. Karesh himself grabbed fresh buckshot and slug rounds, pocketing the ammo, making the Marines grin as they reloaded. One noticed the very specific las pistol Asimov had and bit back a snicker. Keeping Harsh's pistol as a souvenir? Spoils of war. She attacked us, I am keeping her las pistol, Asimov said dryly as he hefted his MTS and entered the airlock. Floating through the vacuum of space, Asimov made his way to the makeshift airlock on the other side of the encampment room. Outside, he peeked around a torn wall to see several guards and a few crew members trying to cobble together a scaparaft. It wasn't going well. Tilting his head in amusement, Asimov drew the las pistol he had acquired and aimed at the Tabana tanks they were using for a makeshift welding tank and fired. He didn't let up, firing a constant stream, aimed at the outlet, specifically the hose section, causing the plastic-like material to heat up and bubble, popping, and then the explosive gas touched the crimson metal, igniting insanely, and zipping into the tank itself, causing it to detonate, rupturing the other one near it, and sending shrapnel flying around the area like a meat grinder, shredding the organic pirates' suits near instantly. Waiting for the shrapnel to finish flying about, Asimov kicked off and floated to the door, carefully cycling the makeshift airlock, and aimed his MTS at the door. The moment the door opened, he pulled the trigger on the absolutely massive biomass horror sitting inside, alarms screaming in his head. Warning! Ship is infested. Confirmed demon bioweaponry sighted. The horror screeched as it felt massive holes tearing through it, the massive flechette rounds punching holes into it like nothing was there, the lead and titanium blades spinning as they struck, helping grind up the muscle structure as it heaved itself around to face the towering cyborg. Snarling, it launched itself forward, a wet schlorp heard as its still formless lower body pulled out of what looked to be a breached cryopod, its deformed arms reaching forward. Asimov leapt up into the air, latching to the ceiling as the thrall that was still forming slammed into the wall, spinning itself around, turning one of the heads to face him, snarling. Going by the helmet remains on the head, it was one of the pirates it had consumed. Asimov flicked his MTS's shotgun's cylinder open, ejected the spent shells and rapidly reloaded, slamming home fresh shells, dragon's breath, as the horror began splitting itself apart, the previous holes sealing up, part of itself fused to the wall as it tried to spread, while 2 smaller bodies snarled, bipedal, lopsided, misshapen, glowing, horrific eyes locked on him. "Please do it," was the only warning anyone got before the door exploded inwards, followed by the same voice's insane Scottish laughter. Karesh and Zedara moved up, on either side of the door, aiming in and pulling the triggers on their shotguns rapidly, dragon's breath impacting one of the new thralls, exploding on it, making it scream as it burned. Its biomass heavily flammable, Zedara slammed down her shield as one of the other Marines slammed down their barricade, the two forms of protection overlapping, as another human soldier sprinted up and slammed down a metal box. "Sentry, going up," a heavily Texan voice said, the yellow construction shipbreaker's helmet, with what looked like self-activating welder's lenses over the eye section. One of his hands was skeletal, shifting shape into various tools as he rapidly brought a turret online, beeping as its optics lit up, twin barrels extending, belching flame as it burbled with mad laughter in binary, forcing the thralls farther from that side of the room, as Karesh and Zedara took up positions on either side of it. Asimov smirked in his own way, tilting his head forward, optic shutters moving to form one, before he scowled, launching to the side as calcium spikes impacted where he had been. A new thrall was spat out, as the biomass wall ripped fresh metal from the bulkheads and began shielding itself and its creations. Bringing his MTS to bear, the cyborg cut loose, punching into the unarmed thralls, splattering them on the floor, forcing them to try and reform, as a muffled sound of a war cry and almost something like a trumpet was heard. Rocketing into the room, a Marine wearing a fire suit, with a helmet like a old gas mask, launched in on a old, archaic jetpack, a thermal hatchet in one hand, hissing as it sliced through one new armored thrall and got to the fleshy biomass inside. The Marine's other arm snapped up, revealing a flamer slung under his arm, handle in his hand, the end contracting to a small nozzle. Pulling the almost gas pump-like trigger, the Marine unleashed a tight beam of fire, slicing through the stuck thrall, igniting its insides as it cut through the armor, causing it to ignite inside the armor containing the blaze. Another thrall launched at the perceived weaker target, the pyromaniac Marine, only to slam into Asimov's arm as it swung down, slamming into the thrall and sending them tumbling back, before the Marine spun around, flamer changing to a wider nozzle, and unloaded a stream of superhot plasma at the thrall, as Asimov launched down to the flood, back to back with the pyromaniac, drawing his pistol, a gun in each of his claws. "Who hud hudda ha hudda," came the muffled voice from inside the helmet, making Asimov seem to smirk. "I can puncture their armor. Think you can burn them out?" the cyborg said, as he got an enthusiastic nod from the gas mask-like helmet, muffled giggling from inside. Meanwhile, Sentry Nest wasn't idle. The demolitions expert had moved up, crouched down next to Karesh, while the engineer was getting a mobile nanofabricator up. "Dispenser going up. Napalm rounds with a side of scrumpty. Demo?" the Texan said, tossing a few fresh shells to the demolitions expert, who caught the strip and opened the breech of his launcher, calmly pushing the rounds off the clip and into the pistol-like launcher. "Aye, thanks laddie. Much as I want ta, gonna have to wait till we get back. Damn helmets get in the way." Karesh snorted, yanking his shotgun up and began slam-firing it, dumping a mix of dragon's breath and deer slugs into the room, punching through armor, now a mix of calcium and metals, followed by dragon's breath, or the sentry spitting fire and landing its flammable liquid into the punctured holes caused by Karesh or Zedara, who had switched purely to 410 slugs, punching fresh holes in the bone-like armor. "Ya ta-ta-da, ta-ta-da," a heavy, Russian voice rumbled as Zedara heard a slight crunch of the barricade as a heavy, huge foot braced against it. The man in question, a massive hulking brute, wearing heavy armor and an almost all-metal Masca 1-style helmet, as the human heaved an absolutely massive minigun, well-used, well-worn, with a metal plate on the side, lovingly carved with the name Sasha on it. A whirring sound was heard, clear across the cacophony of the battle, causing both the pyro and Asimov to duck near instantly. "Iha-aha!" came out the war cry, changing into laughter as the massive beast began unloading incendiary rounds, chattering as it fired rapidly. The force of the gun was actually forcing the brute of a man to fight to control the massive weapon, the recoil actually starting to pull the man off the floor and barricade, his mag-locked boots glowing as they fought the recoil. Zedara looked at the massive gun in a mix of horror and being impressed, watching as it chattered, tearing through the oncoming thralls like they were butter, covering Asimov and the Pyro's retreat, allowing the two to vault over the barricade and through the shield. The cover fire was appreciated, Asimov said weakly as Heck crouched behind the encampment. "Hada," was the Pyro's muffled voice, followed by 2 thumbs up. The Texan tossed the Pyro a fresh fuel tank, before he frowned and grabbed the cyborg, dragging him over to the dispenser nanofabricator, grumbling. "Boy, you look like you got on the wrong side of a Wolverine," the Texan said, somehow managing to convey a frown with his tilted helmet as his hand rapidly changed to tools to pull apart Asimov's hull. "Not that far off. Was feral enough to be one," Asimov said flatly as he hefted his massive hand cannon, just as a thrall punched out a vent above them. Boom! And promptly turned its head to pace long enough for Pyro to purge said vent with a flammable grenade. "Engineer, coward is too deep in the wall. Sasha can't get to them," came the thick accent from their heavy weapons specialist, who was now conserving ammo as best he could, giving each thrall a precise squirter of bullets, shredding them enough for the sentry to gleefully burn them to a crisp. The far wall, on the other hand, was deeply pockmarked with bullet holes, but was still spewing thralls. "Pyro," the demolitions expert said, firing multiple slow-moving grenades, little, spiky things, sailing through the gravitless. The Pyro popped up almost instantly, his flamer up, pilot light off, and nozzle open wide, and pressed the trigger, releasing a blast of air and flammable fluid, launching the grenades at a faster rate clear across the room, and in tore around the hole the thrall had sank into. With a flourish, the Demoman slammed his thumb down on the detonation button crudely wired on the side of the launcher, and the grenades all went off at once, ripping the wall apart, igniting the flammable fluid covering Rem, and revealed a screaming horror, no longer humanoid, but a solid wall of calcium, biomass and metal, several eyes opening up as mouths opened, and spat Spike's teeth at them, crashing against the shield hard. "Gentlemen and madam," a French accent said, from seemingly nowhere, accompanied by the sound of something arcing, as a thin man in what looked like a rather snazzy, slim armored pressure suit. It looked more like a armored Armani suit, the helmet made closer to that of a balaclava. "Looks like the dunderhead dug in. Engineer, we have that little surprise ready?" "You mean the one that nearly blew up the room we were in when we were designing it, because Scout bumped your arm, and we nearly had a mole too much potassium chloride?" "Yeah, I got some." "Spy, catch," the engineer said, pulling out a few half-spheres with a few switches and wires on the side of it, and tossed them to the slimmer Marine. "Same setup as my usual toy." "Yup. Go give that Mother Hubbard a new superfluous behind." "Excellent," the spy said and seemed to vanish, as Asimov pulled himself up, still missing some armor. "We will need to provide cover fire. Inactivity will cause it to catch on." "Ep. Back down you go, boy. Don't make me use one of Spy's sappers on you to keep you down so I can fix ya," the engineer said, even as they heard the dispenser humming away, assembling new plates. "Hada, the Pyro muttered, as he pulled off his clunky jetpack, pulling a remote off of it, giggling in his muffled manner, and set a screen down nearby, even as a hatch opened on it, revealing a mini rocket system. "Hada," the pyromaniac said, offering it to the controller to Asimov. "Fine, he can play with the drone, damn it. Now I know how Medic feels some days," engineer said, rubbing a hand over his face with a sigh, only getting another muffled giggle. Asimov gratefully took the controller and jacked into it, setting the controller down as his optics dimmed, and the drone's optics booted up, making it float up off the ground, RCS engines humming as they released little gouts of flame experimentally, before the large engines rotated and spun it around and burned forward, launching it at the thrall nest, 2 small flamers popping out of the bottom, previously the back of the pack of the drone, pilot lights glowing, even as the engines spun around, burning retrograde hard, bathing the nest in fire. Zedara sighed, shaking her head as she hefted her pistol, loading freshly made incendiary rounds into it, and provided cover fire for the drone, accurately popping several new thralls the nest spat out, small, airborne, balloon-like, and unarmed, the incendiary rounds popping them with explosive results, sending meaty chunklets everywhere. Are humans normally this insane? I thought it was just our captain. The trike grumbled to Karesh, making the massive Worgen smirk. That's Team Fortress for you, though humanity has always had a few screws missing. Worked with soldier and their medic before. Good men you want to have at your side or watching your back. Not at all remotely sane, though. The Worgen chuckled. Ah, so you're the wolf that Doctor spoke of. The massive Russian said, even as the burly man twisted the handle on the massive drum that housed his ammunition, pulling it off, as he swapped it out for a fresh drum. Glad he remembers. Perhaps drinks after this would be good, the Worgen said, getting a shake of the massive human's head. Doctor and others are dealing with other problem. We were on our way to give help when the Grey Ghost called us to give you backup. Heavy said, ruefully, is good we did. Similar problem as what Doctor is dealing with. The Worgen nodded as he loaded a fresh set of slugs into his shotgun, while Pyro giggled, drawing a flare gun, and loaded a thermite shell into it. Captain's going to want to join in, Zedara said, shaking her head before speaking, and looking forward to it. She said, a slightly feral grin spreading across her face. Meanwhile, Asimov flicked the drone around, ducking around bullets and tentacles, unloading rockets into the nest. A tentacle shot at him from the side, forcing him to go into a spin, main engines burning, sending out fire and burning the tentacle, while his flamers spat out fire like a deadly ground bloom firework, spinning in all directions, twisting the engines around in a way that let him become a little angry ball of fire. What the hell, Spy mumbled, watching the angry fireball dealing with the tentacles, releasing mad, binary laughter. In the distance, Spy could hear the bloodthirsty little creation of engineer cheering, now spitting only flammable fluid out, splattering against the nest, ignited moments later by either Asimov's actions or the thermite flare that impacted the nest from Pyro, the thermite ignited by the thin, burning phosphorus coating it had, acting like a dangerous fuse and adhesive. Turning away so his retinas weren't burned out again, Spy snuck closer from around behind, and quickly began planting the detonators around the nest, and spotted a hole that was venting heat. Smirking, he waited for it to open again, and the moment it opened, he chucked it in, banking off the edge and going in. For a moment, there was a choking sound before eyes all over it opened up, as it released an angry hiss, searching for him. Right as he heard a beep-beep, as his cloak ran out. Oh no! Spy sighed as he saw all of the eyes focusing on him. It didn't last long, however, as a moment later, its focus was drawn back to the drone as missiles blasted it from the other direction, buying Spy some time to put some distance between him and the nest, drawing his pistol, and snapped his hand up, pulling through trigger rapidly, punching into several of the new eyes, even as he listened to the rapidly beeps, more heard per second as the timers ticked down, and he worked to try and put some distance between himself and the nest. Asimov was well aware of this, and moved in, rocket screaming as he strafed around the nest, hitting the nest with his backwash as he flipped upside down. Drifting the drone down, he extended the straps, letting the Spy pull the pack on, and hit the afterburner, rocketing them past the nest, flamers screaming from the back, leaving behind a burning trail in the air, preventing the thrall nest from chucking minions at them. Right as it detonated, rocking the remains of the ship. Disgusting. Spy groaned as everyone slowly pulled themselves up, thankful for the suits, or in Asimov's case, repaired and resealed armor if unpainted. Yo, Doc, incoming? A wiry young man yelled, tossing a sphere in the air, and struck it with a metal baseball bat, sending it flying, impacting the massive beast bearing down on the small team. The beast snarled until it heard 2 beeps, and then the sphere exploded, sending it flying back as meaty, burned to a crisp, useless biomass chunks rained down from above. Dank, Scout. V here is sold, a main in a shock white trenchant over his atmosuit, his helmet like a long-backed stall helm, faceplate shaped like a medical surgical mask with round lenses over his eyes, a thick German accent echoing from the vocoder. "Ja!" A screamed war cry came, as what looked like a man in standard marine armor sailed down from above, with boots thicker than usual, a trench shovel clutched in each hand, one slamming flat side on the head of one thrall, the other swung through the neck of a demon warrior caste. While the marine's boots crushed the skulls of an unlucky thrall he had landed on to slow his fall. Laughing crazily, the soldier reached back and pulled out a rocket launcher, sprinting forward, the demons before him already looking nervous as the soldier sprinted forward, his helmet hiding the insane grin as the human fired 3 rockets off, and then aimed at his feet, jumping up, as his boots engaged an energy field, as he fired the last rocket at his feet, launching him up high into the air, allowing him to put up his launcher and draw his bayoneted shotgun. The medic sighed, rubbing his face. "Dumb Kopf is going to his ankles again," he said, before twisting to the side, letting an energy blast sail past him. Scowling under his helmet, he drew a odd coilgun, slamming a clear container on the top, filled with dart, and unloaded at the demon that had fired at him, smirking as he heard its snarl of pain as the needles sank in, or even broke against its armor, releasing hydrochloric acid into its veins and all over its armor, making it bellow in rage. "Whoops, that was not medicine," the medic taunted, nimbly rolling put of the way, as the massive beast sailed past, body still hissing as the potent acid ripped it apart from within, smirking as it got back up. Boom. The report from the long gun was followed by another, one after another, several demons' heads turning to steaming mist, including the one dealing with the medic's acid, as a human on the roof, with a fedora on his helmet, one side pinned up, with emergency bullets stuck on the band on it. "Ha, take that, ya wankers," an Australian voice muttered over the vox, making medic smirk. "Doc, got a couple more survivors coming our way," Scout's Bostonian voice echoed through the vox. "Dank," medic said, getting up, hefting his medipack, and sprinted through the war zone, his vibrosaw out, glinting silver and red as it flashed out, buzzing sinister as the former medical instrument sliced through the demon and thrall bones and flesh, the other hand still armed with a syringe gun, launching the dangerous darts left and right, turning thralls to mush near instantly, but was far, far less useful against demons. Of course, the demons were quickly learning that you did not want to be in blade range of the medic, after several found themselves missing limbs and heads in moments. Meanwhile, Scout was sprinting around, armed with a lever-action shotgun, picking off demons left and right with precisely aimed shots, ducking and jumping, special jump pack allowing for a second boost midair like a double jump, throwing off the demon's aim, just before a shell removed their heads off their shoulders. "Bonk," Scout said, grinning inside his helmet as he swung down with his bat, breaking the jaw of a demon, kneecapping them with his shotgun before flipping himself over their shoulder, baseball bat under their chin and yanked, feet planted on their shoulder blades, giving a sinister snap as Scout snapped their neck. Behind him, several survivors, a few Galkans, amoeboids, and a saline, watched in utter horror as the insane humans held the line. Just a small team, dug in and happily fighting to the bone, literally in the medic's case, as he sawed through bones. "Anyone need a doctor?" said the medic said, seeming to be ignoring the fact he was covered in blood, slowly dripping down it, pulling a medical bag from seemingly nowhere, even as a thrall bore down on him. "Would you kindly leave? You are scaring my patients," the medic said, calmly, even as he spun around, nailing 3 shots into the thrall, the acid melting it to much. "Dumb Kopf. Wie hier was I?" "Ah, yes," he said, spinning around again, scaring the saline. Lacerations, bruising, unlikely a concussion. Did you get into contact with any of Z biomass from Z thralls?" That got a nervous shake of the Galkan's head, even as they flinched, hearing the report of the sniper's rifle again, popping the head of another demon. Simple enough," medic said as the medipack glowed, energy humming from it, along the emitter attached to the medic's wrist, as the doctor ran it over the Galkan. "I would advise no sudden movements. Concussions are not something I would try and valk off. the medic said, before turning to the others. While medic was doing his job, and Scout was covering him, Soldier was having the time of his life, grinning madly as he hefted his reloaded rocket launcher, even as a large demon war cast bore down on him. "Come air, Cupcake," Soldier said, chuckling as he ran forward, and Rocket jumped, flying into THR air, unloading the 3 remaining rounds into the beast before landing on its back. 3 massive holes on its chest, gushing blood as it snarled, spinning to try and dislodge him, unable to thanks to the dual trench shovels in each hand, digging into the beast's back, the serrated parts of the shovel blades down, allowing gravity to let them snag inside the beast. Swinging himself left and right, Soldier rapidly climbed up the beast's back, digging his blades and over again up its back before he rammed one into its neck. There was a horrific snarl as it swatted at its back, before trying to flop back and crush the human, only for him to flip around in front, shotgun in the other hand, ramming it into its mouth, and pull the trigger. Needless to say, red mist splattered the ground behind it. Yanking his shovel out of the beast's neck, and putting it on his belt loop, he racked his shotgun, looking at the warrior caste before him, smaller than the war caste. With a cry, he charged forward, shotgun up, dumping round after round into the demons before him, using the bayonet affixed to the front to slice at those who got too close. "Damn it, Soldier!" Sniper groaned as he watched his bloodthirsty teammates sprinting into the thick of it, and then heard a slithering sound behind him. "Ah, piss." He sighed and rolled just as something slammed down next to him. "Ya ain't got anything on the bloody spy, ya wanker," the Aussie snarled, leaping up as he drew his machete, rolling underneath another swing from the thrall and slashed, bisecting the beast as he tossed a glass jar, not filled with his usual, rather vile surprise, but hydrochloric acid, like medics' dart syringes, causing the beast to melt with a screech. "Ha!" Sniper grinned before he heard a Famler beep behind him as the mini-sentry unfolded, having booted back up after a short amp had knocked it out. "Oi, 'bout time you woke up. In a bit of a mess air." Sniper grumbled. It gave a sheepish beep before spinning around, firing a single incendiary round, nailing a demon between the eyes. Unlike the standard mini-sentry, this one was armed with a longer barrel and better optic, and was reusable. Sniper's field backup the engineer made him, slamming fresh rounds into his rifle's internal magazine. He crouched down again, and continued covering Soldier. Over at the demon's encampment, Warlord Gissel snarled as he watched the small team of humans tear through the ground forces like they were nothing but frail flesh under one of their war axes. "How long till the cavalry beasts are to their position?" he growled, watching in fury as the hologram showed the tenacious humans standing, thriving even, in the war zone. He had chosen this planet specifically because it didn't look like it had one of those king-damned mechanized siege beasts on it, and was close enough to try and perform a retributionary attack. Instead, his forces faced getting slaughtered by a force that had been training to fight them since the last incursion. Not only that, but when help arrived to evacuate the remaining people after most escaped or died, but it came in the fork of a small special forces team that pulled stunts and didn't care how normal combat roles worked. He resisted crushing the viewing thrall, however much it was tempting to do so. "A few more minutes, Battle Lord, provided that we can keep them distracted, though we are losing a rather large number of units. If we keep losing units like this, Silence, we have enough problems. We do not need to be adding more." Gissel snarled and smirked. "Ah, there we are," he hummed as he watched the cavalry beasts, large, vehicle-sized, 4 more-legged horrors, sprinting forwards, rapidly approaching the encampment. A few were slowed down by the sniper, bullets piercing their neural matter and forcing them to reform it, and some lost their heads to the soldier, rockets obliterating their heads and burning the bodies. But that was nothing. A few more losses was fine. They had them routed. What was that sound? A large box that had been nearby, a shipping container, had opened up, revealing a strange, spinning machine that had unfolded, multiple lights on it glowing as it spun up. An energy disk forming above it as it whined louder and louder, and spat something out. Warlord Gisel saw nothing but pure red at what he saw. I want those frails alive so I may rip their souls out myself. The transmat pad slowed down, its energy temporarily expended, its job done. The massive shipping container-sized machine creaking as something leapt off it, sailing through the air. The roar of short-range engines heard, helping it glide a little ways, increasing the apex of the jump, before cutting off completely. And then several tons of combat mech slammed down on the horror, bearing down on Scout and Medic, who stood in front of the civilians, causing biological goo to spray everywhere, loud, booming, mechanized laughter ringing out from the bulky, bipedal mech. On one arm was a brass nameplate, reading Katsuya, the feet round circles with 3 toes, one set pointed forward, the other 2 pairs each parting the circular feet into thirds, long, cylindrical, armored legs leading up to the bulky, blocky armored cockpit and control module, angled to deflect physical projectiles, heat vents on the back, just under the engines, belching heat. A circular, stocky optical unit sat, a red sensor going back and forth, giving the pilot, while cylindrical arms swung down, smashing into the neural nodes of the beast, before the mech leapt off, foregoing the boosters this time, and caused a smaller crater than before. Bolted on each arm were massive rotary rail cannons, 3 barrels each, spanning the length of the forearms, with large capacitors, 6 on each barrel, all whining as they charged up. Behind me, Doctor, came the recognizable voice of the heavy weapons specialist, as both arms swung up to firing positions, barrels spinning, before he let loose his war cry. Yappa ah ha 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 ha, Heavy roared and laughed as the massive rail cannons opened up on another beast charging towards them. Even as the one he squished turned to goo and slithered off to reform, even as the mech mulched up the onrushing horror, steam hissing off the beast as the superheated rounds, a byproduct of the rail cannon system, seared into the creature, each spike of spinning metal shaved off a main chunk of metal on the ammo spindle. Screeching, the beast backed off, snarling as more began to come over the hills and the horizon, snarling and slathering, hungry for a fight. Even as Heavy rolled his mech shoulders and smashed his metal knuckles together. "Come, let us fight like men," the burly human in the mechanized war machine rumbled, settling into a boxer's stance, even as the human inside grinned under his helmet, before charging forward, swinging with a hard left punch, burying his mech metal fist in the skull on one of the beast. Rail cannons on the same arm chattering as he unloaded at point blank on the beast, before ripping his arm out and rammed the other fist into its underbelly. Both hands grabbing the horror, Heavy's mech spun at the waist in a full degree of motion, using the horror he had his hands on, using it like a bludgeon, forcing the other creatures to try and move out of his way, distracting them from Scout and Medic, ushering them to the safe house. Even the teleporter stopped spinning again. "Oi, don't hog all the fun, ya great lump. Leave a few for me ta send ta hell," echoed out a very familiar Scottish voice, followed by a few sounds of rapid-fire thumping. And a literal stream of cylinders with blinking red domes on their ends were seen flying through the air, accompanied by crazed laughter, as a similar mech to the one Heavy was piloting sprinted forward, though one hand was completely replaced with what looked like a 100mm grenade launcher, with two smaller shoulder-mounted machine launchers chattered, unloading 40mm grenades like they were candy into the sky, arching down and detonating in sprays of napalm and explosive blasts, making the horrors that were too close screech as they burned to a crisp, forcing the others to back off. And more the show up, these ones armored with a mix of metals and chitin, or coated in hastily applied ablative armor, taking the hits from the grenades and shrugging them off as they were thrown away, and attempted to make another layer, only for the streams of grenades to bore through them. "Demo, come, let us fight." Heavy laughed as the two slammed into the horrors with roaring laughter, one slightly drunker than the other, Heavy's rail cannons shredding them down, Demo's grenades burning them to a crisp in moments, or in the case of the 100mm, completely obliterating them, leaving behind a smoldering crater of thermite and phosphorus. The two towering mechs were back to back as the horror charged at them from both sides, reaching forward, only for Heavy and Demo to duck, allowing the beasts to slam into one another, the mechs rolling out from underneath, and popped up, pinning the horrors between them, allowing Demo to get a good shot off and incinerate the two as Heavy unleashed a squirt of rounds over his comrade in Arm's shoulder, mulching the beast behind him, while Demo lobbed grenades behind Heavy, blowing chunklets off the one trying to sneak up on Heavy. Meanwhile, the teleporter spun up again and flashed as it spat out another mecha. This one, however, didn't have arms, oddly. Just 4 massive napalm sprayers, 2 per side, its legs double-jointed, digigrade, rather than normal single-jointed, allowing it to leap farther and move faster. Muffled giggling coming out of its vox and speakers as its maniacal pilot charged forward, letting loose a spray of unignited napalm as soon as it was in firing range, dousing all of its opponents with the flammable liquid, just as Demo unleashed another spray of fresh grenades, courtesy of the Enterprise's accurate transmat and cruise, right into his ammo bays, linked into his grenade lines. The explosions ignited the incendiary fluid, making the pyromaniac laugh, igniting his pilot lights and continuing hosing down the general area with the stuff, even as more horrors raced in, coated in fireproof chitin, which only lasted 10 seconds under a devastating kick from Pyro's mech, or a hail of bullets or grenades, cracking the armor to the meaty, flammable biomass horror inside. Not one OE is going to survive this, laughed Demo as the trio began to set up a rather battlefield, burning flesh filling the R, turning it into a hellscape. One would think the horrors would feel right at home. Meanwhile, Scout, Medic, Soldier, and Sniper were clustered around the teleporter, or more specifically, the shuttle it had just spat out, offloading additional equipment and loading up the survivors. Go, 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 Scout muttered, waving civvies on, carrying the younger ones on his back, piggyback style, Spy appearing out of thin air next to him, with several little ones in his own arms. Medic had a hover gurney out and was hauling the injured out, while the Sniper and Soldier were hauling heavy boxes out and placing them on the battlefield, moving back and forth rapidly, despite Soldier's heavy armor. The teleporter spun again, spitting out another shuttle, which took off and landed next to the already landed shuttle, disgorging more Marines who took over offloading supplies and loading civilians, setting up barricades and defenses, while the engineer waves the 5 remaining of his teammates over. All right, boys, looks like we managed to get here in time to help pull your chestnuts out of the fire. Unfortunately, looks like someone on the other team wants to make a bit of a statement, and sent a few ugly son of beaches our way. Thankfully, I got a few solutions to that little problem, the engineer said with a grin, motioning to the utter chaos that was Heavy, Demo, and Pyro unleashing hell in 3 several-ton death machines. Excellent work, engineer, Spy said with a grin, opening a hatch on his helmet as he pulled out his cigarette. Oh, I ain't done yet, not till we have these Mother Hubbards crying uncle, the Texan said, with a dark chuckle, like the Frenchman had said a joke, getting a head tilt out of the balaclava-colored helmet. What do you mean, he said, before Asimov walked out, a large box under one arm. Scout, remember that old suit you had towards the end of the Gravel Wars? Like the other mechs we had? Engineer said with a grin, as the towering cyborg opened the box, after setting it down. Suit is operational, please use responsibly, the cyborg said in amusement as he revealed the components within. Whoa ho ho, Scout laughed, grabbing the chest plate and slamming it down onto his armor, the exoskeleton instantly merging with his armor, Asimov connecting the back plate, allowing it to begin closing around the human, who was rapidly installing the rest of the components. His armor was now bulkier than before, with engines on his calves, his shoulders, and extra ones on his wrists. Intakes poked over his shoulder, while he now had a tractor beam unit under one arm, and a twin-barrel, reciprocating shotguns slung under the other. Aw yeah, I missed this thing, Scout laughed as he heard its systems booting up, its power core on his back humming as it powered up, HUD flickering online as he fist-pumped. Sensor suit has been upgraded as well as core output has been stabilized. Flight time will be longer, and will not interfere with tractor beam unit, Asimov said, before his claw snapped out and stopped Scout from joining the fray. Hey, what's the big deal, he pouted. We've got a few more surprises ready. the engineer said, as they heard the teleporter going off again. "Soldier, you're up," the engineer said, jerking a thumb in the direction of the teleporter, revealing another large mech, similar to Heavy's, but instead of 2 rail cannons, it had massive rocket launchers on the back that could aim over his shoulder, along with a micro-missile battery in each wrist. Soldier gave a slightly demented giggle, charging forward and scrambling up the mech and climbed in. A muffled, "This is mine now," was heard as the top hatch slammed shut, and the massive thing booted up and jumped off the transmat. More giggling heard. "It's good to have this back," the voice of the crazy Marine said as he cracked his metal knuckles. "Thought you might like that," the engineer said with a mischievous grin. "Now then, sniper, your mech's unfortunately down for a bit longer. Core's giving me more trouble, boot," the Texan said as Asimov seemed to smirk and pulled out the false bottom of the crate Scout had pulled his suit from. "Holy," the sniper said, looking at the partially disassembled monstrosity inside. On his back, his mini turret gave out a mad binary cackle. Slimmed-down exoskeleton and 30mm anti-material rail rifle, Asimov said as he pulled the man-sized half a rifle out of the box and clicked the other half, the barrel and capacitor banks, onto it. "I love this job," the Aussie said with a grin, pulling the folded-up exoskeleton out of the box and pulled it over his armor. It clicked in, syncing with his systems, and even with the exoskeleton, he wheezed as Asimov handed the massive rifle over. He hooked the power cable of the man-portable artillery piece to the power core on the exoskeleton, before he accepted the rounds. "Incendiaries?" he asked, noticing the odd tips. "Nope," the engineer said, a gleeful tone in his voice. "That there is a little special mix demo came up with. Tannerite V2 in the tip with a little borate." This got a rather evil laugh out the sniper, who scrambled up the wall to his previously made sniper's nest to set up his new instrument of terror. "Spy, I think you'll like this little number," the engineer said, as the medic had a mad grin. "Works." "Yep. And because of her sheer size, it's able to hold a much longer charge," he said as a smaller, still several-ton, bipedal, much more humanoid machine decloaked above them. It resembled a oversized MechWarrior javelin, minus the missile or laser racks dominating the chest area, and instead had a pair of extendable wrist blades and a massive holster on its hip, carrying directed electromagnetic launcher, capable of firing heavily charged electric shots to punch into armor and fry electronics inside whatever it hit. "Excellent, your finest work yet, both of you," the Frenchman said, vanishing for a moment, reappearing within the mecha moments later. "All right, boys, you know the drill. Doc, you're with me and the others, gonna dig in and make sure we're harder to remove than a super termite infestation on a jungle planet. Captain Asimov here is going to be playing tag today," the Texan said with an all-too-happy voice. "Seems good ol' Event Horizon wants to help give the ugly Mother Hubbards more than a few new behinds." Asimov nodded as they heard 2 more voices join in, talking quietly, revealing a trike and a wargen, carrying a mobile mortar system, or rather, the wargen was hauling the weighty machine, the trike was hauling the ammunition, and a few mobile barricades and shields. A whistle pierced the air before something impacted the ground and dug out a sizable crater in mere moments. The entire team that was there saw that Asimov was staring at the spot that had just been catered with an odd intensity before he rolled his shoulders and moved inside before coming back out, carrying extra ammo crates under each arm, setting them down near the crater. The wargen was setting up the mortar unit, unfolding the stability legs, bracing them on the ground, before pulling out the massive M2 Browning-styled mortar launcher up with a maniacal grin. The trike was rapidly fortifying the crater, lining it with barricades at the lip of the crater, angling them to help enemy munitions to skip off. She soon joined Asimov setting up the mortar belts, opening the feed chute, as the cyborg connected the feed lines to the bolt assembly, while the wargen prepped the spare barrels nearby. At the edge of the crater, Asimov opened another crate, pulling out ancient Maxim pattern machine guns, connecting their cooling lines to a thermal heat discharger aimed outwards, ready to dump the thermal reserves on whatever poor fool got too close. The trike got behind the Maxim emplacement, racking the charging handles twice to make sure there was a live round in the chamber, the energy shields shimmering around the barrels to protect her when she would fire it from enemy fire. Once everything was adequately set up, and the mortars were chambered, Asimov bent down and lifted back up, holding a just as archaic rifle in his claws. The design was very distinct, with its banana-shaped magazine, even with the proportions were very off. The wood-like furniture on the rifle gave away what it was another thing that gave it away, even with the redesigned trigger and hand grip for his claws. A Hera Industries pattern AC-50, the massive cyborg chambered one of the massive rounds it carried before nodding to the Wargen, vaulting over the eye of the mortar nest, an antenna extending off his pack, even as his head spun to look to the others. Nest ready, armament online. Shall we begin? The grins that went unseen due to the helmets were palpable, seemingly bloodthirsty, joined in by the trike and the Wargen, as they prepared their surprises. Giselle was snarling in rage as he watched the 3 mechanical cavalry beasts decimate their own thrall-based cavalry beasts with merciless efficiency. Around him, he could tell the others were quietly muttering in panicked words, utterings of frail forces making landfall and tearing through their forces flitted in. But that didn't matter at the moment. What did were the 3 mock? He froze when one of the beasts suddenly was sliced cleanly in 3 pieces. Something splattered with its ichor, revealing a thin mecha, stabbing and slashing amongst the cavalry beasts like some horrific blade master, stabbing and slicing, ducking under swings and ammunition thrown by the others. It decloaked, drawing a weapon from its hip and opened fire on one of the cavalry beasts, unleashing a rocket and burning the trying to reform bodies. It soon joined the fray, fighting shoulder to shoulder with a more brutish trio. The firekeeper blasting fire all over like it was water, kicking out, knocking its opponents down or staggering them, and spraying like some sort hyper-flammable liquid all over them to make sure they didn't reform, or simply leaping into the air and crushing them under its impact. The first one that had fought them shredded them down to paste, or pummeled them into inadequacy, metal fists breaking chitin to get to the meat inside, or would use its chattering shredders to mulch them, put holes in them, or weaken them for the pyromaniac to burn to nothing. They couldn't even sneak up on it, fire-spitting engines on its back igniting to burn them if they got too close, or one of the others forcibly removing the cavalry beasts from its mechanical brother with a punch or a burn of the flammable fluid. And then the small flying figure zipped about, a single, lightly armored frail, zipping about in the air in its combat skin, twisting fluidly as if born to it, its slugger on its arm barking as it shredded unarmored targets, or yanked the legs out from under the armored ones with its beam tether from the tractor beam, making sure that they couldn't fight the others and distracting them long enough form a well-placed explosive. A well-placed punch or slice put them out of the fight for a moment, or were burned to a crisp. They couldn't even swat the gnat, because the thin stealth beast, and that was a horrifying thought, would appear out of nowhere and remove the limbs of the offending cavalry beast in question. And then the sky fire started. Metal missiles crashed down all around the beasts, burning the earth as their payloads sprayed everywhere, incinerating more and more of the cavalry, cutting swaths in their numbers before the culprit slammed down in the midst of the battlefield. A towering war machine leapt out of the crater, missiles flying off its shoulders, out of its wrists, like some sort of horrific locust, pummeling their forces with intent to remove the threat the cavalry posed off the planet, accompanied by the arcing streams of grenades, some even sitting, supposedly inert, on the ground till one of the cavalry stepped on it, resulting in it detonating and eviscerating the cavalry beast. I want ground forces moving in, now. Their cavalry beasts are tied up in our own. Surely their defenders won't be expecting more forces, Giselle snarled as the command went out, making his lips pull back in a snarling smirk. Surely. Just as his forces crested the hill, they instantly ducked down, many knocked off their feet, heads completely gone, or in several instances, entire chunks of land just gone. Report, why are our forces falling? Giselle shrieked, his rage building, veins pulsing on his body as he spun around, spittle flying from his mouth. Sir, it would appear that their sniper nest was reinforced. One sniper still, But he isn't using the same rifle as before," one of the hapless underlings said, motioning to the viewing thrall, making Giselle spin back around, and froze as he saw it was focused on the sniper, wearing an exoskeleton, body rocking back as the massive rifle fired, and the image flickered to where it struck, the entire land area just vanishing from existence. In addition, they appear to have unleashed a mechanized warrior on our forces. The image changed again, this time revealing a tall, dark, wiry mechanoid, dome head spinning as it tracked its opponents, hefting a massive rifle as it barked, making the machine shudder as it fired. Massive metal casings ejected from it as it charged forward, deadly accurate shots pummeling chitin, evaporating heads, blowing apart combat thralls like they were nothing but parchment. But what came next was horrific. The mechanized soldier ducked behind the remains of a wall, its 3 optics unfocused, a garbled message coming from it, and then the ridge where their ground forces were turned into rapid craters in moments. "Sir, mortar encampment. Looks to be a high-output variant." The viewing thrall's image changed, showing a crater-turned mortar nest, the barricades well deployed, a smaller turret jutting out, and a machine mortar manned, shaking the entire platform it was bolted to, barrel reciprocating rapidly as it spat its shells into the air, whistling with sinister intent to impact down on the earth. The smaller turret was barking as a more durable frail manned it. The barrel of the archaic weapon they used spewing hot metal and fire as smaller thralls charged forward, only to burn to a crisp by the incendiary ammunition pouring out of it, or were immolated by the heat blast from the discharger on it. Energy blasts, spikes and other things bounced off the barricades, or splashed against the shields set up. Weapons fire only paused to allow the nest to reload its ammunition, the only 2 sentients inside of it working like a well-oiled machine. Despite the signs of one of them being slightly unfamiliar with the movements, they both gave it their all, the fire that the frails known as humans had burning in them brightly, ready to burn any who encroached on their land, on their people. "Sir, second transmission from the mechanized unit. Multiple objects detected on." The ground in the image shook as massive projectiles, racing at high rates of speed, impacted the ground, destroying several support beasts that had come with the infantry forces, leaving massive craters behind, following a straight line, notably, where the now exposed mechanized unit was staring, using munitions to make a wall of death and destruction. Soon, it stopped, as the mechanoid charged forward, placing deadly accurate shots before him, before he finally ran out of ammo in that magazine. For a moment, the enemy forces were buoyed by the cessation of weapons fire and gave a rallying cry. And then the one leading the charge lost their head, body knocked back as a massive pistol was drawn, barking with similarly accurate fire. The larger, slower slugs it fired leaving destruction behind, battering past armor rather than piercing it, ultimately not caring like the massive rifle's rounds hadn't either. The mechanoid continued charging forward, head spinning, locking on their locations, random transmissions shooting out, and moments later, shells impacted and shook the land, destroying whole platoons like they were nothing. "Where are those shots coming from? I want those artillery encampments shelled out. Now, and someone get that mortar nest." "Sir, it's an orbital bombardment. We can't reach the ship that's doing it. Enemy forces have taken control of the lower orbital planes. What's more, any shot we try and fire up, some sort of anti-artillery system removes from the air with physical projectiles. Sir, low-flying craft detected." This caused the viewing thrall to change images again, and instantly the room went silent with horror. No, Giselle said in pure horror. On the screen showed the most horrific creation of the frails. The hell ship they named after a black hole, a fitting name. Even now, he could feel her hunger for their blood, her thirst for revenge and vengeance. Despite being only the saucer section, he could still hear the recordings of her ripping, tearing entire fleets apart, her psionic, mad laughter echoing out as she used reality itself as a weapon against them. A tiny ship tearing their subjugation fleet apart. And even now, she was proving she didn't need that weapon to tear apart their forces. Her lower turrets using mining lasers to burn out fortifications, coil guns punching holes indiscriminately amongst his forces, while the upper turrets snatched shells out of the air, sailing for her hull with her tethers, and flung them back, making them detonate with their own forces. In the prisoner camps, bright lights were seen as prisoners vanished from their cells and stockade, replaced with explosives, which detonated moments later after they were all gone, turning the camps into craters, flinging explosives everywhere. Suddenly, her impulse engines glowed brightly, her turrets retracting into her turret hard points, before she shot off, and then turned harshly, spinning back around, passing over, each pass faster than the last, her engines screaming loudly with each pass. And then it happened. The shockwave of a sonic boom blasted off the disc-shaped hull, shaking everything around it, especially on the ground, and still, she increased her speed, her psionic laughter heard echoing through the thrall. And then she made her final, devastating pass, using sheer speed and the shockwave off her sonic boom to decimate the ground forces. Thralls popped, exploding their biomass couldn't take being shaken apart by the shockwave. Warrior and Warcast held their heads, blood leaking out their audio organs and ocular organs if they were unprotected or weren't replaced. Several even lost their heads, exploding in violent blasts of goo, due to the pressure of their increased blood flow to their neural matter, not liking the shockwave, rupturing, bursting and detonating inside their own skulls. Buildings crumbled and fell apart, crushing others, while glass windows exploded violently, sending glass flying all over the place, making the ground dangerous to traverse for the snake-like ones, distracting others, as the disc-shaped horror came back around, slower, like a predator coming in to kill her prey or just to toy with it more. All forces, retreat. Chiron's child is here. Admiral? Hostile ground forces are routed and Horizon is moping up survivors, one of the comms officers said, looking up from their Vox terminal. Serrano nodded, hands folded behind his back at the holo terminal, staring at the mountain before them. The mountain in question had been partially hollowed out by hostile forces and was being used as their primary command shelter. Part of it was carved out and covered in chitin and metal, a massive hangar door that was armored. Fire control. Enterprise? The Admiral said, glancing over to the side at the officer's avatar next to him, and his ship's avatar before him. Sir? Asked his fire control officer. You see this mountain? Yes, sir. I don't want to. Yes, sir. Around him, the Enterprise rumbled, sounding like cannon fire in the distance, greatly amused, even as words appeared above the holodeable. Letter 183 Iogonek Thachek H circumflex playa urare, my captain. The Enterprise swung around in orbit, her massive cannons adjusting their orientation as the ship swung about, her bow aimed down towards the planet, permitting the most of her armament to be aimed downwards towards the planet. Massive barrels swung into position, even as an eerie hum sang around the vessel, her crews working, loading the magazines, others working with her to align each barrel with their target, adjusting for wind, thermal expansion, payload weights, gravity, and more. Around her, other vessels gave her a clear line of sight, many aligning to aim with her, prepping their own payloads, others aiming at other targets, smaller command centers that needed cleared out as well. The barrels all stopped moving at once, and for a moment, there was nothing. And then there were bright flashes, almost like the ship was a small sun for a millisecond, the entire vessel actually being shoved backwards from the force of the blasts of every single one of her main cannons going off, capacitors whining as they charged up again, no longer releasing firing all at once, but in a wave of metal rain, the farthest back cannons first, all the way up to the closest to the nose, in a ring of artillery fire, resulting in a stream of metal raining down on the planet, while the impulse engines glowed brightly, pushing back against the force of the weapons firing. Down on the planet below, the continent shook, as the mountain was blown apart piece by piece, bunker-busting rounds detonating not only in the air, but specialized rounds imploded in the soil, yanking mass and air inwards for a split second, compacting it forcefully before letting it go, flinging the soil and rock everywhere, boring into the mountain as solid metal rounds punched craters in, releasing liquid metal to be grabbed by other implosion rounds to use to help destroy the mountain. The chitin and metal door collapsed in moments. Implosion, and metal pulverizing the vessels within, turning them to burning mush, destroying doors, sending superheated metal and gases into the tunnels bored into the mountain, causing thralls to burst into flame, adding to the heat and panic within. As if the collapsing mountain around them wasn't enough of a worry, collapsing tunnels, shearing them up and down, throwing forces inside around before the tunnels and rooms were ripped into by ammunition, having tunneled into the occupied area manually. The demons within never had a chance to escape. Even if they made it to escape tunnels, they found them collapsed or exposed, being shelled out in addition to the lands around the mountain. Molten slag, metal and burning biomass pouring down from the mountain itself, filling the surrounding craters, turning it into a lava moat, and preventing additional escape attempts over land. Not that it would have worked. The mountain itself wasn't small, either, easily the size of the entire Himalaya mountain ranges combined. It was easily the highest point on the planet, though not in the galaxy, and the Enterprise was turning it into a massive crater, to ensure that none of the enemy commanders escaped, and succeeded, eliminating one of the oldest and most successful war masters short of their own king. Not that the ship knew that. All they knew was that they had eliminated the primary command center on that world. Across the planet, similar instances happened on a much smaller scale, fortifications cleared by Horizon, her disk section snarling through the air, scanning for prisoners, which her main section teleported and relayed to medical transports, while she marked which bases and fortifications were empty, racing past, using her speed to disorient enemy forces, leaving them easy targets for her sister's fleet to bombard, even as her own artillery sections took aim and lobbed down a few He shells for good measure, picking off stragglers, using the disk section as the spotter. The hostile forces tried to run, even as the snarling sound of the Horizon reached their ears, echoing, laughing as she raced overhead, sonic boom shaking them off their feet, destroying their cannon fodder, turning their thralls to mush, blinding, deafening, even killing many from the boom. And then her main section shells rained down on them, killing those who didn't die in the first pass, like a specter of death, destroying everything in its path that wasn't an allied survivor, and what she couldn't shell out herself in a second. She sent the coordinates to her fleet mates to evaporate. And then, as the planet finished its day cycle at last, the firing stopped. The last demon was felled, or captured. All the rest were nothing but paste, or atoms. Horizon hummed as she floated through space, humming in orbit above the planet they had defended, next to her sister. Inside her, she could feel her captain child sleeping, hanging in a repair scaffold, his limbs sitting on a conveyor line as he rested after the battle. His chest plate had been removed to be replaced, as the hasty repair the engineer had done had broken, having held up in the main fight. It hadn't broken till Asimov had been forced to take a hit for Zedara that it had broken. Thankfully, none of his vital systems had been damaged, and he fought on, but now that he had been brought back, she, with the aid of Dersh, had herded her child to medical for repairs and a check over. Zedara was sleeping in a medical bed, shoulder bandaged up, having been struck by debris when one of the thralls blew itself up near their mortar nest, and had lost a lot of blood. Dersh was reading in his bed, hands bandaged, covered in burn gel due to swapping out the mortar barrel, and then had to use it as a melee weapon, and had accepted to have his neural link hooked into his pad, reading the book through his implant. Blink was asleep in a replicated, old-style armchair, neural networks sorting through recent events as he rested. Horizon felt her sister's rumble of concern and waved it off, sending over an image of her crew and child, showing most of them resting in medical beds, sleeping off injuries or just resting within her grasp, getting a rumble of amusement out of the Enterprise, sending an image of the civilians evacuated, all being treated by their medical team, with Medic working tirelessly, his team at his side, helping him. The larger vessel offered to have the team hop over, only to get an image of the Medic working with the civvies again. Much as she wanted her child and crew to heal faster, the civvies came first, plus, her crew handled their injuries fairly well and would heal. If a situation came up and they needed her crew and full readiness, then she would agree to let the Medic tend to them before the civilians. on the edge of Enterprise's sensors, and well within Horizon's sensors, the two vessels sensed an unknown vessel appear in orbit, energy levels consistent with weapons being charged, only to freeze in confusion. Its power levels steady as it let out sensor sweeps of the planet below. Instantly, the two vessels let out warning snarls, their weapons locking onto the vessel, but didn't fire, demanding to know why it was here. The long-eared sentients and the cleansing fire were shocked as they stared down at the planet. Pale gray skin, digitigrade legs that almost looked bipedal, with extremely thin, tall physiques, lack of a nose, having long, thin ears, with wavy, always moving, living hair, and eyes that glowed ethereally. They resembled strange, warped elves from Earth's fairy tales, but every fairy tale has a grain of truth to it. And much like the Saurians once being inhabitants of Earth, so too did this species. "Captain, wasn't this planet overrun with the abominations?" one of the crew said cautiously. "Yes, it was, and one of their accursed generals was here as well. Sir, I'm seeing several areas on the planet that are just craters. Like some force came in and shelled the planet from orbit. I'm seeing signs of unknown, likely local forces, sweeping the planet for more of the abominations." And everyone froze as two predatory gazes locked onto the vessel, the sensation of snarls whispering in the back of their heads. The demand to know why they were there hissed wordlessly into their ears. "All Father above, what the hell was that?" the captain said, as several officers panicked as they checked their sensors. "Sir, multiple vessels still in orbit, but the two closest ones sniffed us out," the sensor officer said as images of a small, but heavily armed vessel appeared on the view screen, drifting next to a much larger vessel, both of which were spinning around to face them, their armament locking onto their own vessel. "Sensors, report. What are we looking at? Comms, get on the Vox and hail those vessels before they mistake our silence for hostility." The crew pits were bustling with panicked activity, officers and crew working feverishly before a report came back. "Sir, both vessels are armed with older physical armament, sluggers and missile systems, but can launch them fast enough to put a dent in our armor. The smaller one appears to be segmented. Looks like it can turn into smaller ships if needed. Hella below. Multiple fighter launches detected. Assuming combat formations around the larger vessel, the sensation of small, hungry, gnawing anger chipped at their psyche, before larger demands were made as to why they were there. Multiple ships adjusting their weapon positioning, analyzing trajectories. One of the sensor crews yelled out, slightly panicked as they saw lines from all around the orbit of the planet all trailing around, using gravity and little dips into atmo to adjust their trajectories, and locked onto their own vessel. "But they shouldn't be able to see us. We made sure we were out of their sensor ranges," came the voice of an ensign, before a tactician groaned. "The two ships that can see us are likely relaying that information to the rest of the fleet, and because it's old, physical shells, they can shell us from around the planet, provided we can't move." They amended, though looked nervously at the two ships they knew could see them. "Sir, Vox is open. Translator indicates it's Midgardian," the comms officer said, getting a nod out of the captain. "On screen, quickly," the captain said, resisting the urge to order a full evacuation. "This is Admiral Serrano of the HFS Enterprise to unknown vessel. Identify yourself at once and reason for being in an active battle zone, or we will assume you are hostile and remove you from orbit forcibly," an aging Midgardian said, straight and to the point, gaze hard and no nonsense, even as snarls hissed in the back of the cleansing fire's crew. Not at all helped by the readings showing capacitors all over both vessels heating up as they charged. Sensor crews hissing as they watched in horror as more weapons charge up all over the planet, readying to make sure that if they were hostile they would perish in a hail of metal. "This is Lord Captain Aragorn of the Cleansing Fire," the captain said, standing up and facing the view screen. "We were on a deployment to deal with the abominations that had taken root below. We were hoping to sneak in, remove their command structure in preparation for a full-scale invasion," he said, trailing off as it clicked as to why the fleets was there. "Abominations? I'll take it you mean what we call demons then?" the Midgardian said, calming down a smidgen, making a hand motion. On screen showed them both several warriors and thralls, making the captain nod nervously, noticing the images appeared to be from mid-combat, with the abominations furious, with, startlingly, several dead warriors and thralls all around them. All across orbit, sensors showed power levels dropping down to what they assumed was standby levels, the sensation of hissing and growling calming down, but never leaving, the sensation of a massive pack of intelligent predators eyeing them up like a potential meal never leaving, just reined in. "I see," the human said, rubbing his chin, before sighing. "Much as I would love to welcome you to the fight, we need to do this through official channels," he said, before sending a very specific set of spatial coordinates. There, standard coordinates for new races to officially announce themselves to the galaxy at large. Once everything is squared away, we should be able to set up trials and see where we can fit your crews into this fight," the Midgardian said, rolling his shoulders. "Unless, of course, you wish for us to send a diplomatic team with you to discuss an alliance?" the Midgardian said, eyeing something off to the side, as he seemed to tilt his head, listening to something he could hear. "A diplomatic team sent with us would be for the best, mainly as it's not just our kind that are fighting this war on our end," Aragorn said finally, calming down. "I see. I'll send a copy of the paperwork over to the ship going with you to fill out once you arrive," the human said, much calmer than whatever was snarling soft threats over the ionosphere, several of which made them shudder before they heard a soft curse. "Sorry about that. The old girls are a little possessive of their crews. So long as you don't try and harm one of the diplomatic team, you should be relatively safe," the Admiral said, as if he hadn't just dropped the fact that the psionic presence the Eldarians were feeling were their vessels. They felt like they were staring down draconids for Hela's sake. Aragorn hit a shudder, and far more lethal as well. Worst you had to worry about from a draconid was their psionics, and maybe their strength and durability, mixed with intelligence. "Captain Aragorn," he heard, making him shaking loose his head from the treetops. "Yes, Admiral," the Eldarian said, cautiously. "Diplomatic team is briefed and ready for the journey. The ship is going to be the A's Event Horizon," the Midgardian said, as the smaller vessel next to what Aragorn assumed was the Enterprise lit its impulse engines, burning towards them, IRS weapons flicking about, most of them returning to standby, but some still tracked them, cautiously. "We would normally send something like the Enterprise herself, but we unfortunately need to stay and help mop up. Her sister ship, the Horizon, is just as capable, and is a scientific vessel, so she has the qualifications for it, as does her captain," the Midgardian said with a lopsided grin, as if there was something funny about it. "She can hold out till mop-up is finished, and as long as we don't have any more incursions. Hopefully, they got the message after we removed the mountain their command was hiding under that we aren't letting them get away with invading. We hope. If not, well, there's plenty more where that came from," the old admiral said, as he accepted a pad from one of the bridge crew. The Eldarian crew gave worried glances at one another, before a curse was bit back, and an image was put next to the admiral's Vox window, showing a massive, smoldering, molten slag and metal-filled crater, easily big enough to fit the Enterprise in if it so wished to make a planetary landing. Many of the bridge crew were white at the image, though personally Aragorn couldn't help but approve. Despite the sheer overkill, that was certainly a way to ensure that the enemy commanders didn't escape. "All right, her crew is ready, provisioned, and refueled. Give her a..." He paused as an image flicked on screen, showing a black domed head of a construct of some kind, its optics focused on the screen, even as welding arms installed new armor plates onto its body, and other arms installed freshly repaired limbs. "Apologies for not responding, Admiral. Medic and engineer wanted a full systems check before they let me do anything else," the mechanoid said ruefully. "That sounds like those two. Heard engineer saying something about young fools and not listening about the field repair being a patch job," the admiral said flatly, amused. "My crew was threatened. My armor can be replaced easily. I would prefer to keep severe injuries from occurring." A feeling of exasperation echoed through the local ionosphere, followed by Midgardian voices through the Vox. Dummer Kopf came the sound of a Germanic voice off to the side. You may be mostly metal, but you still have organic internals, came a heavy Texas accent. Even as the mechanoid, now revealed cyborg, at least had the decency to look sheepish. My hull is easier repaired. Organic tissue is not. There was the sound of a strangled growl and a tired sigh. Now you see V-hat I have to deal with V-hen you, and the Z other dummies try and valk off your injuries. Boy, if you come back looking like you came out of a woodchipper, I'm bolting you to a table till you learn some self-preservation instincts. Ahem. The Admiral coughed, slightly amused, followed by a half-apology each, and the additional threat from the off-Vox Forgemaster and healer about taking care of himself. The cyborg rubbed his head. Aragorn bit back a chuckle, remembering the threats some of his own healers would issue against the more reckless crewmen. There was also the fact that the captain of the vessel he would be flying with was at least one who put the lives of his crew before his own. On second thought, maybe that wasn't a good thing. Anyways, Captain Asimov here will be head of the diplomatic team. We've already sent him the documents needed as well as made sure his crew is prepped for the excursion. Any questions? Once the medic and engineer had transferred back to the Enterprise, the two ships made for deep space, engines burning towards the galactic rim. They had chosen to use the webway system rather than use the Horizon's Vol drive, mainly because the Horizon wanted to keep it secret, and because the cleansing fire was actually flung in by a larger craft, what amounted to a giant transmat ship. Normally, the rest of the fleet would pick the smaller shop up with them, but since they didn't need to come in with the rest of the fleet, they had Ro fly back manually. It took a few weeks to get back, and in that time frame, the crew of the Eldarian vessel, a sleek, nimble vessel designed like a yacht, but with forward-facing cannons, kept themselves busy, mainly with watching the other vessels of their former home galaxy around them, and keeping a tight eye on the Horizon, who kept her cannons moving about constantly, flying in an escort pattern, more like she was escorting them, really. This saved them multiple times when they came across several patrols on their flight path, many of which let them pass with minimal curiosity. But one constant was that most of the fleets had at least one Midgardian vessel, and every Midgardian vessel had some form of a soul, communing with one another, and the Horizon, through the Sionosphere, trading information at a rapid pace, faster than the Eldarians expected, which worried them. But what worried them more was when a pirate vessel dropped out of FTL, began making threats, cannons charging, only to panic and turn tail to run when Horizon made herself known, snarling like a more bestial draconid, cannons bearing down on the piratical vessel, spitting threats and assurances that if they so much as fired a shot, they would be feeding the black, one way or another. The sheer panic over the Vox, despite not understanding many of the languages, was audible as the ships jumped back out before they caught the burning ire of the Horizon. Then there was the incident when they got to the fleet. One of the Draconid vessels decided it wanted to test the little vessel like they would their own, and brought their cannons to bear on the Horizon, who responded in kind, all of her cannons locking onto the opposing vessel's weapons, her front swinging around, even as the smaller disc section released its smaller turrets, tractor beam tethers snapping out back, grabbing some of the flotsam floating about, mining lasers priming, aimed at the flotsam it caught, ready to superheat it and chuck at the opposing vessel, releasing a psionic snarl. Her hangar door opened, revealing a well-worn and used combat shuttle, its engines already lit, ready to take off and join the fray. The Draconids laughed heartily, their frankly terrifying, guttural laughter ringing out. "Where'd you find the little terror, Knife Ear?" the captain of the vessel in question said, getting groans out of the Eldarian and many other vessels' crews. "Please, don't antagonize the diplomat's ship. I would like to not find out how this ship earned a reputation to make their local pirates run if she so much as twitches a cannon their way." The Draconids waved the Eldarians off, moving their weapons away, greatly amused, even as the stone-like, dwarven squats marveled at the ship. "She feels so alive, like some of the vessels of old," one of the captains said over the local Vox, their image wavering at the comms table, the Draconid captain looking at the smaller ship as it nimbly kept up with the Eldarian vessel. While no longer facing the Draconid vessel, carrying flotsam, or having their hangar open, it kept its cannons aimed in its direction. "So, what can you tell us about the situation you encountered?" the Baron Admiral asked, his image getting up from his command throne. "Yes, my lord. Once we got to the afflicted planet in question, we settled into orbit and began scans. Unfortunately, our presence was picked up, but not by the abominations, but by a fleet of Midgardian vessels that had been there already, who had soundly rendered the abominations' fighting force to paste," Aragorn said, as the images and scans of the planet appeared above the table before them, making the other captains hum. "Shelled from orbit with a variety of munitions. Not only that, but looks like some form of ground combat as well, Lots of smaller-scale munitions all over, so it wasn't just bombardment." The squat rumbled, looking over the damages, and froze. "What in the name of the Allfather? That, they shelled out a mountain," the dwarven tactician said as he highlighted the smoldering, molten remains of the former command post. "They wanted to make sure that the enemy command didn't escape. What better way than to remove them, then take out everything around their general area with them?" Aragorn said dryly. The Draconid laughed once more, a wide grin on their muzzle as they stared at the remains. "I see. Well, I suppose that beat us to our objective. Warlord Gisel is no longer on the field. However, many others will fight to take his place, and they will be much more foolhardy than he was, and launch many more offensives," the Eldarian admiral said, steepling his fingers as he frowned at the tactical data they collected. "Do you believe they can hold their own?" he said, looking up at the captain, gaze stony. "I believe so, actually," the captain said easily, remembering the number of patrol fleets and the sheer size of them. "The Midgardians aren't taking this lightly and have several patrol fleets actively hunting for the abominations. We didn't get a good look at all of them, but the patrol fleets are all sizable and armed to deal with a good-sized fleet. The fleets appear to be made up of more than just Midgardian ships, so I can't give you a good idea of their firepower. But if I were to go off the reactions the pirates gave the ship that came with us, the Event Horizon," there was a snort from the Draconid at the name, and a raised eyebrow from the squat, "I would guess that they are set up to punch above their size class." Now I wish to see the ship in battle. When will the Krorks arrive? I will see if we can convince them to set up a competition. If even a diplomatic," the Draconid said, eyes glinting at the prospect of a good fight. "Scientific vessel, actually. It came with us straight from the combat zone. Its crew, it seems, were also engaged in front-line combat, if some of the byplay was to be believed," the Eldarian captain corrected quickly. "Well then, I think I'll enjoy seeing if any of my warriors wish to test their might against theirs. Then I will draw up the contest rules," the Draconid said before cutting communications before anyone could say no. "Personally, I would love to see how their ships tick. Seems to keep up with your vessel without much of an issue, and didn't back down at the challenge. I'll see if I can speak with the captain, give her a once-over, see if we can't learn anything from her," the squat said, watching the ship as it drifted up to the docking ports of the flagship, the Yggdrasil, with great interest. They all deflated a little when it drifted away, unable to interface properly, even with the universal adapter, due to how different the ports were, and the fact their docking ports were too big, before the shuttle bay opened and the small combat shuttle flew out, zipping up to an opening hangar. "Be that as it may, we still need to prepare for our guests. Aragorn? Please, show them to the meeting room," the Baron Admiral said, cutting off his end of the communications. "Well, old friend?" the squat said, pulling a pipe out and pushing a bit of his nicotine weave into it, before igniting it with a small torch. "Looks like things are about to get lively around here," he said, his voice amused, eyes glinting with amusement behind his beard. That it seems," the Eldarian said tiredly. Aragorn stood nervously next to the squat captain, Thorn, standing next to the Baron Admiral. On the other side of the Baron Admiral was the captain of the Draconid, and the hologram of the brutish Krox, the green skin of the massive sentient shimmering. his lower jaw long replaced with a metal one, as was one eye. Before them was a table, with a holoprojector, showing a massive representation of the galaxy, showing markers of assumed forward positions that the abominations, or as Midgardians called them, demons, had, sitting around what they called Everwatch Station. Similarly, the other station that had been consumed and corrupted was also marked. The technology in that one didn't match anything anyone had encountered, and so far, apart from consuming the station, hadn't made a move, nor were there any signs of similar vessels. Yet, the large double doors opened up as the Eldarian guards allowed the representatives in, getting a confused murmur out of many of the other captains around the chamber, holographic or not. "I thought you said there was a Midgardian amongst them," the squat said in his gravelly language, quietly, eyeing the construct at the front, especially the archaic slugger on its hip, as well as the littler one, whose eye traveled around the room, taking in everything as he kept pace. "There is. What's left of him is inside that larger construct, if my suspicion is correct." Aragorn murmured back softly, with a little difficulty due to how rusty he was with the language. The squat blinked a little and looked at the Midgardian with more interest now, even as the others around them whispered in hushed tones at the revelations. The croc perked up at that, eyeing the mechanoid up and down, as if assessing him. The Baron Admiral stood up from the chair throne, bowing to the Querette before them, and received a bow in turn from the Querette took up positions beside their captain. "Welcome aboard. I am Baron Sour Ed Helen, Admiral of the Yggdrasil of the Noldroran Empire," came the light, if imposing voice of the Baron Admiral, looking amongst the four sentients before them, searching for the captain amongst them, before settling on the elderly-looking wolf. Asimov Voidbuilt, captain of the A's Event Horizon, of the Human Federation and its allies. Came the voice of the towering cyborg, catching the Admiral off guard, and earning Aragorn a bit of a side-eye, invisible to most, from the Admiral. Aragorn remained stoic and serene, mentally amused at his old friend, who clearly was unimpressed at the surprise. Aragorn thought it served him right for not telling him that they were going all the way to their home galaxy until after the fleet had left. "I see. Apologies for not announcing ourselves. We had hoped to strike fast and hard against the abominations before they could get a sizable foothold. We were unaware that you already had established combat protocols against them," the Baron said, looking back to the cyborg as Asimov tilted his head a little. "Normally, they sweep through a galaxy on one go, like locusts, consolidating all life there into biomass to fuel their war machine, their society. This is not our first encounter with them. I believe this is our second encounter with them, after the first fleet was dealt with. Records seem to indicate that we had barely held them off last time, before their remaining vessels escaped. Since then, it seems that our forces began preparing for a secondary encounter, and established scouting vessels to explore for the source of the hostile fleet. Unfortunately, our searches have not turned up any hints as to their locations as of yet," Asimov said calmly, optics focused on the Baron, though on occasion, his head would spin whenever someone moved or made the slightest sound, as if to focus on them for a moment, before head snapped back to the Baron. Needless to say, it was unnerving, but understandable. Mostly. "I see. That would also explain the size of the fleet and weight, as well as their unusual wariness of this galaxy. Tell me, does the name Chiron's Child mean anything?" the Baron asked, interest showing a little, despite the serene appearance he tried to maintain. Aragorn perked up as well, as did several of the other higher-up captains, which was understandable, given that that was the name given to the vessel by the abominations that had torn them apart despite its supposedly underwhelming appearance. "I'm afraid not. I will have to speak with Mother to see if she knows, as she was around during that time frame, though she was forced into a form of suspended animation during a fight with them when one of their weapons knocked her out of the fight. It interacted strangely with her FTL drive and sent her across the galaxy," Asimov said. Oddly, the wolf and the reptilian-like one both were trying to stifle looks of amusement, before they changed to ones of muted surprise, looking at something behind the Quark captain, though it didn't last for long. A quick glance in a reflective ornament in the room showed nothing. though odd marks were on the wall, though that could be just a trick of the ornament's details showing something not there. Is it possible, Dad, it might be under another name? Daggets might not know what the middies named dat ship. Speaking o' ships, da boys, and I want to see what kind o' docka your boat has. The Quark said, deep, gravelly voice filling the room as the weapon-crazy sentient managed to grin, despite the metal jaw he had. Many other captains nodded at the Quark's assessment, though several face-palmed, while the lower-tiered Quark captains grinned, nodding in excitement at the question, earning a chuckle from the wolf and just this dumb look from the lizard. Once the diplomats arrive, we can do a weapons assessment and comparison, perhaps a tactics assessment as well, if we have the time and permission. Asimov said after a moment, before things turned drier, for lack of a better term, many captains gaining the usual glazed, I look as the Baron Admiral, and Asimov began the process of going through the motions, though the reptilian seemed to keep rapt attention, listening. Aragorn began idly taking guesses as to each of the others' roles as he waded through the rest of the proceedings. Perhaps a diplomat in training? The wolf-like one seemed more like the security detail, though what could the smaller construct be? Perhaps a servant or aide? Aide would be more likely, and a new one, as well. He could ask after it was all said and done. Asimov couldn't get out of there fast enough. Note to self: I despise playing diplomat. The cyborg said as soon as they were out of earshot, in an antechamber, as the Admiral spoke with his captains. The cyborg had already done scans for bugs and listening devices, and found a quiet spot, and took care to speak quietly, so as to not attract attention. Zedara snorted to herself. Figured as much, Captain. I've been connected to your head enough times to know you'd rather be flying with us in deep, uncharted space, or in the middle of a firefight than standing around, she said with a smirk, even as Blink twisted his head around to watch the crew wandering past, many staring at the Quarret as they talked. Lots of these species look like they are straight out of a human fantasy media. There's so many. The little bot said, watching in fascination as a dwarf-like one wandered past, who eyed them back, before a wiry elf-like sentient, in a white and gold robe, hurried past, staff glowing eerily, before freezing as they stared at it. Slowly, they waved it back and forth, frowning, before a thin line ran from it, aimed at Asimov, who tilted his head at it. The sentient's gaze met the cyborg's, and they froze up, before speaking in a strange tongue sharply, before fumbling for something in a robe pocket. Captain, is there something we need to know? Zedara said, almost flatly, getting a shrug out of her captain, as the elf-like being approached them, a little cube now hanging off their staff. Apologies, I'm aware you are part of the forward diplomat team sent to us, but are any of you a psionic? They asked, their voice high, feminine, once translated by the little device. Zedara frowned for a moment, while Dersh hummed a little. I think the closest thing we have is an astrogator, outside of the saline. Not many of those out there, and due to it being so rare, there's little in the way of training for them. The Wargen rumbled, rubbing the bottom of his muzzle as he spoke, frowning a bit, as the Glinch tilted his head more. Does the horizon count? I can still feel her even though we aren't connected. Comet as well, now that I think about it. The little bot said, rubbing the back of his head, turning it first to face the location that their combat shuttle, the Comet, rested, its mind gentle, old, humming softly, before switching to the horizon, who was still fuming about the cannons being aimed at them, and was getting a little twitchy at her crew being so far away from her for so long on an unknown vessel. Only out of those of you here, the elf said, though confusion was forming on their face. Going by the double take a squat did as they wandered past, followed by a draconian. It wasn't a common sight. Both were watching with curiosity as Asimov spoke. Out of us here, I have minimal astrogation training, due to records aboard the Horizon being out of date, due to being out of contact with the rest of the galaxy. Asimov admitted, getting surprised looks from his crew, as the elf stepped back in surprise, before casting a spell. The Quarret all glowed, Asimov glowing a soft gold coloration, though it twisted with a little black, warping reality a little around him, not unlike a black hole, though less destructive, more akin to a skin or armor. Zedara and Karesh both glowed more of a soft blue, and Blink a gentle green, which the little Glinch stared at in fascinated wonder, twisting his hands in front of his optic, back and forth, watching as the outline traveled to stay on the edges of his body, no matter the orientation. That's how have you gone untrained and unseen for so long? And what is this? It looks dark, but it feels warm? The elf said, walking close, before a sharp barking sound was heard. Elen, what are you doing? Came a deep, guttural voice as a draconid approached them, towering over all of them, their wings ruffled slightly, their armor a similar shock white and golden color, with a strange insignia on its shoulder. How many times have I told you? Ask before you do the soul seer spell. One of these days, you will do it to someone who might not appreciate. The draconid was cut off by a multi-voiced snarl echoing throughout the antechamber. The sound and smell of hissing, melting metals, all coming from behind the elf-like sentient. Back off was heard as something flickered into view for a few moments, standing with pointed, mechanized claws embedded in the deck, digging a few dents, as a molten substance pouring from the edges of jagged jaws, melting into the deck, while barrels glowed with eldritch energy, aimed down at the elf before it faded again. What in the name of the Allfather was that? The elf sputtered as she pressed herself against the wall, staring at the spot the thing had vanished. The dwarf-like species, on the other hand, looked like a celebrity had walked into the room, slapped someone with a fish, and then walked back out again. That was a ship's soul, the dwarf said with a reverent voice, making several in the room react in different ways. As this had been in a commonly used antechamber, they had gained quite the crowd, many whom were pale at the sight of the creature. You were lucky. Wisconsin is normally a little more aggressive with those who try and harm what she considers hers, or in this case, her fleet's, if records are correct. Asimov said as calmly as he could, while his crew stared at where the ship's soul had been, stiffening imperceptibly as they felt something gently wrapping around them, whispering unintelligible words in the backs of their minds, and the aggravation that the Wisconsin couldn't eat an idiot just yet, if there was so much as a bolt out of place or a bruise on her sister's crew. All bets were off, and she would be having her meal. The draconid shook it off first, groaning as they placed a hand on one of their horns. Elen, this is why you ask before you do. Back to your chambers, we will discuss this later, they said firmly before shaking their head, watching as the elf quickly slip off down the hall. With a heavy sigh, the draconid turned back to the small group, wings folded against their back. I'm sorry about that. It's uncommon for us to encounter anyone with any level of psionics as of late. In a sense, we are a dying breed, they explained, wing pulling wide as a dwarf-like being huffed. Aye, and it's a great pity as well. Some of the best forgemasters were psionically sensitive, resulted in their creations gaining spirits, souls. Things like that vessel that just appeared. Bit possessive, that one. Surprised Yggdrasil didn't try and eject her. The entire vessel shuddered slightly, and a slight, fearful rumble was heard. Ooh, the dwarf started, bushy eyebrows raised as he glanced around the vessel. As if in response, a wall shifted, showing a viewing screen of some form, and showed the fleet outside, and then marked phantasmal vessels, idly floating about the fleet, all in outline, short of the event horizon herself. The dwarf stood in silent shock, mouth moving silently as he counted the ships, getting a strange mix of paler as well as looking more excitable at the same time. Let's take this somewhere private, the draconid says at last, before leading the four away as the massive ship accidentally distracted the rest of the crew by revealing that they were essentially surrounded. Novak bit back a groan of frustration as he sat down in the psionics quarters on the ship. He felt every one of his centuries, and even though the shielded chambers kept the hubbub of the crew at bay, he still heard the Yggdrasil, of course, and the horror that was the Wisconsin that shadowed the Quarret into the chambers, like a flight sister protecting her sister's hatchlings. He bit back a shudder as he realized that they were dealing with what amounted to an entire flight, keeping an eye on them, ready to tear into them if they so much as poked a scale out of line. But back to the matter at hand. "Now then, Asimov," he said. The Draconid said, gazing at the taller Constructiborg, mentally steeling himself, as he received a nod in confirmation. "What Elen cast earlier was a method we used to check for psionically sensitive individuals, and she cast it on all 4 of you without permission. I'm already going to be handing out her punishment for this, so that will be handled. However, all of you showed psionic aptitude, if on different levels," the Draconid said, eyeing the smaller construct as well. "And as such, if things work out, I would like to request that, at the least, I can send someone with you to help train all of you to use the abilities, as well as help spread the teachings." He rumbled, already having someone in mind. Might be best for her to leave the nest for a bit anyways. The mechanoid seemed to tilt his head, before glancing at the others. The way his head spun around, stopping sharply, then spinning around again was unnerving to say the least, but wasn't the worst thing. It would be best to speak with them first before we agree, the mechanoid said, getting a nod from the Draconid. Understandable, and it worked to give the person in question a chance to test her new captain's fighting skills. Agreeable. This way, I must warn you, you may be challenged for right of command, as is how my people operate, the Draconid warned as he led them towards the dojo, completely missing Aragorn slipping into the room and paling a little at the sight before him. Once the quartet were settled in, Novak went to go and find one of his combat psionics. She would do for this. He soon found the green and white Draconid in the sparring rooms, her staff glowing dangerously as she fired spell after spell at the targets around the room, slipping under and around the swinging arms of the dummies as they nearly struck her like she struck them, making him sigh. She was going to wear herself out, one of these days, which was half of why he wanted to get her a small crew to keep her in check. Maybe giving her someone to help learn would help her. Aragorn settled in with a long sigh, watching in trepidation as the towering cyborg calmly pulled magazine after magazine and stuffed it into his back. Before removing the mag from his slugger, cleared the slide, and clicked it onto the mag holster on the side before handing it off to the reptilian, Zedara. The old wolf next to him was already settled in, stretching as bones popped back into place, relaxing, as they all watched their captain step down to wait at the side of the ring, head spinning around as if to scan the area he was in, before locking to a forward position, on the doors that Novak would come from. "If you don't mind me asking," Aragorn said slowly, watching the other captain closely, curiosity getting the better of him. "What kind of combat frame is your captain in? Looks like it could go a few rounds with the abominations with little issue," the Eldarian asked out of curiosity, blinking as he got a snort out of the lizard. "That's not a combat frame. That's an old research frame, meant for an exploration android, refitted for the captain to use as a body," she said with flat amusement. "Doesn't mean you can underestimate it, though. The old Mk-12 frames were meant to be put through and explore extreme environments, so naturally, they were made to take a hit. I've seen the captain use a few interesting tactics. He knows the limits of that frame and uses them when and where he can. I'm curious to see how your people react to some of them," the old wolf said as he gave his strange grin, as they heard the door opening. Aragorn bit back a groan. Of course Novak had picked Varaka, one of the more aggressive Draconids on board, not to mention one who was more ruthless. Novak had Asimov approach and stand on the other side of the arena. The rules are simple. No external armament, no external use of psionics, no deadly attacks may connect, no permanently injuring your opponent, the elderly Draconid said, looking at the two hard, getting a nod out of Asimov and a chuff of confirmation from Varaka. Beside Aragorn, the Eldarian could feel the lizard-like sentient raise her hackles. Novak made a movement, signaling the beginning of the match. As soon as it began, Varaka charged, her scales shimmering as she moved rapidly, closing the distance faster than most could react to, claws out, only for Asimov to seemingly gone boneless, falling to the floor and allowing her to pass over, his bending, segmented, snake-like limbs lifting him up off the floor in moments. His claws wrapped around the Naga like Draconid's tail and yanked her back, his torso rotating while his foot claws remained stationary on the floor, flinging the Drakon across the arena. In moments, she rolled and launched herself from the floor at the cyborg, a snarl stretching across her face, her wings extended, claws on them open wide like her main ones, charging again. Unlike before, Asimov didn't go limp, but leapt up into the air, hitting the ceiling, and propelled himself down, slamming them both into the floor, before grabbing the Draconid as she tried to coil her tail around him and flung her away again. This time, however, she was ready, her tail wrapping around one leg, and yanked it out from under him, only for him to use his hand claws and launch himself up and over another strike. She slithered around as the cyborg twisted his body, keeping them face to face before he seemed to move. It was like he was there one moment, and suddenly across the room the next, heat billowing off his thermal exchangers, optics glowing eerily as he seemed to move faster than the naked eye, using his joints to bend out of the way of strikes, returning a few of his own, striking the Draconid's stomach hard enough to knock the air out of her before flinging himself up and over her shoulder. He was visibly starting to slow down again, optics no longer near on burning, heat still blazing from his exchangers, preventing his opponent from wrapping around him due to the sheer heat. However, this time, Vraka had grabbed his arm and tried to fling him away, only for his claws to wrap around her forearm and use the strength she used to fling him away to swing back around, feet first, slamming into her body, before leaping off of it. Rolling over and wheezing for a few moments, the Draconid pulled herself up, shaking her head before snarling again, shifting from a less aggressive stance to a more tactical one, even as Asimov took a boxer's stance. They closed the distance, striking one another with a cross-counter each, making the wolf wince at the force used. Asimov's head spun around one full rotation before locking forward again, his other arm shot forward, claws wide open for a facsimile of a palm strike, even as the Draconid shook off the blow and swung her tail around to try and sweep her opponent's legs out from under him. Adjusting for the attack, Asimov used the now aborted palm strike to grab onto her and lift himself up, putting his full, several hundred pounds of weight onto her frame, using both feet to slam into her head, launching himself away from her again, only to launch off the floor, into the air, arms spinning around like a propeller as his midsection spun rapidly, head locked on the Draconid's form as said dragon-like sentient launched herself out of the way, wincing as she watched the cyborg hit the floor, claws digging in, and stopped his upper body from moving, but not his lower body as she felt his foot claws grab onto her. She spun and spun, trying to wriggle out of the cyborg's grasp, and trying not to be ill before she was flung away, disoriented, slamming hard against a wall, swaying as she got up, 3 pairs of eyes trying to lock onto her opponent, before she felt something grab her from behind, putting her in a headlock, her tail pinned to the floor and unable to move. Yield. She heard behind her, making her snarl and thrash a little, trying to pull free. Unfortunately, all she managed to do was make herself ill, too disoriented to fight. "Winner, Asimov!" rang out through the arena, much to Aragorn's shock. Vraka hissed as the healers checked her over, dealing with the bruising she had ignored during the fight, thanks to a mix of internalized psionics and adrenaline. "You're lucky whoever you were fighting was being careful. Any higher, and they would have hit your wing joints and potentially crushed them," one of the healers said, finishing up with the bruising and broken ribs on her back. "Didn't feel like it," she said, turning into a near shriek as she felt her tail realigned from where it had popped out of place when she was spun around like a top or for G-force training. "You're on bed rest for the next week. Concussion as well, in addition to all the bruising and stressing your muscles out. I told you not to keep using your psionics to boost your muscles constantly, and what did you do?" one of the healers grumbled, grabbing some salve and applying them to overextended muscles. The doors nearby burst open, with a growling wolf dragging his protesting captain in by the arm. "Stunt, I expect, from a idiotic pup. What in the name of the Lunar Mother possessed you to overclock your neural implants?" the elder sentient said, before pushing the cyborg into one of the beds, while several healers looked at one another, dumbfounded. Aragorn was following behind the querette of the forward diplomatic team, rubbing his eyes with the air of someone completely done. While Novik followed, a ridge raised. The smell of burning linen was picked up, making the medics yank the part construct up and look in horror as the heat exchangers left burns on their clean, thankfully disposable, linens. "What in the name of the Allfather?" one muttered as the heat still bellowed out, though it was slowly lessening. "This foolish pup," the wolf said, waving his arm at the construct, decided to counter the other foolish pup's trick with one of his own. When she overlooked her body, he overclocked his neural implants to be able to think faster than she could move, at the risk of cooking his organic components, but going by the sheer amount of heat dumped by the exchanges. "It has to be a quantum core," the wolf started, before getting cut off mid-rant. "Positronic, actually. And I am still within functional tolerances. I need a few moments to allow thermal sinks to eject the heat." At this point, all three of the others of the team looked in horror at their captain. The others looked on in confusion while Novik paled considerably, which was a considerably hard thing to make a Draconian do. "A positronic? Captain, that's a shipstation-class computer core that your species won't even tell anyone else how to make. How the thal is one in your head," Zedara said, grabbing his shoulders, twisting him to face her, concern clearly evident on her face. "Mother installed it into me so as to allow me to be able to interface better as well as to protect my mind. Numerous failsafe were included, including redundancies in cooling systems, temperature sensors and more. I could have operated for longer if needed, but did not need to. I may have overclocked more than I should have, and dialed back accordingly for the duration of the fight," he said, tilting his head as Novik groaned. "Flight Mother help us and All-Father protect us. There's two of them now," he said, muzzle in his hands as he felt a gentle patting on his shoulder. "Letter 1E83 I acute L stroke L hatchek. W circumflex A E letter 1E60 C circumflex H circumflex. Over. No. Letter 1E810 stroke R acute E acute. T hatchek herni. And hatchek E grov P H circumflex schwa letter 1E85. End. C cedilla R acute E grov letter 181. The voice was quiet, but everyone heard it, and Novik looked up and paled more as he saw the towering, eldritch form of a warped, bestial, ancient Iowa class patting his shoulder, giving a lopsided, horrific grin, dozens of glowing eyes blinking in the shadows of her turrets and conning tower, crinkled into an amused grin. Several thumps were heard, as several of the healers fainted, including Blink, while Aragorn held onto the table as the implications slowly set in. The day that the actual diplomats arrived couldn't come soon enough. Aragorn watched as the massive ships dropped out of hyperspace, idly noting several had larger versions of the Horizon's ring near the back. Many of the smaller escort vessels lacked said ring, were more compact, but just as heavily armed as the Horizon, flitting about the fleet like small falcons, searching, hunting for prey, snapping at one another if they got too close to one another. "Bunch of little terrors, aren't they?" the Draconid captain said next to Aragorn, getting a flat look from the Eldarian. Before them, the smaller vessels clustered around the Horizon, as if they were checking her for injuries, damages, while a larger vessel descended down, its belly opening up, mechanized arms reaching down and gently hooking around the smaller vessel, pulling her up and in for repairs she had yet to receive from her previous fight. Yes, and most of the fleet would appreciate it if you did not get them in a frenzy, like the terrors, Aragorn said, scowling at the fellow captain, even as the Draconid's aides, tiny terrors in fact, squabble in the background, fighting playfully over a pile of fish, teeth snapping aggressively. "Aragorn, Odysseus," came Baron Saur's voice as he entered the observation room, pupil-less eyes locked on the approaching human fleet, slipping into his own. "What have your opinions been of the captain they sent initially?" the Baron Admiral said, placing a tray with teacups down nearby, offering one to the two captains. "Young, good head for tactics, if a little brash in the heat of battle." The Draconid said at once, picking up the teacup. "Well, teacup for him, more of a wide flagon for the others. Nothing a few good fights won't fix." a good captain for Vakara, and the old wolf should help keep the young fledglings in line. He finished. Straight and to the point, where he can, though he does tend to take unnecessary risks, though I cannot deny the results he gets. Aragorn said, thinking back to the match between Vakara and Asimov. And isn't afraid to put himself in harm's way, to the consternation of his allies, though that ties in with Odysseus's assessment. Reckless, but means well enough. The Baron nodded slowly, deep in thought for a moment, before sighing. He prefers to get his claws dirty. That much I can sense. He dislikes inaction and standing around, much as he hides it. He revealed. His thoughts are loud, strange. Like someone mixed a ship's soul with a mortal one and placed it inside a Midgardian mind. He said, as if deep in thought, and all of them show the signs of a ship having claimed them. He said after a moment, eyes dimming as he likely felt the psionic tugs of the Yggdrasil's bindings on his own soul. Yes. The Draconid said, a frown marring his face as he remembered the words Novak had said to him. Vakara flinched as the loud bark of the little pistol that Zedara had echoed in the firing chamber, wearing her helmet to help stave off the sound. Nearby, a Krork grinned as he watched the clay target blow apart into little pieces as the hollow point round dug into it. I like as it, small, but has good daka. The large green beast laughed, clapping the trike on her shoulder, who, to her credit, only buckled a little. Zedara snorted as she loaded a fresh magazine into the pistol, looking at the targets she had hit all around the range. Targets hit in critical areas, upper body strength sufficient, Asimov said, as he reached in his pack, pulling out what looked like a smaller version of his pistol, before loading a single round into the magazine for it. He held it out to Zedara, handle to her, slide open, and magazine out, offering it to her with his other set of claws. The Crocs lit up as they watched, noting the bullet was larger than the one she was initially using. Cautiously, Zedara accepted the pistol, remembering how her captain's hand cannon fired, and loaded the magazine, chambering the round and took aim, and fired, striking her clay target, obliterating it, even as she slowly lowered the pistol. The Crocs looked enthusiastic, while several range officers and users looked over to find out what made that sound. I honestly expected that to be worse. Honestly expected it to be more like yours, Captain, she said, turning it over in her hands. Same designer? She asked, curious, and got a nod. In a sense, the 1911, the larger pistol, he said, motioning to the pistol in her hand, came first. The high power came later to use a smaller, cheaper round that was easier to fire. The main designer passed on while he was designing it, so one of his friends finished the design, he said. A few squats nodded respectfully, looking over the weapons. You said like your captains, one squat asked, making Zedara pale as Asimov pulled out his monstrous hand cannon, revealing the 1911 chambered in .50 Beowulf, and scaled up to fit his claws, and to take the pressure. It was its version of a full size, like the one he had handed Zedara. Now dat is a gun, the Croak laughed, even as Asimov chambered the round, stepping up to the firing lane. In a panic, Zedara turned on her audio dampeners to maximum, as did Dersh, Blink shutting his off, even as Zedara quickly turned on Vakara, who gave her a look. Boom. Even with the dampeners, the sound rang through their helmets, the pressure wave hitting them as the firearm chambered another. Boom, boom, boom. There was nothing left of the upper half of the block. It was splattered all over the floor, more blocks splattering with each rapid, successive hit from the oversized pistol, before he felt a tap on his shoulder, glancing up, and paused. Several people were slowly uncovering their ears, even with their ear protection, looking at what remained of the blocks with shock as several rubbed their ears. What in hell was that? One of the squats said, staring at the firearm, in both fascination and dread. Upscaled 1911, chambered on 50 Beowulf, for my frame, Asimov said, head tilted as he held it up to let them see. Adequate stopping power against larger targets I have encountered. the cyborg admitted, turning back to the range, but was stopped by one of the range officers, much to the Croc's great dismay. Karesh noticed the looks he got and gave a lopsided shrug. "I'm afraid my sidearm is out of the question. 454 casual isn't any better on the eardrums than 50 Beowulf. Or .5's AA, Karesh admitted, drawing an old revolver, a S&W Model 19 remake. "So, all of yous be packing big Daka?" one of the Crocs said, excitedly, grinning widely. "Looks like we got us some competition finally. Boys, let's get 'em to the Wama. I wants to see what they got for the bigger Daka," one roared. The others roared enthusiastically, grinning, even as the Eldarians grimace, though the Drakonids looked intrigued at the least. The squats were more interested in how the firearms worked for such simple designs. Suppose it won't hurt. Gives me a chance to test something we fabricated," Asimov said, while Karesh slowly grinned, knowing exactly what the cyborg was talking about. Klang was a simple orc. He liked big guns, and he liked them loud, and so did the diplomats, it seemed, as they each had a slugger that fit their size. Even the little construct carried its own little slugger, while it seemed that they were trying to train Vakara on one, though it looked different than the other one, even though it took the same ammo as the Navigator Vox officers. "All right, boys, we be here," he rumbled, grinning, watching as the five set up on the open range, more of wide habitat module, with ammo traps at the end of the 2 to 3 mile course. Any longer, and they just set up targets on a planetoid or a asteroid field. Many Crocs looking over in curiosity as the diplomats pulled out ammo. A wide variety of slug rounds and even a few power packs sat on the table. Karesh stepped up first, revolver snapping up, barking loudly, fire gushing out the barrel, and it obliterated the targets before it, making many Crocs roar in appreciation, followed by the faster barks as the wolf began snapping off, nailing targets farther and farther out, each round leaving a massive hole behind, before he quickly flicked the cylinder on it out. He tilted it back, dumping the empty cases into a bucket, before rapidly hand-loading the cylinder, flicking it shut and popped off again till all of his targets vanished. Many Croaks roared their approval of the little weapon, even as the little bot stepped up, pulling out a strange-looking, almost snubby pistol, slamming a single-stack magazine into it, before pulling a lever under the barrel, making it pop up, and allowed him to chamber a small round into it. Klang thought it looked like a very short version of the 9mm round that the lizard used, watching as the little pilot clicked the barrel down, drew the hammer back, and took aim, aiming down the iron sights, getting a nod of approval from the squats in the room, and took aim at a target. And opened fire, the report of the little pistol quick and snappy, sending the little shells flying out the ejector with a vengeance, before the slide locked back, and the little bot quickly swapped mags, thumbing the release and dumped again. While not as accurate or as far-reaching as the revolver, it was respectable for its size and hit every target. A quick glance at the weapons logged by the five, it was tagged as a Beretta Tomcat pattern, chambered in .380. Next up was a nervous-looking Vakara, with Asimov and Zedara on either side of her, as she drew a weapon that closely resembled a larger variant of the Tomcat Blink had used, showing how to chamber it, revealing it had no tip-up barrel, but other than that still bore a close resemblance to the other pistol. It was clearly chambered in 9mm by the sound and the spent shells that were flung out, pinging off the floor as the Draconid slowly fired. Not all of her shots hit, showing she had a lot to learn on how to shoot a firearm, but she was learning. Zedara took the field next, opening up with her Browning, slamming into targets downfield with accurate fire, before she swapped out for the larger pistol, chambering the much larger round and opened fire, making several Crocs roar as they felt the report of the large pistol, nearing the revolver from earlier, leaving holes in targets as it struck true. Unlike her Browning, it ran out of ammo faster, being single stack, but it hit harder as a trade-off, an agreeable trade-off in Klang's opinion. Then her captain walked up. Everyone on field received sound warnings at once, piquing the interest of many as the towering cyborg chambered his trusty, upscaled sidearm, and fired, the explosions and report of the pistol echoing out in the field with a vengeance, obliterating targets, going farther and farther before its accuracy dropped off visibly, even with the rapid mag changes. Setting his sidearm down, Asimov nodded to Dersh, and Dersh set a box of ammo down that clanked dangerously. And out of one case was a more modern-looking, bullpup-style rifle, but the barrel was very, very wide, and the walls were fairly thick, with the length of the rifle easily surpassing 3 to 4 feet or so, with a broom handle grip and a large scope on the top, and just behind the handle was the mag well. Near the butt of the stock was an odd door cutaway, and a bolt sticking out of part of it. The part construct picked up one of the ammo boxes next, pulling out a massive magazine as he held the rifle up, and pushed the massive, blocky mag in, and then opened the door. Rapidly, the bolt shot forward, along with the barrel, extending out another 3 to 4 feet, before slamming to a stop. The massive, arrow muzzle brake on it aimed down range as the massive rifle was shouldered, and then he pulled the trigger. Boom. The force actually shook the room a little, fire erupting from the end of the rifle as the barrel reciprocated back, spitting out the spent shell from the side and causing Asimov to rock backward a little to take the kick, before the barrel moved forward, chambering a fresh round, as Asimov picked his next target. Nearby, the brass shell from the round sat, making the .50 Beowulf look like a .380 next to it, dwarfing every other round, more like a shipboard cannon. Boom, 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 boom. 4 more reports, 4 more targets hit, obliterated by the massive caliber rounds in flashes of light, the rounds detonating on contact, mainly to prevent overpenetration and damage to the vessel they were on, snapped post remaining from what were once steel targets. Asimov dropped the mag and slammed a fresh one in, racking the barrel back to chamber a new round, before firing again, seeming to want to shake the bolts out of the deck plating. A quick check of the cheat sheet said modified Lynx GM6 pattern, upscaled and reinforced for 20mm rounds, the kind of thing normally used in a shipboard adze cannon or anti-material cannon. Nearby, a croak sniffed, wiping away a tear of happiness. Das beautiful, handheld ship Daka, he murmured, while several croaks looked like they wanted to have a turn. The squats watched in fascination, and with covered ears, as the barrel moved back, absorbing some of the kick, even as Asimov fought off more, still shelling the targets with decent accuracy. Not dead on like Dersh, but well enough that it didn't matter if it was a he shell. Nearby, Aragorn, who had shown up to watch, stared in muted horror, while Novik sighed. Odysseus looked like he was drooling, clearly wanting one of them for himself, slugger or not. "Shall we have a bit of a contest, Captain?" Dersh asked, shouldering a long weapon onto his shoulder, like a RPG, though rather than a rocket, it had a quad helix post set, and a scope that covered one eye, as he crouched down, after slamming a large mag into the back of it, and a power cell into the side of it. It whined as its capacitors along the top glowed, electrical arcs between the 4 twisting rails visible and audible, as the sound of metal hitting metal was heard, as the old wolf shouldered his rail cannon. Aiming at down range, the wolf opened fire, rocking back as a snapping, barking sound was heard as the hypersonic projectile sliced through the air, leaving a tail of fire behind, detonating like a round-a-sit hit its targets, even though it was a payload as well. It was quieter than the Lynx, and gentler on the shoulder, and much, much more accurate, but at the cost of being more unwieldy, with lighter and smaller rounds, if faster, and more things to reload than just one magazine. Agreed. In 3, 2. Meanwhile, however, things were falling apart, or so it seemed. "Sir, 4 large fleet contacts," a young ensign yelled as she burst into the council chambers, ignoring the senators. "All hostile, 1 Ing fleet is burning for New Terra, and 3 demon fleets, all headed for different targets," she said, panting heavily, as Serrano got up. "Understood, Ensign," the Admiral said, face drawn to a grim, tight expression, glancing at the Ing's empty seat. And unsurprising, sadly. He sighed before slamming his hand on a red button on his console. Before him, as everyone watched, 4 captains appeared before him holographically. Each looked just as grim as the Admiral himself did. Deploy an eradication fleet to head off the Ing invasion. Stall them if you need to. Call in reinforcements. As for the Demon Armada's captains, Project Ghidorah is go for launch. Leave none of them standing," he said, getting nods of confirmation before their holos faded. "Project Ghidorah?" the Chancellor said, frowning. "Admiral, what is going on here? There is no project," he said, before he was cut off as a massive holomap appeared in the center of the chamber, several sentients sprinting in, all wearing Alliance colors. They began setting up a forward command post inside the room, as Serrano barked out orders, the Arasaka and Ursa joining him. Moments later, a low bell rang out, as Serrano spoke finally. "Left head, you are clear to surface. Target-rich environment, civilians have been evacuated," he said to the small holo of one of the captains, as the galaxy map focused in on the orbit of a gas giant near a heavily populated system, an abnormally busy star lane. The demonic fleet bore down on the star system, their biological engines burning refuse and gases, slowing down to push them into orbit, confusion burning in their officers. They had been told that this was a heavily used space lane in this area, perfect to capture frail vessels for biomass and the weapons and metals off their ships. But none were there? The War Admiral snarled, their wiry, gaunt form towering over the viewing thrall, showing the star system. "Are you sure this is the correct system?" they snarled, their nasally voice echoing out as the sensor officer nodded hurriedly. "Yes, sir. Previous scouts, before they were taken out, we received reports that," the sensor officer said, before another spoke up, panicked. "Massive gravitational spike. All hands, brace for turbulence." The fleet shook as the gravitational wavefront hit them like a train, the biological ships groaning and creaking under each successive strike, as a massive black hole began forming before them, a good distance out. "What in the name of the king is?" the Admiral whispered as they watched the distortion form. "All ships, full retreat, get us out of range," they snarled, holding onto a bulkhead, glaring at their helmsman. "Engines aren't responding fast enough. We're getting tossed around like a frail in a brimstone storm. Local warp cores aren't responding. Gravitational distortions preventing us from escaping," screeched one of the engine officers, even as the distortion grew and grew. And then something pushed out of the black hole. A massive bow pushed out, with 6 massive barrels running vertically on each side of the wedge-shaped bow, aimed in their general direction, but the size. Each barrel of those massive cannons could easily fit an entire cruiser inside them. A fleet, even, and it just kept coming. Massive cannons on top, on her sides, smaller adds cannons in between, or long-range turrets, or more conventional ship-to-ship cannons sat between the massive turrets, along with missile tubes, launch bays, and more. It just kept coming. More massive turrets, each with only 3 barrels each, set up in pairs of 3, one on top, and then one on each angled side, in a triangular formation, layered so they could be staggered, perform a broadside, or shell from a distance, each barrel massive, one alone bigger than a cruiser. "Sir, that ship, it's still coming. And the readings, King's Bane, it's got its own gravity well," a sensor officer said as they stared at the massive monstrosity. And then its sides split open, revealing long, armored, cannon-covered limbs, like a mass of octopus tentacles, snaked out, as an unearthly snarl breached the ionosphere. "Ioganek and Hatchek letter 160 e breeve are acute L-stroke O-stroke P schwa ar Hatchek. B. Ganya," came the snarl, as the name on the bow came into view at long last. Unknown to the demons, the ship had been designed to look like her old body, the Yamato, with extra cannons on the sides that would have once been in the water. Before her name, however, was something odd. The body of a 3-headed dragon, with its wings outstretched, but 2 were only outlines, with the left head shown, snarling and spewing lightning. "King help us all," the Admiral whispered as the last of the ship pushed into real space, her vol drive folding into its armored ring shroud. Not that it mattered. Moments later, every cannon on the Yamato with a target lock fired, atomizing the fleet before it, its forward bow cannons cleaving the fleet apart, destroying the main ships, while the smaller turrets shredded the smaller, more nimble craft. The force of the cannon fire didn't even move the moon-sized vessel, as it hadn't even fired most of its cannons. Fighters and light destroyers deployed from the bays, intent on leaving not a speck of flotsam behind. Letter 1E81E Hatchek A Macron Quesadilla. Prey. She huffed, her weapons hungrily searching the stars for more prey, even as portals opened around her, getting a ruthless laugh out of her, her cannons adjusting aim and fired as vessels poured out, as if the fleet was a trap. Only to find the tables turned on them, a monstrous warship waiting for them, tearing them to shreds as they poured out, a flood of locusts meeting a wall of weapons fire, a snarling, angry warship the source of the rage, her tendrils snapping forward as several continent-sized fleshcraft pushed out, and were yanked out of their portals, snapped in half, torn by the tendrils as her weapons burned them, her tendrils heating up with her plasma shields to make sure they couldn't get a hold on her. Not that it would work. The Yamato roared her defiance into the black, laughing as she ripped the enemy ships to shreds around her, firing her cannons into the portals as they opened around her, seeking to cause devastation on the other side. She would make these creatures fear her like they did her little sister. Sir, left head confirmed hostile fleet is eliminated, mopping up remains of the fleet, and dealing with additional forces currently pouring out onto her position. A Vox officer reported, getting a nod from Serrano, as several diplomats were faint with fear. Admiral, what is this? What have you made? The Chancellor said, staring at the massive metal horror hunting stragglers, tendrils flicking around as if sensing prey, minuscule as it was compared to her size, and reached out to consume them. A solution to the demon problem? One a long time coming, and the product of a few hundred years, the blood, sweat, tears, and hopes of dozens of thousands of sentients, who want to make sure their descendants don't need to worry about the demons ever again. Serrano said, turning away. Don't worry, most of the more dangerous weapons aren't online, like the crust splitter cannons. Last thing we need is a hyperspace round the size of a small mountain hitting an allied world thousands of years down the line. He said offhandedly, before speaking into his Vox. Right head, clear to engage, he said, even as more of the council looked worried, realizing there were more of these monstrous ships, as the hologram changed again to another enemy fleet. Sir? War Admiral Furak's fleet just went silent. A comms officer said, getting his War Admiral's attention. What do you mean, went silent? We use the ionosphere for comms, they can't be jammed. The only time that would happen is... The hulking admiral said, before it clicked in his puny skull. Get me a visual on. Sir, massive hyperspace signature, coming in fast. A panicking sensor officer screeched. The mass exiting matches that of a small moon, they said, as a bright flash was seen outside, and what looked like a slanted wall appeared before them, decelerating from hyperspace, but still racing at them at a blistering speed. What in? By the king, the frails brought us a welcoming battle. The admiral laughed, a brutal, guttural thing. All forces, get above that bow and open fire, they snarled, feeling the ship burning to push above the massive bow, only to find another surprise. O King's Bane, it's beautiful, they whispered, as hundreds of thousands of cannons bore down on them, slowly raising to track their every movement. The main cannons big enough to fit his fleet inside if they wanted, but sat unmoving, unneeded for this fight. Again, the vessel bore resemblance to her soul's old body, minus her bow, which closer resembled an American landing craft, but reinforced, and did not open, instead made to be a battering ram, to crush enemy ships under her keel, surrounded by massive turrets, ready to rip apart any, like them, who made it past her bow. On her back and sides were her massive main cannons, 2 a main turret, a set of 9 in total, 3 a side, with smaller cannons in between and on top of to protect her, and to pick off smaller vessels, like the fleet before her. Destroyers began spilling out of her sides, hangars opening as fleets of the Alliance poured out, bristling with weapons, hungering for battle by the hundreds. At the back was her massive V-hull engine ring shroud, covered in turrets, each locking onto their own target. And on her side were the words, "The Bismarck" was etched on her bow, with a three-headed dragon's body, Germanically styled, with two heads only outlines, and the right head properly filled in. With a psionic snarl that needed no translating, she burned forward, smashing the ships not fast enough to get out of her way, burning them against her hull as her shields glistened, pinning them in place, searing them like a plasma griddle, while her cannons barked, lighting up the black void of space with her weapons' fire, plasma, Mach rounds, and electricity airing from her vast variety of weapons. As she surgically struck her meal from the Etherium, her smaller vessels joined in with a vicious will, dipping in and around her weapons' fire, picking off fragments, smaller vessels, preventing escape of total annihilation, snarling and demanding more to feed her hunger for vengeance for the lost sisters and their crews. The war admiral, meanwhile, was laughing as their fleet burned around them, not caring that they were losing, even as the reports of fallen ships kept coming in, more and more, with each passing moment, their eyes glistening at the massive vessel. Finally, worthy opponents, our battles will be glorious, they roared. Before their body collapsed to the ground, their soul pulled back to their domain, even as the crews tried vainly to escape, despite knowing they were expendable, and moments later, immolated. The Bismarck snarled, sensing someone escaping through the ionosphere, her many eyes in that realm staring down at the soul that tried to escape, fury raging in her as they saw her staring at them, her soul's maw open, leaking starfire itself, aimed at them. Only for a massive, crimson hand to yank the soul away at the last moment, making the massive vessel snarl in pure rage, echoing into real space. And as if in response, massive portals opened around her, making her snarl turn to guttural laughter, smirking as she moved her cannons and fired off destructive blasts, as ships tried to pour out onto her, only to meet hot metal, heat rounds, plasma, and so much more waiting for them. The few smaller ships that survived the initial onslaught, and found themselves dealing with the fleet that the Bismarck had brought with her, or dealing with the smaller cannons, who baited them into the path of Mach rounds, or just fired small hyperspace cannons, ramming around into them at FTL speeds, the fleet vessels dancing around, laughing madly with bloodlust, all old war vessels whose souls sang once more with rage and fury, diving into the combat with their massive sister. The Bismarck burned forward, her massive bow crushing the new ships that entered the fray more often than not, her massive, powerful impulse engines glowing with a vengeful fire, preventing any from getting near, or be kicked up in her wake, if they were lucky, torn apart if they weren't. If she couldn't get last of those who came initially, then she would have to settle for making sure none of her new opponents escaped with their lives. She would tear them asunder, and let her sister gleefully drag them kicking and screaming to a new form of hell. She would leave none standing, after all. They wanted to make sure those who encroached on their home burned to the ground. What in blazes? One of the more psionically sensitive races said, holding their skull with the others who had heard the roar of rage. Coward, and a problem for later, Serrano said, listening to the ancient warship's tirade about cowardly opponents. Not a problem at the moment. Is center head in position? The aging admiral asked, getting a nod from a Vox officer. Yes, sir, waiting for your command, reporting that enemy forces managed to get a few planetside. They said, getting a huff out of the admiral. Of course they did. Well, the old girl should be well equipped to deal with that particular issue. No glassing the planet, remote troop deployment, he said, with a smirk. Let's have old Caliburn get his turn. Old boy's been itching to get his cannons on a few demons again. Full deployment, tear them to shreds, he said, as the hologram switched to the orbit of an inhabited world. Sir? Orders just came in, remote deployment, a Vox officer said, with a smirk, as the massive warship around them gave a deep, ruthless laugh. Is that so, laddie? Aye, all hands to firing positions. Bolt ship crews to your stations, and bolt in. The captain roared into his in-ship Vox, personnel sprinting around the bridge. as the ship herself became more of a hive of activity as her massive barrels swung around, taking aim along a specific path. "Sir, fire controls locked in a firing path. It's a bit of a long shot, but it's the best we got," an officer yelled over the hubbub of the bridge, getting a grin from the captain. A hologram showed the firing arcs. Specialized hyperspace cannons would launch their ammunition through various gravity wells through the system, slinging them around to their opponents. While they made their slow approach, the ship's gravity alone likely to make them lose their footing. It was already wreaking a little havoc on the system. Actually, all cannons, stagger fire, bolts, pick your targets, and make 'em count, the captain roared, grinning as he leaned on the railing. "Steady fire." "First wave, firing," yelled the fire control officer, as the massive ship shook as her weapons roared, her hyperspace cannons blazing as she chucked massive, ship-sized projectiles through hyperspace. The war admiral stood nervously on the bridge. The fleet had taken heavy losses from local forces, but had managed to make orbit, their landing craft making planetfall. But both other fleets had gone silent. It was, "Sir, hyperspace can't." The ship shook, as the admiral looked on in horror, as massive projectiles suddenly appeared, ramming through several of the fleet's larger ships, leaving ghastly, gushing wounds in them, and kept going. Thankfully, they had slowed down, expending a good chunk of their energy on impact. Some of the smaller ships hit weren't so lucky, completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, the projectiles still moving faster than what could be seen. "Sir, trying to get a visual, the trajectory doesn't make sense. It's like they were slung through gravity well," one sensor officer said, before another spoke, panicking. "Sir, projectiles are coming back around." The admiral spun around, staring at the hologram the viewing thrall showed, watching in mounting horror as what looked like massive, pointed spikes revealed to have massive impulse engines on their backs, glowing brightly as they swung around, sides opening to reveal cannons on their sides, pointed forward or to the side, psionically snarling like a starving pack of hyenas, their barrels brought to bear, firing the moment they were in. Firing arc range, some of the vessels kicked back by the force of their weapons firing all at once. "They're insane. They are firing their own ships at us," the admiral said as more contacts hit the scanners in hyperspace, but did not hit, rather dropped out early, revealing massive vessels, burning retrograde to slow down, before spinning about and opened up with merciless broadsides, snarling their defiance. "Sir, point of origin established," came the high-pitched, fearful voice of a sensor operator. "Show me, now," the admiral roared, and almost instantly wished they hadn't. The star map showed the assault was coming from clear across the system. The mass there matched a small moon alone, and did not seem to lessen. In fact, it seemed to be getting closer. The admiral was almost shaking when they gave the next order, Get me a visual, now," they said, almost afraid of what they would see. Even as their vessel shook, screamed reports telling them they had been hit, were venting atmosphere, and that the ship that had been shot at them was stuck in the massive vessel, and was disgorging snarling, angry soldiers onto their vessel, ripping and tearing, even as the enemy vessel sealed up, and her impulse engines burned, causing her to spin, starting to drill through their vessel, like some sort of over-engineered auger. "Sir, Visua King's nightmares," the sensor crew said in horror as the image appeared on screen. On screen was a massive warship, her massive hyperdrive cannons barking, slinging literal warships into orbit, ramming into the demonic fleet, all the way across the solar system. The ship was much like the first frails they encountered locally, based on their seafaring craft, specifically their old warships, upscaled dramatically and covered with weapons, her main cannons in parallel layers, sets of 3, with smaller turrets, broadside cannons, and hangars on her sides, but with the addition of hangars allowing new ships to go into the turrets to be fired out of the massive HS cannons. And as if that wasn't as much of a horrifying sight, her bow was open like some kind of jagged maw, a single, massive cannon jutting out, though shrouded. On her bow, above all of that, was the words "The Texas," with, again, the 3-headed dragon, American stylized, with the center head colored in, and the other two heads as outlines, her hull still looking like her old New York-class self, but with a few hundreds of thousands more cannons, let alone her massive main weapons, turrets on turrets in many places, as she made her slow, terrifying approach, just shelling them with more ships. Around the fleet, portals opened up, more forces spilling out, only to meet a grisly end via spike-shaped vessel spearing through them, or one of the already existing ships to focus their fire, seeking to shred their opponent to nothing, wanting to see them burn to ashes. And as if to respond to additional forces pouring in, more of the hyperspace rounds punched holes through the fleet. Only, they slowed down, burning as they slowly dropped to the planet below, splitting apart in a uniform manner. "Sir," a sensor officer said fearfully. "Sensor readouts show those new shells are loaded to the gills with life signs, even the segments breaking off. Possible landing craft, scattering all over the planet's surface along with some kind of chaff. Weapon systems can't pick what to hit. They're being whited out." The Admiral sighed as the ship shook again, this time from a gravitational wave front. "Sir, lost visual on enemy warship." A hyperspace alarm went off as the massive warship dropped out before them, done playing artillery, and snarled as her weapons screamed, batting their forces out of the sky, sending them to the black itself, screaming, as she bore down on them. "King preserve us," the Admiral whispered. The Demon War Chief stared into the air in horror, watching as their forces were decimated in orbit, watching as a fragmenting drop pod broke up into hundreds of smaller drop pods and chaff pieces, their engines burning in temp with the chaff, preventing automated cannons from picking them off, even as the creatures around them barked orders, trying to pick out the real ones, watching in horror as it began spitting troops all over the continent, even as a large part of it bore down on them. "All troops, brace for impact," they yelled, taking cover as the ground shook, hard, dust and smoke billowing over the area, accompanied with the screams of engines and squishing biomass, and the scent of charred flesh. "Hostiles engaged. Eradication protocols online," echoed out into the field, as the war chief poked his head out of the dirt, and nearly went white with fear. Before them, prying himself out of the ground, was the massive mechanized sage beast Caliburn that the Frails had, and behind him, stretching all above the sky, blotting out the sun, was a massive warship, blinking and lighting up the artificial night sky as smaller cannons barked and blazed soundlessly against the hulls of massive cannons that looked like they could split planets in half. The sound of a deep war horn echoed through the air as the towering war machine before them began sprinting forward, or what it counted as sprinting, the whining sounds of its cannons charging heard as his shoulder-chapel cannons barked after they came out. Explosions heard as the sounds of weapons fire started up around them. Meanwhile, the council chambers were silent, watching as the humans coordinated the three-way defense, the massive warships holding their own, disgorging more ships to aid in the defenses. The Texas, however, despite keeping her distance to minimum safe distance, was causing massive tide waves across the planet, causing an artificial eclipse, and much more. All of them, thankfully, left their larger weapons, the ones the size of entire fleets, small moons in and of themselves, really, from the fight, mainly to prevent them from destroying the planets needlessly. "Sir, unknown fleet detected approaching the diplomatic corps in first contact talks," a panicked Vox officer yelled, as they had the hologram pull up the situation in question. Asimov stared out the viewport as the massive, tomb-like, blue spherical ships floated before the fleet, rolling his shoulders. "Horizon, full recall, all crew," he said softly as a bright light grabbed him, Zedara, Dersh, Blink and finally Vakara, unbeknownst to the other captains around them, as the Vox crackled. "We have come for Chiron's child. Hand the vessel over to us, and we will leave you unharmed," came the cold, analytical voice, even as the humans growled. "We don't know which of our vessels are labeled Chiron's child, but you can be assured you won't be getting it without a fight." Representative Hendricks growled, getting a silent pause before a response. "Admirable. Willing to protect your ships and their souls. Perhaps you are worthy," the voice hummed. "No matter, This test will suffice. Keep her from us to prove your worth, mortal." The line went silent as the glowing red rings, trenches, and inscriptions all over the blue tomb vessels glowed, charging up. Even as snarls echoed out, the horizon opening fire before the tomb ships could, striking the trenches, setting them off early and causing explosions as the containments failed. "You will have to go through Ugrov first," came the hissing snarl of the horizon, intermingled with that of her crew, linked to her systems, as ethereal vessels solidified around her, interspaced with rehoused or physical human vessels. As one, the entire fleet charged forward, roaring into the ionosphere as plasma, steel, tungsten, and ethereal projectiles raced forward, locking onto the glowing runes, forcing the tomb ships to strafe out of the projectiles' ways, only to find themselves in the firing arc of another vessel, and struck no matter what they did. The event horizon snarled as her disk section zipped in and amongst the tomb ships, spitting heat out of her adze coilguns, tethers flinging debris around and into the enemy vessels, even as the red, deep trenches on them spat energy at her, not unlike Facer Banks, just missing her as she spun around so her cross-section was minimized against them, while the rest of her unloaded heavier implosion rounds, spitting hellfire missiles into the darkness of space, impulse engines pushing her forward, her transmat dish flashing as she sent aboard surprises, causing detonations inside the tomb ships. Vikara, still getting used to the neural link she now had, gritted her teeth as she used her psionics in tandem with the horizon, her snarl turning into a feral smirk as she felt her blast emitting from the hull of both sections, causing chaos as previously weaponless areas suddenly became an attack vector, the horizon laughing as she welcomed the new crewmate with vicious glee, wrapping her psionic tendrils around the Draconid's soul possessively, like she did the rest of her crew. The rest of the human fleet wasn't idle either, screaming their defiance and joined in, ethereal vessels tearing into the tomb ships, fading in and out of reality, ripping whole chunks out, superheating them, and then spitting them back at the other ships that tried to swat them off, or simply swallowed them, their cannons glowing, using the superheated, unknown metals as ammunition, impacting the opposing vessels with a vengeance before fading away to attack again moments later on another vessel. The rehoused vessels unloaded their armaments with a vicious will, cannons blazing as they spat out a mix of munitions, heavy metal slugs, implosion, hydrostatic, and so much more, torpedoes lighting up the void of space as the human vessels spread out, surrounding the crypt fleet, weapons crashing against their opponents with a vicious will. Saurian trike vessels pushed up with them, showing why they earned their names, their flat fronts glowing dangerously, emitting shields that meshed with one another, allowing them to share the load as the tomb ships fired upon them, again and again, splashing uselessly off the trike Aegis emitters, while Allied ships fired in without issue. PT cruisers snarled gleefully, charging in like a starving pack of piranha, dipping in and out of Allied and enemy weapons fire, adding their own to the mix, turning it into a flashing mess of light and fireworks. The tomb ships' red laser like weapons like some kind of rave, unable to hit the smaller, faster, more nimble vessels. Weapons blasting chunks off the tomb ships' thick armor, they didn't slow down, wanting nothing more than to get to the atmosphere-filled interiors and forcibly vent the enemy crew into space. Saurian Rock's vessels moved up next, their main cannons brought to bear as they listened to the reports from the saline sensor vessels, aiming for weak spots before firing, the cannons kicking the massive vessels back, as the heavy shots punched massive craters into the tomb ships, who were already struggling to deal with the horizon and the PT ships inside dealing dangerous damage to them, trying to punch a hole in the shield sphere around them, and fend off the heavy artillery from the human vessels. "Enough of this. You fall, now," echoed out the cold voice again, as a massive, triangular vessel punched into real space, matching the size of the Yggdrasil, and seemed to expand, extending up in layers like some sort of massive temple of some kind, only to be met with snarls of defiance, as the fleet formed a protective barrier around the Allied vessels, the trike Aegis ships swapping role from containment to protection seamlessly, while the human ships pushed past the barrier, joining their PT boats in the fray, snarling as they dove towards the remains of the crypt fleet and their massive temple ship, weapons taking aim at their opponent vessels, spitting hot metal out. The massive temple ship wasn't idle, spitting out spheres, small, fast, maneuverable, and acted like a liquid. Energy projectiles bounced off the spheres. Physical projectiles, under a certain speed, only popped them into smaller bubbles, letting them reform relatively quickly and attempt to overwhelm the human vessels. They weren't immune to being eaten by the unhoused ship's souls, and discovered they could overwhelm a ship's soul when it could phase out of reality, re-enter, and tear chunks out of them like overgrown marshmallows. Housed and unhoused vessels paired up, the unhoused consuming the strange spheres, while the housed demolished the enemy vessels, shelling them, diving in and releasing payloads too close to the tomb ship's hulls for them to evade or destroy. Diving between enemy and allied vessels, the Horizon's disk and main sections wove in and out of enemy flak, snarling, laughing as they tore through enemy forces, laughing before she felt her child's plan. The temple ship was too large to easily take down. They would run out of conventional ammunition before they could cause critical damage, and so far, the chunks they had taken out showed just solid material, which made no sense in some areas, the chunks going deeper than they should have. All forces, fall back to shield barrier. Came the echoing voices of her crew as her disk section zipped above the crypt fleet, her top section aimed down, even as her main body zipped below the crypt fleet. Vanrear collectors online, spooling up. Echoed into the ionosphere as a pair of signals appeared on sensors, graviton waves rippling out from 2 points, even as the human crews cursed viciously, their chronoton stabilizers and graviton shields powering up, their vessels linking with the Trike Aegis-class vessels, augmenting the shields. But even then they still felt reality warping and twisting in unusual ways. Chronoton stabilizers engaged, initializing drives. On the disk section, on the top of it, white lights spun around its rim, speeding up, faster and faster, as the shutters on the lower half's rim opened, extending its own V-hole engine, slowly lighting up. Partial submersion of both sections complete. All forces, brace for turbulence. Came the echoing voices, as the main section pulled at reality, in unison with the disk section. The 2 parts V-hole drives exhaust irises contracting to push the 2 now part submerged, black hole-shrouded vessels forward, hurtling at one another at great speeds. "Oh, carking hell," said one of the bridge crew as the ship shook, her soul snarling in anticipation. Hendricks was cursing up a storm nearby, white as a sheet as the bridge of the human vessel, the Chariot, watched in horror. "Hendricks, what in the name of the All-Father is going on?" yelled Aragorn as he grabbed onto a console, silently thanking the All-Mother that his little ship was docked inside the Yggdrasil, as the entire fleet was tossed about in the waves, even with the Midgardian vessels working against the distortions. Horizons activated her V-hole drive, but how on earth is she projecting it on her disk section? "The drive's in her main section," Hendricks said, even as the ship shuddered again, and the door to the bridge slid open, an aging construct rolling in as fast as his treads would allow him. "Who the blazes pissed me little lassie off?" came the aggravated Scottish voice of the construct, his welding shutters managing to replicate a scowl, his optics aimed at the viewscreens. Both shutters shot up, and a long stream of Gaelic curses were spat out of his speaker. "Captain, group submersion. Oregon we're about to be shaken and stirred more than cocktail on rookie night." The captain paled and gave the order. "All human vessels, pair up and lock onto an allied vessel. All vessels without V-hole drives, dock onto a larger vessel and brace for emergency submersion," he yelled into the Vox, as the massive V-hole engines on dozens of the larger ships ignited, tractor tethers glowing as the ships latched on, before the massive ships all called in their ready states. "All ships, dive, dive, dive," the captain roared, as the fleet lurched forward in unison, being pulled into the black, eerie void that was V-hole space, and not a moment too soon. On the viewscreen, it showed the 2 sections of the Horizon striking one another, their dueling black hole coronas causing reality to twist and roil, even as a deadly, devastating wave of X-ray radiation, blinding light thrown left, right, and center as reality twisted and swirled around the point of contact like some kind of whirlpool. The massive temple ship had barely managed to push itself out of the way, preventing itself from ripped apart, even though it now had to fight the gravitational pull of the two sections. The two dueling black holes suddenly were flung apart, horizontally compared to how they slammed into one another, tearing through the fleet as they shot through it, wheeling about to make another pass, even as the crypt fleet began to rally, firing their weapons at the two sections with deadly accuracy, only to watch as their own weapons were caught in the black holes that enveloped the two parts, swirling around them like some sort of oversized, deadly electron, going faster and faster and faster as the main and disk sections tore through the fleet, aimed at the temple ship. Echoing laughter rang through the ionosphere, tinged with the ripping, tearing sensation of gravity, of darkness, of reality hungrily consuming everything in its path, as the two parts of the vessels carved up their opponents, much to the horror of their own allies. All hands maintained shield integrity. Turbula, the chariot shook as reality rippled as the horizon's two parts slammed their coronas together, spinning, grinding around one another, sending radiation flying as they consumed the previously orbiting munitions for fuel, still racing towards the temple ship, slamming into its nose, and just went in for a moment. Things were calm, quiet, the temple ship floating there, eerily silent, despite the massive hole going into it. And then fire violently gushed out of one of the layers, bisecting the upper layers from the lower layers, before getting yanked back down as the massive ship began imploding, turning into an infinitely small dot, before expanding back out with howling laughter. A massive black hole now sitting there, and at its center was the horizon, whole once more, while the corona reached out arms towards the desperately fleeing crypt fleet. "Soam, get me, if you there." Meanwhile, back near the Texas, Caliburn charged forward, his cannons lowered as they unloaded, tearing trenches into the landscape, twisting his body as he felt his artillery crews sending out warheads as Allied forces radioed in local targets, detonating small hills, even as he felt the ground shake. Turning to the large biomass he picked up on his sensors, he rolled his shoulder joints, staring at the massive thrall before him. Unlike the first one he had fought, this thing was armored with stolen metals, coated in ship cannons, its four massive legs propelling it along the ground at a rapid pace as its weapons spat out plasma viciously, splashing against his armor in flares of light and gas. He felt his weapons crews and sensor crews run scans, tagging weak points, even as his face rail cannon charged up, arcing as he spat, the he round out, punching through the armor where it was its weakest, listening to it detonate partway through, making the beast screech, its back half collapsing uselessly as its spine was broken. However, it was still charging forward, its body held together by the metal coating stitched together on its body. Caliburn knew he had to act quickly before it could repair the injury, and aimed his heavy plasma cannons at it, letting the rotary barrels spin as they spat plasma at the beast, hitting the armor, scorching it, burning craters into it with each strike, due to the dense material's durability, before it heard the sound of falling metal and wet sounds as some of the armor tore off, as the flesh within the armor was literally cooked as the plasma superheated the metal, burning the metal off the flesh beast and opening up the hull for the plasma to burn into and through the flesh inside. At this point, Caliburn had closed the distance between the two of them, the beast snarling as it launched itself forward with its forelegs at the towering mech, mouth wide open, teeth dripping with a caustic acid designed to melt metals, reaching for the mech, only to get a smoldering heatsink to smash down on its head, smashing it into the ground with a loud clang of metal on metal, accompanied by a searing sound of superheated flesh from inside, red and green liquids bubbling out the edges of the stolen armor, even as Caliburn slammed his massive foot down on the beast's head and ignited his landing thruster, getting a screech out of the beast as he cooked it alive in its armor. Primary target nullified, searching for additional targets. He rumbled, his three optics searching for more enemies to fight, wanting more after that little appetizer, and wasn't disappointed, hearing the smaller roars as many smaller beasts charged at him. Swarm tactics, interesting. no armor, small, but hard to hit for his main cannons. And then an artillery shell lands on the head of one, exploding the creature into pieces, even as Caliburn heard his crews roar at the challenge within his processor core, his turrets swiveling around and picking their targets, opening up deadly salvos of hot metal, burning plasma, and so much more as he began his slow, methodic approach to the enemy's primary encampment, intent on scaring them into doing something foolish as his crew fought to see who could get the higher kill count before the battle ended, as he himself swung one of his monstrous arms and smashed one of the smaller beasts out of the sky. His command crew radioed in airstrikes for areas his mortar and artillery crews couldn't hit, due to the rather target-rich environment, working to keep Allied ground forces safe and covered. Part of him wished it was his niece's disc section, hissing through the air to perform the strikes. He had been happy to discover she was all right when his brother had called to give the good news, but sadly, the family reunion wasn't to be just yet. Maybe later, when she wasn't giving his brother a motherboard attack. Again. "You heard 'em. Get your asses in gear," a captain roared, their exosuit whining as they vaulted over a hill, the mechanized heavy armor taking hit after hit, energy projectiles bouncing off the shields, the armor taking the calcium and ceramic spikes with minimal issues, as a small roar went up, a small detachment of mobile armor sprinting around the hill, weapons anchored on the hulls of the 15-foot-tall armors locking onto enemy forces, linked directly to the minds of the pilots wearers of the armor. The demons slowly moved back, bodies already torn and tattered, their expressions still snarling, though it was less aggressive, and closer to that of someone backed into a corner. Around them, regular infantry charged in, wearing smaller exoskeletons, ones that acted like a thin layer of armor and strength speed boosters, sprinted in with a variety of heavy armament, firing as accurately as they could, punching holes into their opponents, some firing weapons that contained various acids, eating into the thralls, melting them to puddles of biomass, including several of the demons' vehicles, cutting off escape vectors. Above the troops, spacecraft zoomed overhead, engines and hulls tearing screaming currents in the air, payload bay doors open wide, letting loose several large payloads, sending chunks of earth, flesh, and rock flying as they detonated, implosion warheads detonating midair, yanking hostiles up off the ground, compacting them into a tiny sphere, and then flinging them everywhere, all over their own forces in a horrifying, demoralizing mess. Several fighter-sized craft flew low, engines rumbling as they pushed the old-style craft forward, twin, massive rotary barrels sticking out from underneath either side of the nose, spinning up, before releasing a long brrrrrrt sound, twin streams of heavy uranium rounds screaming out and tearing chunks out of the larger beasts, flung by the rotary rail cannons, before the slow gunships let off, spinning back around again for another pass, noses tipping down more than normally needed, the A-10-style aircraft humming in hunger, their teeth like decals seeming to be licking their painted teeth, their pilot stickmen already hunting for the next targets, before banking hard, several small, fast fighters shrieking past, their craft laughing madly. The small fighters banked up sharply as their tails rocketed after them, winged horrors whose wings beat fast to try and keep up, only to fall into the trap of tunnel vision, and found out why the small fighters pitched up sharply as they were both caught between heavy, depleted uranium streams, shredding them in the air, letting them fall to the weighted ground forces, flamers belching cleansing fire all over them, eliminating the threat of them reforming. Heavy impacts were heard from drop pods hitting the ground, hisses as they began opening, releasing their heavy cargoes, massive mechas that got up, 2 pilots apiece, mentally linked to their war machines, one human, and either a trike or a rox, sometimes even a glinch or a wargen, synced with their war machine's eldritch soul, letting out growls as they formed a phalanx, the human-trike pairs on the outer edges, shields active, deflecting attacks, with the rox-human pairs in the middle, acting as artillerymen, sending heavy ammunition sailing through the air. The human wargen pairs shifted to quadrupedal, sprinting forward, snarling like beasts, closing the distance, turrets mounted on their backs barking, spitting hellfire as they moved, forward weapons blazing as they leapt over friendly forces and trenches, bearing down on similarly sized hostile units. Tanks rolled on the ground, shrugging off hits, disgorging forces, acting as mobile barricades and ramparts, or allowed allies' units to climb aboard, manning turrets, or set up more weapons on the hull, not caring if they were exposed, grinning madly as the tank treads spun madly, racing towards enemy lines without a care, some even blasting music, launching off hills as the humans on their hulls roared with laughter as they came crashing down on demonic forces. Civilians, the humans amongst them, watched from their shelters, joining the fray. They were not heavily armed as compared to the forces, but that didn't mean they didn't have ingenuity. Some grabbed weapons from storage, old things that were used for hunting, others used for sporting competitions, and began lining the barricades, opening fire the moment hostiles got in range. Farmers grabbed fertilizer stores with loader exoskeletons, carrying the barrels up to the firing line, as miners and construction crews attached remote charges to them before sending them rolling down hills, or launching them with makeshift catapults and trebuchets made from old cranes, or misused tractor beam units mounted on loader mechs. The ones that rolled down hills were detonated remotely, the fertilizer acting as the impromptu explosive, increasing the size of the blast, sending the metal barrels shards flying everywhere, while the ones flung by the trebuchet, catapults, or the tractor beam tether used like a sling, swinging the barrels around to a sufficient speed before shutting off, and letting the barrel fly, were detonated in the air, allowing them to rain down smoldering fertilizer, igniting unprotected thralls, and forcing the demons to fall back farther as they realized that the civilians were less of a weak target than they thought. High in the air, saline vessels hung in the sky, acting like sensor units, relaying combat data to military forces, guarded zealously by fighters that swarmed them like wasps or locusts, groups breaking off and swarming enemy ships before they could make contact, ad systems flaring when enemy weapons got close, brightening up the artificially darkened sky. Even while high above them the space battle raged, as the Texas held her own, occasionally raining down new forces onto the planet's surface, cutting off enemy reinforcements. Tidal waves struck the coast, water levels flowing up towards the Texas, due her sheer size and gravity, was pulling the water up to her like the moon did on its own orbits, flooding the demons who didn't expect it, unlike Alliance forces, who knew it was likely to happen and were geared up in waterproofed gear and air tanks. Even as the flesh beasts of the demons floundered and tried to quickly activate aquatic genomes to not drown, Allied forces were on them with phosphorus, burning them to the ground, while torpedoes began to litter the water, seeking out hostiles as they raced through the raised water levels on the coasts. The Allied forces weren't having enemy forces on one of their worlds, and decided to make a little statement as they bore down on the now cut-off ground forces, seeking their command center, even as large craft that looked closer to cargo planes covered in guns hungrily flew low to the ground, sides belching out fire onto the surface at every hostile contact they saw. Inside the Texas, in one of the medbays, a set of tubes opened up, accompanied by hacking, coughing from several of them, as the bodies inside peeled off the face masks, and several humans cursed. Thankfully, everyone was replicated with clothes on, even if they were skin-tight jumpsuits. "James, I told you to warn us if you were going to do something stupid," one of the females with long red grouched, getting a sheepish chuckle from one of the males, and a playful scowl from the small, cat-like creature who climbed out of his pod. "Hey, you try warning everyone when you're in a beast's stomach. I'm just glad I grabbed the high-yield charges before we left." The male grouched, getting a snort out of everyone else. "Least it wasn't a rocket?" Again. The cat grouched to himself in a Bostonian accent, getting the redhead to have a vain pulse on her head, as she reached for the medical printout that was spat out of the cloning pod. Rocks groaned as they leaned against their pods. "I do not see how you humans get so used to this. Dying over and over again is unpleasant." They rumbled, their tiny arms itching for the controls of their exosuits' large, gorilla-like limbs again, to match their muscular bodies. You get used to it after the first 100 deaths," another human said, already grabbing some spare armor from a cart and was strapping it on. "Welcome to the team. Texas isn't letting you go." They joked, though everyone knew they weren't joking. Once the Texas or any human vessel sank their eldritch claws into you, you were her crew. Forever. "Hey, what year is it, and what are we looking at?" said another human from the far end of the room. They fumbled a little with the armor, frowning as they examined it, clearly not used to this version. Demon Incursion and Stardate 12. 44.8943. "Texas call you back from vacation," another human, a female, said, even as she rapidly donned her armor. "Yep. And figures. Mind helping me with this? Not familiar with this set of armor," they asked, motioning to the exosuit. Several people made their way over as a medic sprinted into the room, half out of breath. "Sorry everyone," had several bays trigger, Command still trying to recall as many medics and get them up to speed as they can. The medic said, pulling out a scanner, and began running it over the troops one at a time to check for defects in the process. Behind them, another medic pulled in some Rock's power arms for the Rock's troopers, while others lead those already cleared out the door to the nearby drop pods for rapid deployment. "Dr. Holliday, you are needed in Drop Pod Bay 3. Dr. Holliday, you are needed in Drop Pod Bay 3. The PA system said, as an elderly gentleman ran past, wearing a doctor's combat suit, though over top it he wore a replica of his old vest. "What did those idiots do this time? Wyatt, what's the situation?" The old Western accent drawled out into his vox, fading away as the medic ran past, moving quickly thanks to his replicated body. A medic in the cloning bay sighed as they finished up, hearing the pods going off again, new bodies being constructed rapidly, as they saw the Texas slowly helping weave in the souls of the soon-to-be formerly fallen soldiers into the bodies. "Heads up, more incoming," they called out, as a technician ran out to gather more armor and gear. "Going to get more medical supplies for their medic. Command sending in a relief crew here in a sec." Another yelled, the bay's a hive of activity, in organized chaos, troops sprinting out to their drop pods, ready for fresh deployment. Outside, Texas spat the pods down to the planet below, some punching holes in enemy vessels on their way down, like little stars as they screamed towards the surface, their precious, angry cargo armed to the teeth once more, and carried more weapons for those who had not yet needed to be remade. They were going to give as good as they got, wanting to see if they could put the fear of the Alliance into the demonic forces, unaware that they already had, especially after they realized they were fighting the same troops they had killed, over and over again. It was like a waking nightmare for them. "Captain, sensor readouts showing signatures that match the enemy's portal system, but on a much larger scale," a sensor technician, a saline, said, looking up from their console to their captain. "On screen, please," the captain said, hands on the railing to the officer pit, a long cable running from the back of his head all the way into the ceiling of the vessel, mind swirling with the ships, rapidly directing similarly connected weapons crews to their targets. While the captain didn't need it on screen, it was for the benefit of the rest of the crew, not as deeply entrenched into the Yamato's soul and mind as he was at the moment. The saline nodded, the gray alien hitting a few keys, revealing the energy readings of a massive buildup or power in specific areas around the Yamato as she tore through the enemy fleet with her mechadendrites, or shredded them with one of her many million, possibly billions of weapons. Buildup matches the portals, but they haven't opened yet and keeps on increasing, the sensor operator said grimly, as realization hit him. They want something big to come through. Weapons, those portals, they certainly look big enough, don't they? The captain said after a moment, an idea forming. After all, an egress is also an ingress, he said as his weapons control officer smirked widely. Command's gonna have our hides for this, but if it gets a few shots off in their own territory, I think they won't really care. The burly Rock's female rumbled, pulling out a large, mechanical key and pushing it into the console before her. The captain pushed a similar key into his console, as did the first mate, as an image of 3 locks opening was seen on the main panel, before a larger, master lock opened, in between them all, signifying Yamato approved this course of action. Instantly, all through the ship, an alarm went off. All crew be advised. Earthshaker cannons have been unlocked. Standby mode had been engaged. This message repeated as orange lights flashed slowly throughout the ship, the fleet instantly getting out of the firing lines of the massive turrets as they began to move at long last. Despite the vacuum of space being, mostly, empty, one could almost feel the barrels swinging past, crushing hapless demonic fleshcraft out of the way as they got into their firing positions, locked onto the points where those portals would open. "Sir, cannons in position. RCS engine rooms confirmed on standby for firing. Loading crews confirmed that rounds have been loaded and firing bays have been cleared. We can fire when ready." A weapons officer reported, getting a nod out of the captain. "All hands to standby. I repeat, all hands to standby positions. Earthshaker cannons firing in 3. The captain said, watching the readings in his head closely as the view screen showed various points the portals would open. 2. The deceptively old captain said, voice gaining a long stifled accent from when he originally captained his Lady of the Seas. "Ikai, Hawaii," he barked in his native tongue, arms snapping out as his vessel snarled with him, as her massive earth-shakers opened fire. Outside the Yamato, it was both awe-inspiring and terrifying for both sides to watch the massive barrels of her monstrous turrets rotate into seemingly random positions, locking onto something no one else could see, humming with a dangerous energy. Alerts had already gone out that the massive planet-wrecking weapons would be firing, forcing the fleet's smaller vessels to take evasive actions and duck into relatively clear spots, while the fleshcraft had no compunction and got splattered against the barrels going millions of miles per hour, despite how slow they seemed to be moving. And then massive portals ripped open in time and space, long, fleshy tentacles grabbing to the edges of the portals, trying to force them open wider, massive eyes staring out in malice. And then in pure horror as they realized they were staring literally down the barrel of a cannon, unable to move as the massive weapons fired, unleashing a potent mix of a metal warhead and a stream of plasma behind it, the warhead knocking the creatures back into the portals, detonating violently on the other side, the plasma streaming in behind and causing additional havoc as it melted and burned whatever was on the other side, cutting off early. For a moment, atomic fire belched out of the portals lazily before they abruptly collapsed, with an explosive failure, sending out waves of energy, rocking the battlefield. Both sides lost vessels as the massive portals caused a chain reaction, feeding back into the local portals and causing them to collapse violently, detonating with a fury. The Allied vessels seemed to only get angrier from it, while the fleshcraft were much, much worse for wear and became easy pickings for the Allied vessels. Mopping up was easy for the enemy vessels, but then came the retrieval of Allied vessels and bodies, a somber reminder that it wasn't without some level of a cost. True, ships could be rebuilt, and they would disgorge their sailors, their crews, in cloning bays once they were ready. But it wasn't any less painful sometimes, especially first deaths. Those times were the worst, requiring one's soul to remain safely ensconced within their vessel's soul to recover for a few weeks or a few years. The crew of the Yamato let out sighs of relief, glad it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Forces reporting in. Looks like enemy forces are completely routed. Sir, ships are looking for Allied forces that survived as well as counting those who fell. Commands calling in and asking what the hell we thought we were doing. The Vox officer called up, getting a chuckle out of the captain. Route command up here, I'll take the heat on this one. Weapons, help cover our fleet in the mop-up and search for survivors when and where we can. Make sure to get the astropaths to check and see who need rehoused as well. 4 LOM's going to have our hides if we don't make sure we bring back every scrap we can and have them properly marked as to who's who. The captain chuckled, even as the crew shuddered. The old shipwright was a terror when he wanted to be, and you did not want to anger the old shipbuilder by mixing the ashes of the vessels. He needed them to help rehouse the vessels by using said ashes as a part of their new hulls. And one thing that angered the old shipwright was desecration of the ashes of the crews or the vessels. Many a pirate learned that one the hard way when the old shipwright came knocking, carrying a mortar mounted to his back and a massive wrench in his servos. Serrano grimaced as the alert came through, and they watched the Yamato unload into the enemy portals, and the subsequent result of the firing of the massive weapons. The Council watched in numb shock as the massive vessel rocked heavily as she fired, actually causing disturbances in the gas giant the fight was orbiting. "Casualty report," Serrano barked, turning to one of the officers. "Combatants only, sir. Looks like some sort of feedback cascade when the portals collapsed. Seems they aren't the most stable," the officer said, before reading off the Allied temporary losses and the hostile, hopefully more permanent, losses. "Allied vessels will be out of commission for a few weeks till we can rehouse them, sir." Not unexpected. Resources were already allocated for them. Couldn't get any sensor relays into the portals this time to triangulate potential galaxies, but the Yamato definitely scrambled a few staging areas temporarily at the least, the officer said as the Admiral snorted. "Acceptable. Locke still engaged on her special?" he asked, looking at the 6 massive forward-facing barrels. "Much as I and the rest of the fleet would love to see her melt someone with them, it's too dangerous to use in Allied space. As it is, the radiation backslash from the warheads is already making the area worrying to pass through." "Yes, sir, her locks are still engaged on it," the officer replied before another barked out. "Sir, report coming in from Bismarck." A massive portal opened up before the Bismarck, a beast pulling itself through, bearing down on the Bismarck, looking like an overgrown space kraken, metal armor pockmarking its body as it raised above its skin on occasion, large scars on its body from its testing, as it let out a psionic roar, only for the Bismarck to respond in kind, wanting to unlock her massive cannons, but unable to due to the hostile creature being in Allied space, and how dangerous it would be for Allied vessels. But never let it be said she was unarmed. "Weapons, you're clear to engage the Earthmover protocol. Just because the dumbcoffs pushed into our territory doesn't mean we can't use what we have." A heavily German-accented voice spoke from the command chair, the uniformed captain tapping his command codes into the console on the arm, inserting the key to unlock the Bismarck's superweapon. "You got it, boss," hissed the Raptor fire control officer, pushing their key into their console, as the first mate followed close behind their captain. Like with the Yamato, 3 small locks popped open on a hologram, as the last large one opened, showing the massive vessel's agreement to the plan. Alarms blared as the ship shuddered, her impulse drives unlocking the necessary output, humming even more dangerously than before, as at the corners of the bow, massive tractor emitters and graviton generators popped out, taking aim at the massive kraken, as it seemed to snarl in confusion. "All hands to Phase 1 Earthmover positions. All hands to Phase 1 Earthmover positions." Echoed throughout the vessel, crews scrambling to specially positioned crew bunkers, inertia dampeners spooling up as targeting crews locked themselves down in their chairs, jacking into the graviton projectors, and aligned them with their massive target. "Phase 1, fewer," the Germanic captain barked, as the tethers fired, locking the massive kraken in place. As soon as the massive creature found itself unable to move an inch, thrashing in the clutches of a hungry Bismarck, it paled drastically, realizing that it couldn't break free. Around it, the smaller fleshcraft dove in, aiming at the heavily shielded projectors, only to be blasted off by the defensive turrets or one of the hungry, defending vessels. "Sir, primary target locked in position," one of the officers called up, even as the ship shook and shuddered with the beast's attempts to escape the vessel's grasp. "Yeah, Phase 2, begin," the captain said, smirking fairly as the massive vessel snarled. On the outside of the vessel, the gravitational projectors kicked in, emitting a gravitational field around the kraken, yanking in everything from the surrounding environment down onto the beast. Flotsam, micrometers, asteroids, even the remains of the fleshcraft drifting around the Bismarck, tossed in by her fleet, all began raining down on the massive beast, hitting it harshly, some even puncturing its hull. The layers kept piling on, slowly crushing the beast under the increased artificial gravity field generated by the Bismarck, like the massive vessel was crushing it into a sphere, like a paperback, or even a snowball, underneath all the junk. Even as it writhed and struggled to break free, only managing to make itself be pinned in more and more uncomfortable positions. Around the Bismarck, Allied vessels grabbed still active enemy vessels and flung them into the gravity field, letting them impact the growing artificial mini-planetoid, until it completely engulfed the Kraken in a metallic and rocky prison. But the massive vessel wasn't done yet. Phase 3, beginnin', the captain snarled, raising from his chair, arguably a bad move, given the order he was about to give, one hand forward. "Ramjish windicate," he said, eye flashing dangerously as cables shot out of the command chair and yanked him back, locking him in a crash harness as the bridge crew locked down, alarms screaming inside the massive vessel. "All hands, brace for impact. All hands, brace for impact." The massive engines of the Bismarck burned brighter than they had before, snarling as she shot forward, her flat bow slamming into her freshly made dwarf planetoid, tethers keeping her from sinking any farther than her bow, even as she rammed the massive planetoid forward, intending to push it back into the portal the Kraken had pushed out of. Her insides shook, but held firm, designed for such an event and worse, as her engines glowed brighter and brighter, their unlocked power limits allowing them to push the dense planetoid like it was nothing, even as the demon fleet panicked around it, trying to disable the massive warship. "Phase ver, beraten si sich auf die Initialisierung vor," the captain barked, slipping back into his native tongue, a wide grin across his face as the crew moved as best they could like a well-oiled machine, synchronized with their vessel as they began diverting power to the sonic resonators mounted in the bow. "Beginnin'." The resonators kicked in, causing the little planetoid to shake and crumble, stress points forming rapidly all over its surface, though the gravitational fields kept it from exploding prematurely, recompacting it over and over again, making it denser and more likely to violently detonate when it finally did. Just before the planetoid crossed over into the portal, the captain barked out an order. "Phase 5, fewer, befreit das Bismarck," the captain barked, having slipped almost completely back to German, much to the amusement of many of his crew. Several of his original crew barked out their reply "Jawohl" as they activated the thermal systems in the bow, dumping all the heat the ship had generated in the engines, and was storing in the heat sinks into the bow, superheating the plates, but not melting them. The surface of the planetoid it had sunk in, on the other hand, did melt, all around the bow, just as the ship began to push the planetoid through the portal, crushing the second monstrous biotech ship trying to get through. "Full reverse," barked the helmsman, as the ship shuddered, massive impulse drives on her ring igniting and pushing her back, the molten planetoid around the bow allowing the ship to pull out like a superheated knife being yanked out of frozen butter, letting the planetoid slip free and fall into the portal. No longer being compacted by the gravitational generators or tractor beam, it exploded on the other side, causing severe devastation on the other side, a shield thrown up by the Bismarck to keep debris from flying back through, as the portal shut on its own, the system making it likely severely damaged in the devastating strike. All around them, portals sealed up, leaving the remaining fleet to their fate, as the captain sighed with a huff. "Faglange," the captain huffed. "One little show of power and poof, gone." He grouched, pulling his cap down over his eyes as his vessel snarled, clearly wanting more, even as his crew all chuckled softly. Several races looked like they were drooling at the prospect of the Bismarck's weapons, already muttering amongst themselves about ways to use it to make paradise planets, marketed towards megacorps and quintillionaires, before they heard the sharp bark of the admiral. "Enough. The Bismarck and her armament are not up for sale, nor for rent. While we will be using her special armament for planetary creation when this is over, it will be for colonial use only. We are not giving out those blueprints to anyone and everyone." Serrano growled, glaring at several of the more greedy-looking species. "And any attempt at espionage will be met with deadly force. Am I clear?" The aging admiral growled, straightening up as the Vox terminal pinged again, and the Vox operator called out in a panic. "Sir, Texas reporting in. Looks like hostile forces are trying to pull her through one of the portals, requesting permission to give her a taste of her special armament." The Vox operator said, As the holographic display in the council atrium showed the Texas, engines blazing, ripping at tendrils of unknown energy that had a hold of her, trying to yank her in, even as it scrambled uselessly against her armor, unable to sink in due to how she was constructed. Serrano slowly let out a long sigh as he covered his face. Permission granted. But tell them to be careful, that thing is still a theoretical prototype. We don't know what kind of effects it's going to have on the system at large, he said finally, opening his eyes and nodding. I had hoped we could at the least get her out to their galaxy to fire it safely, but if she needs to escape, by all means, rain down hell on them as long as it's on their side of the portal. The Admiral said grimly as the Vox officer passed along the information. Sir, massive power spike. Confirmed initialization of the binary cannon. Visuals confirming heat exchangers running on half power. Meanwhile, the Texas was halfway sticking out of a portal, her main cannons within dumping rounds all over as she fought to pull free, lashing out, her barrels firing on the other side of said portal as she shook herself, roaring in anger into the ionosphere as the confirmation codes came in, making her go silent, deadly quiet for a moment. Before she purred with a terrifying note, her metal maw opening wider as her barrel sticking out of it opened the iris shutter on it. As parts inside the massive barrel began rotating slowly, electricity arcing on the rotating flutes within the barrel. Fins on the side of the barrels began unleashing heat, causing fleshcraft to spontaneously combust as she twisted herself, aiming at the planet before her on the other side of the portal. Normally, she'd just shell it from where she was, but she wanted to break free, and she wanted to make sure they let her go. And she was just given permission to fire her binary cannon, part of it, anyways. Inside her, her crews scrambled, grinning ferally, her captain barking out orders as she dumped heat into real space, acting as an effective deterrent against enemy vessels, forcing them to keep their distance as her crew opened a channel to one of her cores to prime the cannon with fuel. And very, very little was more caustic than the material that made up the neutron star in her primary power core. She could feel fragments of star stuff fill the firing chamber, swirling and churning, swirling around as the superconductors kept it hot, compressed, spinning rapidly. Normally, the second chamber would be getting primed in one of several ways, but she didn't need it this time. She felt the shell she was weaving approaching its critical point, as her crews began disengaging the locks on her firing doors, her capacitors charging up for hyperspace acceleration of the round, some of the heat being dumped into the firing chamber, lessening the load on her systems to prepare the round, before she heard her captain speaking to her crew. Firing mode, stellar mass cannon. All hands, brace for turbulence. And then the locks released, power dumped into the acceleration rails and rings lining the barrel, and she breathed starfire, the force propelling her backwards, tearing at the ethereal tethers holding on to her, before it beat upon the planet below in a constant stream. The planet crumpled in where she hit, before starting to glow, its atmosphere it had burning under her assault, its crust crumbling and breaking as magma boiled and vaporized, pushing the planet apart slowly as she felt whatever was holding her in place let go, instead reaching for the planet, trying to push it through the widening portal as the Texas shot back, slowly depleting her firing chamber of the hyperdense ammunition. And she wasn't having any of it. Her crews, responding to her thoughts, brought her primary cannons to bear, the moonlet-sized cannons loaded by large loading tugs within her own hull, armed with specially prepared surprises. Yawu, Riep. Letter 181 hot. Yowu, Otilda letter 185. She snarled as her cannons barked, as she sealed her special armament, dumping the slowly restabilizing fuel back in her core, burning off its critical mass by using the power to energize her main cannons, firing moonlet-sized nuclear charges at hyperspace speeds, embedding them inside the portal stabilizer and generators before detonating just as her bow exited the portal to local space, causing the portal to violently collapse, washing over the massive vessel, even as her impulse motors burned to push her back into position and shield her fleet with her own hull from the blast, leaving her half-scorched, but no less worse for wear, satisfied with herself as her barrel properly sealed up completely again. and received a surprise surrender of the remaining command chain of the Demon Fleet. Horror graced the faces of the Council as they watched the hologram of the Texas, many thankful they never saw what they all knew had happened. A planet in its slow, agonizing death, expanding at millions of miles an hour, but seeming slow in its explosion. A mini-star, burning its fuel out quickly thanks to the stellar mass injected straight into its core, courtesy of the Texas. The only reason why Yamato never fired her special armament was because hers is like the Texas. If she fires it, there's very little that can stop it, short of putting a hull designed exactly like the Project Ghidorah vessels between you and the weapon, or a star. And even then, you are assured you won't be walking away unscathed. It can literally burn out biological life in its path completely, even mechanical life if it's too close. Serrano said grimly, watching as the Texas began taking stock of her surprising prisoners, bearing down on them, snarling hungrily, threatening them if they so much as. The entire station shook as Vox and sensor officers yelled out. Gravitational disturbance, signature match. It's the Horizons, one of the officers yelled out. Epicenter confirmed, pulling up. Falls teething hellspawn. One of the officers whispered quietly, as everyone looked at the hologram, showing the Horizon sitting in the center of a black hole that was easily as big as the Enterprise, fighting a fleet of unknown vessels, her corona reaching out to consume the unknown, hostile fleet.